Although Lu Zhou was not as strong as Lan Shihe and her 13 birth charts, he had his supreme mystic power and his item cards. The supreme mystic power was like having 2 additional birth charts. Moreover, Lan Shihe did not sprout the 11th leaf, so her strength was likely not as strong as a true 13 chart expert. Lu Zhou did not use the deadly strike card on Lu Wu, since it seemed like it did not harbor any ill intention toward Duan Musheng. If Lu Wu only coveted the Great Void Seed, there was no need for it to part with so much essence qi just to keep Duan Musheng alive. Boom! Lu Wu landed on the island, causing the earth to shake violently and stirring up waves on the lake. Lu Wu rose to its feet. Its eyes burned brightly as it exerted force to push the mountain-like confinement seal up, causing its bones to creak as a result. Then, it suddenly swept its tail out, sending the rubble and debris on the island toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou manifested his astrolabe and pushed it forward. When the astrolabe flew toward Lu Wu, who was bearing the weight of the confinement seal, it opened its mouth wide, spitting out white mist. Flaming golden lotus. Lu Zhou had learned from his mistake. How could he allow Lu Wu to freeze him again? A golden lotus that burned with karmic fire bloomed under his feet immediately. Golden lotus with karmic fire? Is this his birth trial ability? This person is a little strange. Yi Wuxing frowned. Strange? Brother Yi, didn't you say he has only passed 2 birth trials at most? He'll still have to flee if he meets the venerable masters. Yi Wuxing shook his head. No, I can't say that for sure now. There were many things that could not be judged based on their appearance. Some people hid their strength so deeply that many people were fooled. When Lu Wu saw the flaming golden lotus, it said, "New skill? Old thief Lu. Don't even think of experimenting on me." Lu Wu sent rocks and boulders toward Lu Zhou again before it leaped up into the clouds. Lu Zhou easily deflected the rocks and boulders before he looked up into the sky and said, "If you have tricks left, hurry up and use them all now." As soon as Lu Zhou's voice fell, swoosh, 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 icicles rained down from the sky toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou's figure flashed continuously, avoiding the icicles. Occasionally, he would launch a blue palm seal to destroy the icicles. This lasted a while until Lu Wu finally said, "Do you really intend to force me?" Lu Zhou looked at the clouds and flew up. At the same time, Lu Wu swooped down from the clouds, bearing its fangs and claws that glinted under the sunlight. His fur stood on end like swords. Bang! Lu Zhou launched another palm seal. Then, he rode on his momentum and flipped in the air before he joined his palms together. In just an instant, palm seals filled the sky like butterflies fluttering in the air and surrounded Lu Wu. What an exquisite attack! Yi Wuxing could not help but clap when he saw this scene. I don't understand. Lu Wu's body is too big, and a human's body is very small. With this technique, he can take advantage of the blind spots around Lu Wu's body to dodge the attacks. No wonder he didn't use his avatar. The avatar is too big, so it's like a huge target for Lu Wu. Although many people are aware of this, not many dare to act like him in front of a beast emperor. Yi Wuxing explained. Look, it's using its freezing ability. Swoosh! The temperature in the surroundings dropped rapidly. Absolute zero? Lu Zhou sensed the danger that loomed over him. The cold reminded him of the sea spirit pearl. No, in fact, the cold was even more dangerous than absolute zero. He could feel a slight lag when he moved. It was as though Lu Wu had frozen time or the air. Was it space distortion? Bang! Lu Wu swiped its claws at Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou lifted his astrolabe to block Lu Wu's claw but was pressed down. The temperature continued to drop as the void began to ripple and distort. Yi Wuxing looked down at the lake. All the fishes were once again frozen. As expected of a beast emperor. Retreat. Yi Wuxing and Yi Cheng hurriedly retreated. Yi Cheng said as he moved, "It seems like he's not a match for Lu Wu. It's too early to jump to conclusions." Lu Wu roared, letting out another sound wave that swept out in all directions. Lu Zhou was restrained by the distorted space. The island, the lake, and the rocks were as fragile as paper faced with the sound wave. Only Duanmushang remained unharmed. He was wrapped in a ball of essence qi that kept the cold at bay. Lu Zhou felt his arms, fingers, and legs stiffen and grow numb. So strong. Lu Zhou had no choice. Just as he was about to use Thunderblast to knock Lu Wu back, his blue avatar in his Dantian Sea of Qi began to emit the supreme mystic power. The supreme mystic power then surged into his 8 extraordinary meridians and his veins, spreading to all corners of his body. With that, cold air was quickly dispelled, and the blue avatar disappeared. Lu Zhou turned to look at Lu Wu. Since you like the cold so much, I'll give you a gift. The fusion-grade purple glaze tile appeared in Lu Zhou's palm as soon as he finished speaking. As he mobilized his primal qi, the purple glaze tile that was as bright as the moon flew out. In just an instant, the temperature rapidly fell again. The same freezing energy that seemed to distort space itself from before spread out and swept toward Lu Wu. Another new move? Despicable. Yi Wuxing turned pale in fright. That's a venerable master's move. Go. Quickly. Although the duo was far away and could not see clearly, they knew for Lu Zhou to be able to use a technique that could suppress Lu Wu's ice ability, he had to be a venerable master. Even from such a distance, the impact of a venerable master's attacks was not something they could withstand. Brother Yi, aren't we going to watch anymore? Our lives are more important. The duo did not even turn to look back and disappeared into the forest like 2 streaks of light. Yi Tianxin and Conk had Cheng Huang's protection. They retreated and advanced in with perfect timing, hence, they were not affected too much. Lu Wu's body stiffened. Then, he seemed to have been frozen into a statue and dropped down from the sky. Only its eyes were rolling around in their sockets. It mobilized its essence qi to try and dispel the cold air when, boom! A palm seal fell without any warning on Lu Wu's body. At some point, Lu Zhou had appeared above Lu Wu without it noticing. He pressed his hand down as the palm seals from the Taoist's 9 cuts hand seals descended one after another. His voice was dark as he asked, "Are you convinced yet?" Every palm seal landed accurately. It was not long before Lu Wu felt a tearing sensation. In an extremely cold state, even steel would turn fragile. If the ice around Lu Wu shattered, Lu Wu would shatter along with it. Lu Zhou moved his hand again. Energy from all directions gathered, forming a tornado. The expansive heavenly energies palm seal that contained the supreme mystic power increased in size before it fell again. Lu Wu's survival instinct was stronger than ever. Its fur stood on end before its essence qi surged out explosively from its body. Boom! The ice encasing Lu Wu cracked, turning into fragments that shot out in all directions. Alas, the palm seal from the expansive heavenly energy continued to fall. Bang! The palm seal landed on Lu Wu's spine. Lu Wu was too tenacious. A Thunderblast card appeared in Lu Zhou's hand at this moment. He said in a deep voice, "Life and death are determined by fate. Wealth and honor are determined by the heavens." Dark clouds began to gather in the sky. Lu Wu spun around, facing Lu Zhou. It looked at Lu Zhou unblinkingly and kept retreating. It could feel an invisible pressure pressing down on him. At this moment, its psychological defenses seemed to break as it called out, "Wait! I admit defeat." Lu Wu's hind legs trembled slightly. It had to admit defeat. If it continued to fight, it knew it would continue to fall to an even more disadvantageous position. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction as he put away the Thunderblast card. People say your intelligence isn't inferior to humans' intelligence. However, I think you're rather stupid. Lu Wu lowered its head and made a strange, stuttering noise. Lu Zhou continued to say, "If you were smart, you could have avoided this pain." Lu Wu painted heavily, its chest rising up and down. Its eyes were filled with unwillingness as it said, "The mighty venerable master has stooped so low to bully the weak." Bully the weak? No matter how Lu Zhou looked at it, he could see now the word weak was related to the beast emperor in front of him. "Lu Tiantong, are you really going to take him away?" Lu Wu asked, clearly unwilling. Lu Zhou wanted to say again that he was not Lu Tiantong but discarded that idea since Lu Wu seemed afraid of Lu Tiantong. He asked, "What are you going to do if I take him away?" Crack, crack, crack. Lu Wu dug its claws into the ground, enduring the suffocating feeling that was brought about by Lu Zhou's words. The dark clouds did not disperse. Silence had returned to the island. Lu Zhou, who was hovering in the air, looked up, trying to see the end of the unknown land. Alas, he saw nothing but the distant horizon that separated the sky and the ground. Just a beast emperor was already so difficult to deal with. What should he do if he encountered an even more powerful beast emperor in the unknown land? It was best for him to take Duanmu Shang away as soon as possible. Lu Zhou was puzzled. "What's your relationship with Venerable Master Duanmu?" Lu Wu replied, "Master and servant." Perhaps Lu Wu did not have a deep understanding of the human language, so it used the words master and servant to describe its relationship with Duanmu Dian. Humans' relationships with their mounts were all different. Some treated their mounts like family members or friends, some people treated mounts like tools, and some treated mounts like slaves. Since Lu Zhou did not know Duanmu Dian, he did not know what kind of relationship it had with Lu Wu. Lu Zhou asked, perplexed, "Since he's your master, where is he?" Lu Wu said in a low voice, "Great Void, the balance keeper, taken away." Lu Zhou suddenly remembered Lu Wu had said earlier that if Duanmu Dian was here, Duanmu Dian would sever ties with Lu Tiantong. This indicated that Lu Tiantong and Duanmu Dian were friends. Why didn't Lu Tiantong save him? Lu Zhou asked. "Huh." Lu Wu straightened its back before it looked at Lu Zhou quietly. After a moment he said angrily, "That's what I want ask you." Lu Wu's mouth was too wide, and it was a bit windy, affecting its speech. Fortunately, Lu Zhou could still understand it. Lu Zhou said, "You should know how strong the people in the Great Void are. Up until now, the cultivators only had one word to describe the inhabitants of the Great Void: strong. The strength of the people from Great Void was beyond imagination. According to Lan Shiha, the Kuan in the Endless Ocean was a balance keeper as well. To deal with that Kuan, he would have needed to exhaust all of the system's energy. Therefore, he had enough reasons to believe there was supreme existence in the Great Void. Those who possessed the Great Void seeds would definitely become a supreme being. The Great Void seeds would mature every 30,000 years. How many years had it been since heaven and earth came into being, and how many Great Void seeds had matured since then? In other words, apart from those true cultivation geniuses who did not need to rely on external forces to become a supreme being, there were as many supreme beings as there were Great Void seeds that had matured since the dawn of time. Lu Wu remained silent. Indeed, if the inhabitants from the Great Void wanted to capture someone, what could Lu Tiantong do? It exhaled heavily before it finally said, "You didn't save Duanmu Dian. He's dead. You're alive." Lu Zhou said, "For the last time, I'm not Lu Tiantong. I don't care whose descendant Duanmu Shang is. I came here to bring him back." Lu Wu glanced at Duanmu Shang, who was lying on the ground, and asked, "Must it be like this?" "I will not change my decision easily," Lu Zhou replied. In the current Evil Sky Pavilion, was there any of his disciples who dared to act as boldly as Lu Wu was acting now? Upon hearing Lu Wu's words, Lu Wu said with a complex expression on its face, "Humans? More cold-blooded than beasts." Cold-blooded. Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. "Do you know how many humans and fierce beasts died in the battle in the Northern Sword Canyon?" Lu Wu could not refute Lu Zhou's words. Lu Zhou continued to say, "You sacrificed so many of your kind and tricked the Black Emperor. Who's more cold-blooded?" Lu Wu said stubbornly, "Those humans? No different from reptiles. Their deaths. Not worth regretting. In my eyes, you're a reptile as well." Lu Wu was silent for a moment before it said, "Only I can protect Duanmu Shang." Lu Zhou became more and more confused. With Lu Wu's ability, indeed, it would not have been too difficult if it wanted to escape alone earlier. However, it chose to stay back because of Duanmu Shang. which was beyond Lu Zhou's expectations. He asked, "Why? Even ants can live. Master Duanmu has shown kindness. Young master is in trouble. Only I can save him," Lu Wu said confidently. "What makes you think I can't save him?" Lu Zhou shook his head. At this time, Lu Wu said fluently, "You can save his life, but he would miss out on a great opportunity." A great opportunity? The great void, seed, the corrosive energy, the power heaven and earth in the unknown land, and my 30,000 years of essence chi can help him change his fate. "Can you do it?" Lu Wu asked. Naturally, Lu Zhou was aware of Duanmushang's current situation. That was the reason he had rushed here to bring Duanmushang away. However, he knew he could only bring him away and continue using the heavenly writing power to expel the corrosive energy. However, it was not a permanent solution. Moreover, rumors were already spreading about Duanmushang possessing the Great Void Seed. If he had to pick an opponent, he would pick an insanely powerful fierce beast over humans. Human hearts were unpredictable, after all. Previously, Ning Wanqing had also said this might be a blessing in disguise for Duanmushang. Finally, Lu Zhou looked at Lu Wu and asked, "How can a mere beast emperor protect him?" With this, Lu Wu straightened its back as 9 tails suddenly rose from its back. Primal chi began to surge violently as the dark clouds began to roll. Lu Wu's abdomen heaved up and down violently as streams of dark light flowed from its 9 tails into its abdomen. Although Lu Zhou was not afraid, he did not expect Lu Wu to be so smart that it was still hiding its strength up to this point. He said, "You have quite a few tricks up your sleeve. I'm not afraid of those below the level of venerable masters. Those above the level of venerable masters." Lu Wu trailed off. At this moment, Konk's voice drifted over. "Move!" Cheng Huang flew over with Yi Tianxin and Konk on its back and landed on the island easily. Lu Wu was very vigilant. Its fur stood on end as it looked at Cheng Huang predatorily. "Scram!" Konk said. "How bold! Master defeated you, but you still dare to ask Cheng Huang to scram." Despite feeling incredibly unhappy, Lu Wu could only tolerate this. Lu Zhou continued to say, "You're a majestic beast emperor. If you have the chance to return to the depths of the unknown land, why don't you return and live a solitary and peaceful life?" Lu Wu averted its gaze and began to mutter unintelligible words under its breath again. At the same time, Konk pointed at Lu Wu and said, "Master, it said that you're old and muddle-headed. It also said you're annoying for asking questions you already know the answers to." Lu Wu. "You really don't know what's good for you," Lu Zhou said indifferently. Lu Wu sized Konk up before it muttered a few words experimentally. Konk said, "I'm not guessing. I understand the beast language." Lu Wu took a step back, and it said in human language, clearly surprised, "You're so young, but you know the beast language." Lu Zhou raised his voice and interjected, "Your whereabouts have been exposed. What are you going to do if something happens to Duanmushang?" After mulling over it, Lu Zhou determined it was indeed safer and better for now for Duanmushang to stay with Lu Wu. Duanmushang cultivated more diligently than anyone in the Evil Sky Pavilion. He could practice his spear techniques in the back of the mountain alone without rest, food, water, rest, and sleep. He could also endure the pain in the star-gathering formation. Innate talent aside, he was a true cultivation fanatic. He was also the embodiment of hard work and diligence. Lu Zhou believed that if Duanmushang were of sound mind now, Duanmushang would make the same decision as well. His gaze fell on Duanmushang. At this moment, Lu Wu said, "Young master here, Lu Wu here. Young master die, Lu die." "All right." Lu Zhou extended his hand. The Overlord spear stuck in the huge rock dislodged itself and returned to Lu Zhou's hand. "I'll make this decision on my unfilial disciple's behalf and let him stay by your side. If anything happens to him, I'll hold you accountable." Buzz. The Overlord spear began to thrum. "What are you doing?" Lu Wu asked warily. Lu Zhou tapped his toes on the ground and flew up into the sky above the lake. This is the spear technique called breaking the formation. Look closely. I'll demonstrate it once, and you'll teach it to him. Lu Zhou held the spear with one hand before he traced the dragon carving on the shaft with his index finger and held it horizontally, level with the surface of the lake. Splash! Water splashed up from the lake to the sky, transforming into energy spears. The energy spears arranged themselves in a neat formation. Their battle-intent soared as high as the sky. Then, they swept out like a gust of wind toward a rock and instantly reduced it to dust. Lu Wu was surprised by this and could not help but mutter again. Yet, another new move. After Lu Zhou was done with his demonstration, he tossed the Overlord spear out and guided it next to Duanmushang. Then, he said expressionlessly to Yi Tianxin and Conk, "Let's go." After Lu Zhou flew onto Cheng Huang's back, Cheng Huang flew away. After Cheng Huang disappeared from sight, Lu Wu felt that something was wrong. If Lu Zhou was going to leave his disciple here in the end, why did Lu Zhou beat it up? With this realization, Lu Wu felt that it had suffered a huge loss. Despicable, shameless human. At this moment, in the distant forest, Cheng Huang suddenly turned back. Just as Lu Wu finished cursing, Cheng Huang appeared in the sky again. Conk pointed at Lu Wu and said, "Master, it's scolding you again, Lu Wu." The Beast Emperor felt as though it was going to mentally collapse. Lu Zhou stood on Cheng Huang's back and said, "Lu Wu, I suddenly remember something. I have a favor to ask of you." "No," Lu Wu said without any hesitation. Then, it bent down and exhaled deeply, bringing Duanmushang and the Overlord spear into its mouth. Following that, it leaped thousands of feet up into the sky. "Go after him." Cheng Huang let out a happy cry as it chased after Lu Wu. Felt like this was the time to prove its ability. "Master, we won't be able to catch up this way," Conk said. Cheng Huang's speed was slow in comparison to Lu Wu. The difference between a Beast King and a Beast Emperor was too big, after all. It would be difficult for Cheng Huang to make up for the difference even if its size was bigger. Lu Zhou bent down and pressed one hand against Lu Zhou. The supreme mystic power flowed from his hand into Cheng Huang's body. In just an instant, Cheng Huang glowed with a faint blue light. As though it was injected with a stimulant, its speed increased greatly. Lu Wu crossed countless forests and mountains. During its journey, it even destroyed a small fierce beast's nest. When it finally arrived at a hidden place surrounded by mountains on three sides, it finally sat on its haunches with a triumphant expression on its face before it spat Duanmushang and the Overlord spear out on the ground as though they were trash. After that, Lu Wu said smugly, "A mere Beast King thinks it could catch up to me?" Suddenly, "Hello!" Conk flew up in the air and greeted Lu Wu. Lu Wu's eyes widened in disbelief. Their sizes were like the sun and the moon. Its expression was rather comical. At this moment, Cheng Huang landed in front of Lu Wu. Lu Zhou and Yi Tianxin stared at Lu Wu. "You still want to run?" Lu Zhou glanced at Duanmushang, who was lying on the ground, before he said, "You can't even outrun a Beast King. I'm rather worried about leaving Duanmushang with you." Perhaps, the Beast Emperor felt that it had lost all its pride. It began to huff and puff as it pawed at the ground. It looked like a bull that was about to charge out. Then, it deflated before it complained like a child. "I didn't give it my all. It doesn't count." Naturally, Lu Zhou knew Lu Wu did not flee with all its might earlier. Moreover, he had boosted Cheng Huang with the supreme mystic power. However, he could not let go of the advantage he had now. Hence, he said, "All right, you're a majestic Beast Emperor, but you still want to quarrel with a junior." The junior Lu Zhou mentioned was none other than Cheng Huang. Cheng Huang sat on the ground with its back and ears straight. It was clearly very pleased with itself. Upon seeing this, Lu Wu felt as though it was going to faint from anger. In the end, it held back its unhappiness and asked, "Lu Tiantong, what do you want?" Lu Zhou said bluntly, "I want to borrow your life heart." "Impossible. You can't." Lu Wu's voice shook the tree mountains. The fierce beasts in the vicinity trembled in fear due to the sudden arrival of a beast emperor. Lu Wu, the beast emperor that humans feared and the beast emperor that was respected by fierce beasts, had never felt so aggrieved in his life before today. For its young master's sake, it endured. It did not want to fight a venerable master, so it endured. It did not want to bicker with a junior, so it endured. However, how could it endure lending someone its life heart? This it would not endure. There was no need to explain how valuable life hearts were to humans. The higher the quality of the life heart, the rarer it would be. One could only imagine the value of a beast emperor's life heart. The heavens seemed to be very fair when it created humans and fierce beasts. Life hearts could be used twice. In a way, it could balance the conflict between humans and fierce beasts. Fierce beasts were undoubtedly strong as a whole, but there was nothing humans could not deal with as long as they lived long enough. Lu Wu exhaled a huge heat wave out of its nostrils. It was clearly very angry. Lu Zhou calmly said, "Nothing's impossible. You're a venerable master." What Lu Wu meant was that the life heart of a beast emperor was useless to a venerable master. "You don't have to worry. After I borrow your life heart, I'll definitely return it to you," Lu Zhou calmly said. Lu Wu lowered its head as its eyes darted around. Its expression was clearly written on its face. "This man is evil, and I'd be stupid to believe him." Conch boldly flew over and hovered in front of Lu Wu before she said, "Be good. Don't run." Lu Wu felt like it was going to vomit blood. Lu Zhou said, "Since you said I'm a venerable master, why would I lie? Moreover, when have I lied?" "You've lied plenty of times," Lu Wu said in a deep voice. Lu Zhou shook his head. "This Lu Tiantong must not be a good person. How can he resemble me so much?" Lu Zhou continued to say, almost in a coaxing manner, "Lu Wu, why don't you lend me your life heart, and I'll leave Cheng Huang here as collateral. What do you think?" "Cheng Huang? No, I can't." Lu Wu shook its head vehemently. Lu Zhou was not in a hurry. He continued to say, "Or you can ask for a favor from me." "No, I don't want a favor." Lu Wu shook its head again. At this time, Yi Tianxin interjected, "What if we help you find your master Duanmu?" Lu Wu froze before it lifted its head. All sentient beings had emotions. Humans were also a kind of beast. Humans had emotions to sustain in the long passage of time. But what about beasts? Duanmu Dian was not only Lu Wu's master, but he was also Lu Wu's weakness. Lu Wu had been lonely ever since its master left, and it did not know if its master was dead or alive. Lu Zhou knew there was an opening at this moment, but he hesitated a little before he said, "I know the Great Void is very strong. Back then, when Venerable Master Duanmu was brought away to the Great Void, even if I'm really Lu Tiantong, I'm afraid there was nothing I could have done to help. I'm just borrowing your life heart, and I'll return it to you after using it. You won't suffer any loss at all." Lu Wu lowered its head until it was above Duanmu Shang before it began to sniff a few times as though confirming something. Then it moved forward and tilted its head slightly, sizing Lu Zhou up before it began sniffing as well. However, it did not smell any familiar aura. Finally, it said, "Avatar. You want to see my avatar?" Lu Zhou nodded slightly. "As you wish, Buzz." However, instead of the Thousand Realms whirling avatar of someone who had passed 3 birth trials as Lu Wu had expected, a blue 8 methods connected avatar hovered above Lu Zhou's palm. The avatar was very weak, and its aura was negligible. Yi Tianxin and Conch were puzzled. Lu Wu was so shocked that its eyeball almost popped out of their sockets. It even lowered its head to study the avatar. In its eyes, the avatar was like a luminous pearl. The power contained in the avatar was peerless and dazzling. It was as though it could bring thousands of miles of clear sky in the harsh unknown land. Its voice trembled slightly as it said, "Okay." Lu Zhou was inwardly surprised that Lu Wu had agreed so readily as soon as it saw the blue avatar. Originally, he planned to manifest both his avatars to show his might. Who knew just the 8 methods connected method was enough? While Lu Zhou was puzzled over this matter, Lu Wu opened its mouth. Its abdomen moved before a life heart shining with a black light floated past 2 rows of gigantic teeth. When the Beast Emperor's life heart fell into Lu Zhou's hand, he felt a bone-chilling cold seep through his skin. It was much colder than Pu Yi's water ability. Lu Wu's life heart did not conflict with Pu Yi's heart, and his ice control ability came from the purple glazed ceramic. Once he used Lu Wu's life heart, it meant his ability to control ice and water would increase by 4 times. With time, this ability would only grow stronger along with his cultivation. At the time when he became a venerable master, this ability to freeze would not be any weaker than Lu Wu's. Finally, Lu Zhou said, "If I don't return your life heart, won't your strength be greatly reduced? At that time, how are you going to protect my disciple?" Then Lu Zhou flew onto Cheng Huang's back. Upon seeing this, Yi Tianxin and Conk followed suit. Before Lu Zhou flew away, Lu Wu said, "I hope you'll keep your promise. I'll wait for you." Then Lu Wu sat down on its haunches and recalled Lu Zhou's last words. "No! Old thief! Despicable!" Boom! Lu Wu slapped its paw heavily on the ground, and the earth shook, causing Duanmu Shang to fly up in the air before landing on the ground again. Although Lu Wu was angry, it had no choice but to wait here. After the Battle of the Northern Sword Canyon, its damaged heart had yet to heal. Now it was without its life heart. With all these factors, it was only natural that its strength was greatly reduced. It rashly left this place now and encountered a stronger enemy. The consequences would be undesirable. After all, too many people coveted the life heart of a beast emperor. In fact, Lu Zhou knew there were 3 main reasons he was able to subdue Lu Wu today. First, Lu Wu had thought he was Lu Tiantong, a venerable master. Second, it was because of Duanmu Shang, who was a direct descendant of Duanmu Dian. Third, Lu Wu did not want a direct confrontation. However, there was another strange factor, his blue avatar. No matter how Lu Zhou thought about it, there was no way Lu Wu would be so impressed by an 8 methods connected avatar that it immediately agreed to lend its life heart to him. However, that was what it seemed like. He thought Lu Wu might have seen a blue avatar before and knew something about it. However, he did not think there was anyone who could cultivate a blue avatar like him. In any case, this was a question for the future. At this moment, Conk asked, "Master, are we going back now?" Lu Zhou shook his head. "There's no rush. Let's find a hidden place first. We have to return Lu Wu's life heart as soon as possible." Yi Tianxin and Conk nodded. In their eyes, their master was an expert with 12 birth charts. It was reasonable that he needed a beast emperor's life heart. "Master, are we really going to return it?" Conk asked. Lu Zhou raised his hand and knocked Conk's forehead. "Don't imitate little Yuaner's nonsense behavior in the future." Yi Tianxin covered her mouth and laughed. Conk touched her head, confused. She did not know why she said that was wrong. Lu Zhou said, "Lu Wu gave up his essence chi to save your 3rd senior brother's life. This shows that it doesn't covet his great void seed. Your 3rd senior brother has the corrosive energy now, so I have to take that into consideration. Even if I bring him back, I can only temporarily suppress the corrosive energy in his body. I won't be able to dispel it completely. Moreover, the vitality energy in the unknown land is complex and rich. If I bring him back, he might miss out on a great opportunity." Yi Tianxin nodded. 3rd senior brother pursues the path of cultivation more ardently than anyone. Master is wise. "Oh," Conk nodded. "If we don't return Lu Wu's life heart, it would be greatly weakened. This would put 3rd senior brother in danger," Yi Tianxin explained. After a while, the trio finally arrived at another mountain range. The unknown land was so vast that it seemed boundless. Even if it was a beast emperor or a beast king, they could fly for half a day, but they still would only be in a corner of the unknown land. "Stop!" Cheng Huang came to a stop. "Master, there's a cave." Lu Zhou nodded. He flew nimbly off Cheng Huang's back and landed in front of the cave. The cave was dry, and the environment was not too bad. The primal chi was also relatively rich. Lu Zhou recited the heavenly writing's power of hearing before expanding his hearing range to cover thousands of meters. After confirming there was no beast king in the vicinity, he said, "I'll be staying here for a time. Both of you must not wander off too far." "Understood." Xianxia and Conk bowed in unison. Since the two women knew their master was going to be activating his birth chart, they did not dare to be careless and found a hidden place nearby to keep watch. Fortunately, the unknown land was vast. As far as the eyes could see, there were only some small beasts and the gloomy clouds looming over them. There were no signs of humans. No wonder Lu Wu could move around most undetected. With its wisdom, even if it did encounter a venerable master whom it could not defeat, it would not be a problem for it to flee unharmed. In the cave, Lu Zhou sat cross-legged on the ground and brought the birth chart map out before he manifested his lotus. Lu Zhou was not in a rush to place the life heart in his birth palace. Instead, he studied the map carefully. Similar to the zones on the birth palace, birth charts were divided into 3 categories: heaven, earth, and human. Most Thousand Realms whirling cultivators had only activated human-grade birth chart. As for cultivators like judges from the White Tower Council and the Black Tower Council, perhaps, they had activated 1 or 2 earth-grade birth charts. It was only when one reached the level of the Tower Masters of the White Tower Council and the Black Tower Council that one could activate heaven-grade birth charts. Even then, it was not a guarantee. There was a possibility that even someone with that cultivation level could only continue to activate human-grade or earth-grade birth charts. This had a lot to do with a cultivator's innate talent. Some cultivators' birth palaces could only hold 5 life hearts, hence, they would not have a chance to activate a heaven-grade birth chart. This was the case for Lu Li. Heaven-grade birth charts were also known as great birth charts. Needless to say, the requirements of the life hearts to activate a great birth chart were very high as well. After all, activating a great birth chart would increase one's cultivation significantly. 5 human-grade birth charts, 3 earth-grade birth charts. The 9th life heart can be activated into a great birth chart. However, it's still a little early. Lu Zhou muttered to himself. Although it was not time yet, presented with such a great opportunity, who would give up? Nevertheless, it was a waste to put the Beast Emperor's life heart in the human zone on the birth palace. The 2nd heaven position collectively improves one's abilities. The guarding the land of abundance position in the southwestern corner of the birth palace and the 3 holy paths position can bring out the birth chart's full potential. Lu Zhou muttered to himself as he looked at the few visible positions on the map. In the end, he finally decided on the guarding the land of abundance position before bringing out the life heart. Lu Zhou had just activated his 8th birth chart not too long ago. It had only been 4 or 5 days since he entered the Moonlight Woodland, but he was already activating another birth chart. In a way, his actions could be considered as undue haste. However, the current situation was special, so he could only activate his birth chart first. He would take his time to stabilize it properly after he was done. Needless to say, he would experience more pain compared to if he had waited. Lu Zhou decisively put the life heart in the guarding the land of abundance position. Thud! The life heart was clearly freezing cold, but when Lu Zhou placed it in his birth palace, it felt as though someone had taken a red-hot iron and branded him. The searing pain spread immediately. Lu Zhou was caught off guard and almost cried out in pain. Fortunately, he was mentally strong. Not only did he live 2 lives, but he also had 2 avatars to stabilize his foundation. If an ordinary person were to activate their birth chart so rashly, they would have passed out from the pain, resulting in failure of activating the birth chart and wasting the life heart. Lu Zhou quickly adapted to the pain and silently activated his supreme mystic power to deal with the pain. At this time, Xianxia and Conk stood on Cheng Huang's back as they looked at the scenery in the unknown land. After getting used to the harsh environment and not considering their hastily found accommodation, it felt pretty good to be in the unknown land. There was a sense of urgency that came from the dark clouds looming overhead. The despair that seemed to linger in this place where night and day bled into one, and the feeling of standing on the edge of the world were exhilarating. The 2 women sat next to each other, reveling in this harsh yet beautiful place. All of a sudden, Conk asked, "Senior sister, do you think humans lived here in the past?" Xianxia smiled and replied, "It's possible. After all, The unknown land is much more vast compared to all the domains. Conk looked at the dark clouds in the sky and said, however, the environment is really too harsh. There's almost no difference between night and day all year round. It's either windy, storming, or raining every day. Why is it like this? I don't know. Junior sister, are you homesick? Home was a heavy topic for Conk. From the time she could remember, she was the wild child in the seaside village whom everyone shouted at and hit. She wore tattered clothes, ate the fruits that grew in the forest, and used the sky as her quilt and the earth as her bed. She never had a home until she met her master, and he brought her back to the Evil Sky Pavilion. In the Evil Sky Pavilion, she received the best care. No one bullied her. She did not have to hide or wander aimlessly. To her, the Evil Sky Pavilion was home. Even after she met her mother, Luo Xian, who raised her and learned that she came from the unknown land, Conk did not feel like the unknown land was her home. Home was a haven, a place she could return to. As the saying went, home is where the heart is. The Evil Sky Pavilion was her home. Conk finally replied, the Evil Sky Pavilion is my home. All right. Yi Tianxin moved closer to Conk and patted Conk's head. 2 days passed in just a blink of an eye. In the cave, Lu Zhou stared at the life heart in his birthplace, waiting for it to be embedded completely. After 2 days, he had grown mostly numb to the pain. Fortunately, this was his third birth chart after passing his first birth trial. Otherwise, it would be incredibly difficult for him to endure such pain. When the life heart finally sank into the birth palace, Lu Zhou felt as though his entire being was being. When the heart of the life matrix sank into the life palace, Lu Zhou suddenly felt as if his entire body had been disassembled. He silently recited the mantra of the heavenly writing. The supreme mystic power surged through his body, causing him to glow like the blue of the sky. Soon enough, a cooling sensation spread in his body, dispelling some of the pain. Lu Zhou saw the life heart flashing at this moment and quickly waved his hand. Withdraw! The life heart flew out from the birth palace immediately. Following that, the spot where the life heart left looked as though it had been filled with water. Then, energy began to surge into it before a vortex formed, absorbing Lu Zhou's lifespan. Lu Zhou calmed down. He had finally entered the second stage. He looked at his decreasing lifespan, the system panel after that. Being able to activate this birth chart using Lu Wu's life heart was worth losing 1,500 years. In fact, adding the 500 years he would gain from activating this birth chart, it only cost him 1,000 years. After using the green cicada jade previously, his lifespan had reached over 8,000 years, which was more than enough to activate this birth chart. After putting Lu Wu's life heart away, Lu Zhou closed his eyes and meditated on the heavenly writing. All he had to do now was wait. Meanwhile, in a hidden area surrounded by 3 mountains, Lu Wu lay on the ground lazily. It raised its head and surveyed its surroundings, bored. Usually, at this time, it would go out and find some weak, fierce beasts to eat, but now he could only stay in the mountains. After all, he had to be cautious. Whoosh! Duanmu Sheng suddenly sat up at this moment. His mind was buzzing, and he looked around blankly, not knowing what was going on. You're awake? Lu Wu asked. Duanmu Sheng shuddered. He stomped on the ground and flipped in the air. He instinctively grabbed the Overlord spear that was next to him as well. He hovered in the air and said, It's you again? Lu Wu said, You've been possessed. Your master came. You stay here from now on. Master. Duanmu Sheng furrowed his brows in confusion. Lu Wu recounted everything that happened on the island in the center of the lake. Since Lu Wu's speech was stilted and rather vague, Duanmu Sheng had to ask it to repeat itself multiple times. In the end, it took an hour for Lu Wu to finish recounting everything. After learning the ins and outs of the matter, Duanmu Sheng stabbed the Overlord's spear into the ground and asked, Where's my master? That old thief? I don't know. He took my life heart and promised to return. Old thief. Duanmu Sheng grabbed the Overlord's spear and pointed it at Lu Wu. Lu Wu, I'm warning you. If you insult my master again, We will be irreconcilable enemies. Huff! Lu Wu exhaled its essence qi. A fierce wind swept out and forced Duanmu Sheng back a few steps. Lu Wu's eyes widened as it said, "Young master, do you know how miserable he made me? It doesn't matter. You can't differentiate right-wrong." Lu Wu said disappointedly. Duanmu Sheng stabbed the overlord's spear into the ground again and said, "Since you treat me as your young master, you should listen to me. You're not allowed to insult my master." Lu Wu was not bothered by Duanmu Sheng's words. It repeated these words over and over again. "Old thief, old thief, old thief." Lu Wu. Duanmu Sheng was angry and helpless. He was no match for Lu Wu after all. Since Lu Wu did not listen to him, there was nothing else he could do. He turned around and flew toward one of the mountain peaks. Lu Wu said, "You respect your master. I will continue to hold a grudge. Don't persuade me to be kind without knowing my affairs." Duanmu Sheng, who had never been eloquent, could only look at Lu Wu speechlessly. He sighed inwardly. "I can't even win against a beast." However, Duanmu Sheng could not deny that Lu Wu had a point. Seeing that Duanmu Sheng was in a better state, Lu Wu recalled the spear technique Lu Zhou had demonstrated. After mulling over it for a while, it shook its head. How could he teach the spear technique to Duanmu Sheng? Boom! Lu Wu smacked its huge paw on the ground. It was really angry. Duanmu Sheng turned around and took a look. "What's wrong with you now?" "None of your business." Lu Wu could tell Duanmu Sheng was a little foolish and too loyal. In order to maintain its relationship with its young master, he could not talk too much about its grudge against Lu Tiantong. Moreover, the two were separate matters. Another 2 days passed. Lu Zhou saw that the area of the Great Birth Chart was already half filled. Just as he was about to close his eyes and continue to meditate on the heavenly writing, "Ding! Your disciple, Yu Shangrong, has successfully sprouted the 11th leaf and opened a new path of cultivation. Reward, 10,000 merit points. Ding! Yu Shangrong has met the requirements to complete his apprenticeship. Will you allow him to complete his apprenticeship?" Lu Zhou was slightly surprised and confused. Yu Shangrong had sprouted the 11th leaf a while ago, but there were no notifications from the system. Why did the notification only come at this time? However, Yu Shangrong was a different case after all. Normally, once his disciples, like Yu Zhenghai and Ming Shirin, had successfully formed their 1,000 realms whirling avatars, he would immediately receive the notifications from the system. With this thought in mind, he wondered what it would be like for Duanmu Sheng. Based on Duanmu Sheng's attacks on the island, his strength was comparable to a 1 or 2 chart 1,000 realms whirling cultivator. This was the explosive power he gained from the corrosive energy and Lu Wu's essence qi. When would Duanmu Sheng, who was now possessed, had no 11th leaf or 1,000 realms whirling avatar, and was without an avatar, meet the requirements to complete his apprenticeship? Forget it. There's no point dwelling on it. When the time comes, there'll naturally be a solution. Complete apprenticeship. Ding! Your disciple, Yu Shangrong, has successfully completed his apprenticeship. Ding! You're rewarded with a random card. When you use this card, a rare item will be randomly awarded to you. Ding! After Yu Shangrong completes his apprenticeship, he can establish a sect and accept disciples. Maximum number of disciples, 3. Ding! You will no longer receive merit points for teaching Yu Shangrong. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and a card appeared in his hand. Ding! Obtain Supreme Mystic Card X1, Reversal Card X100. Although Lu Zhou knew he would obtain a rare card, his heart still raced in his chest when he saw the Supreme Mystic Card. After all, he had seen the effects of the card. Lu Zhou put away the Supreme Mystic Card, feeling much more confident. The pressure of being in the unknown land had mostly disappeared with the appearance of the card. This was, in fact, just a psychological effect since the environment did not change at all. Why did Old Second only complete his apprenticeship now? Lu Zhou wondered out loud. He took a look at his birth palace before he recited the incantation for the power of sight. When his eyes glowed blue, Scenes after scenes appeared in front of his eyes. Old Eighth, your cultivation has improved tremendously, but you haven't grasped the essence of your 9 tribulations Thunderblast's fist technique. If you rely on brute force alone, it'll be easy for others to surpass you, Yu Xiangrong said. Yu Xiangrong was the kind to challenge those who were stronger than him. When he had 3 leaves, he could kill those with 6 leaves. When he had 6 leaves, he could kill those with 7 leaves. When he had 11 leaves, he could kill those with 5 birth charts. Zhu Honggong was the opposite. He would never challenge someone stronger than him. At this moment, Zhu Honggong pressed his hand against his swollen face and touched his panda-like eyes before he asked, I understand. Senior brother, can I have a day to rest tomorrow? Yu Xiangrong frowned slightly. After being embarrassed, you should become even more courageous. However, not only do you not feel ashamed, but you're even so weak. Thud. I was wrong, Zhu Honggong said, aggrieved, as he fell to his knees. Then Yu Xiangrong shifted his gaze to Ming Shi'in, who was standing at the side. Old Fourth, what about you? Ming Shi'in, who was also bruised and swollen, touched his cheek. He winced in pain before he said, It really hurts. However, these are superficial injuries. They're a reflection of second senior brother's exquisite and superb swordsmanship. This is especially so when combined with the golden halo and sharp blades. How admirable! Second senior brother, you've created your own sword style. Zhu Honggong. Ming Shi'in glanced at Zhu Honggong, who was looking at him with round eyes. He said, Idiot, what are you looking at me for? Zhu Honggong lowered his head. His heart was filled with grievances. His 4th senior brother had stolen these words from him. How unreasonable! Yu Xiangrong did not bother with his 2 junior brothers' exchange. He said to Ming Shi'in, Old Fourth, my swordsmanship is just at the rudimentary stage. I still need to study the Guiyuan sword technique and slowly hone my skills before I can fully develop my own sword style. In order to do that, I need a decent opponent. He paused for a moment before he continued to say, Your earlier words have moved my heart. Hence, over the next period of time, I'll have to trouble you to spar with me to help me improve my swordsmanship. Ming Shi'in. Zhu Honggong could not hold back his laughter and burst out laughing. He quickly covered his mouth with his hands to suppress his laughter. He could feel 2 pairs of eyes staring at him, and it made him feel like ants were crawling all over his body. Old Fourth alone isn't enough. From now on, both of you should spar with me, Yu Xiangrong said. Following that, he flew away from the training arena. Zhu Honggong said, Fourth brother, don't look at me like that. I'm innocent as well. No, this can't continue. We have to look for eldest senior brother, Ming Shi'in said before he flashed away. With that, Lu Zhou cut off the power of sight. So Yu Xiangrong has comprehended a new sword style, and the system judged that he met the requirements to complete his apprenticeship? Yu Xiangrong had long reached the final level of the sword path, the sword of creation or the swordless path. The theory of the son of heaven's sword was no longer applicable to him. Since he had just developed his own style and comprehended a new sword principle, it must be something that complemented his 11 leaves and golden avatar. With that, he could not help but wonder how Zhu Honggong would complete his apprenticeship. He shook his head. That disciple of his was not even well-versed with the 9 tribulations Thunderblast. He had only gotten so far along because he found a huge tree to rely on. After sorting out his thoughts, Lu Zhou thought about the 100 reversal cards he just obtained. The card was rather useful during critical moments. Moreover, the price had never gone up. This could be considered as the only shred of conscience the system had left. Regardless, Lu Zhou liked the Supreme Mystic card the most. No matter what, he had to treasure and protect this card. He was determined not to use it unless it was absolutely necessary. Subsequently, Lu Zhou looked at his birth palace. Currently, the activation of the birth chart was at its most peaceful and also most tedious stage. He sighed. There was nothing he could do but wait. On the system interface, his lifespan continued to decrease. -100 days. -200 days. 10 days passed in just a blink of an eye. near Lake Heart Island. Yi Wuxing and Yi Cheng looked at the dead fishes and frozen trees. Yi Cheng said, Lu Wu left. Lu Wu isn't stupid. Of course, it'd leave. If we wait for reinforcements from the Yi clan, it'd be too late. Even a venerable master would need a month to travel here from the runic passage. Yi Wuxing said. The injuries on the duo's bodies had mostly recovered after this period of time. No wonder Brother Yi revealed this matter to the monster hunting squad. Yi Cheng said. This is what the monster hunting squad does. They live on the edge of the blade all year round. They should be here within a month. Yi Wuxing said. But aren't we just handing the Beast Emperor to them? Lu Wu has 4 life hearts. They'll definitely leave us with 1 for the Yi clan's sake. Moreover, do you really think my target is Lu Wu? Yi Wuxing asked. The scene of Duanmu Shang soaring into the sky as purplish-blue energy shrouded him appeared in his mind. Ha! Yi Cheng was confused. You'll know when the time comes? Yi Wuxing flew to the lakeside and tossed a talisman out. The talisman fluttered in the air before turning into a firefly and flying into the sky. Isn't this a tracking talisman? Yi Cheng was surprised. That's right. Before coming to the unknown land, I found someone and exchanged a lot of treasure for these few tracking talismans. Although Lu Wu is very smart, it'd be difficult for it to completely remove all traces of its energy. This is the reason I insisted we return to this place within 15 days. Yi Wuxing flew to the island in the center of the lake, watching the firefly-like talisman capture the remnant energy in the air. He shifted his gaze into the distance as he said, The vitality energy in the unknown land is complex and fluctuates greatly. The energy will remain for half a month at most before it's dispersed by the harsh environment. Lu Wu should know about this tracking method. Isn't afraid of being found? Only venerable masters could fight Lu Wu, so why would it be afraid? Moreover, the tracking talisman isn't without flaws. If the energy is messed even slightly, we'll be led astray. In the end, it also depends on luck. I hope it didn't run far, Yi Wuxing said. He increased his speed as he followed the firefly-like talisman. The duo flew at high speed past the island, following the talisman that was flying toward the mountains in the distance. Brother Yi, I don't understand. If it's like you said, only venerable masters are a match for Lu Wu. How's the monster hunting squad going to deal with Lu Wu when they don't have a venerable master in their team? Yi Cheng asked, puzzled. Yi Wuxing chuckled. People die for money and birds die for food. The monster hunting squad is like a group of outlaws. They hunt birth chart beasts in the unknown land all year round. They're experienced as well. They might not amount to much alone, but their teamwork is among the top 3 in the unknown land. Moreover, Lu Wu has been injured by that mysterious golden lotus cultivator. Hence, the possibility of them taking Lu Wu down is very high. After a beat, he continued to say, I've met the captain of the monster hunting squad, Chao Zichuan, a few times. This person likes to take risks and is born to be an outlaw in the unknown land. He has 15 birth charts, at least. Look, we don't even have to do anything, and we'll get a life heart. Brother Yi, you're amazing. Yi Cheng gave Yi Wuxing a thumbs up. Yi Wuxing did not mention Duanmu Shang at all. Even if it was to Yi Cheng, he did not say a word at all. After all, this concerned the great void energy, a supreme treasure that could defy the heavens and change one's fate. After flying for 2 hours, Yi Wuxing saw the tracking talisman stop in the air. Yi Cheng was overjoyed. It has to be nearby. Yi Wuxing shushed him before saying in a low voice, Don't think Lu Wu is stupid. Treat it like how you would a human. Oh! Silent Yi waved his hand casually. After the tracking talisman disappeared, the duo lowered their altitudes in the sky. Restrain your energy in your Dantian Sea of Qi. There are 3 mountains ahead. If I were Lu Wu, I'd choose this place to rest. The terrain is high, so it's not easy to be discovered, and one can leave at any time, Yi Wuxing said. Then, he landed on the ground before pressing his ears to the ground after he said, Wait! Yi Wuxing stayed in that position for 2 hours. When he heard a muffled boom, he rose to his feet and said, We've got the right place. Brother Yi, how do you know that? Yicheng was amazed. Through sound, strength, and experience, Yi Wuxing replied. Yi Wuxing pointed at an ancient tree nearby and said, "This way." The duo walked up to the ancient tree and moved their ears close to it. Yi Wuxing said, "Using the most primitive way to determine the target's location is the easiest and best way in this situation. Lu Wu must be over there. There's a crash of rhinoceroses in the front left and a pack of wolves in the front right. They're all very weak, so they won't interfere with our plan." Yi Wuxing could use a cultivation technique to track, but this would give away his presence since Lu Wu was likely able to sense the energy fluctuations. He had to admit, in certain aspects, fierce beasts were far superior to humans. For example, a fierce beast's senses were much keener than a human's. Yicheng listened closely to the sounds before he said in admiration, "Brother Yi, you're really amazing." Yi Wuxing looked at the treetops before he said, "Just one position isn't enough. Follow me." "What for?" "Go around to the other side. I want to confirm its position." Yi Wuxing led Yicheng and flew at a low altitude. During the journey, they were very cautious and did not release much of their primal qi. They flew at a constant speed and only used a trickle of primal qi. The duo flew for another hour before they landed on the ground. Using the same method, Yi Wuxing crouched down and moved his ear close to the ground to listen to the noises coming from the ground. This time he took twice as long. Upon seeing this, Yicheng crouched down as well and tried to listen as well. However, he did not hear anything. He asked in a low voice, "Brother Yi, did Lu Wu run away?" Yi Wuxing shushed Yicheng. Patience was the most important trait of hunters. Yi Wuxing was very patient. He waited for another hour. Boom! A muffled noise rang from the ground. Yicheng's eyes widened in surprise. He could barely conceal his delight. On the contrary, Yi Wuxing was rather calm. He nodded before indicating that Yicheng should be quiet. The duo was about to rise to their feet when, creak, ha! The duo exchanged a look. Brother Yi. Yicheng was not experienced enough to determine what sound it was. He was clearly confused as he looked around. Listen again. Yi Wuxing could not figure out what sound it was as well. However, his experience and instinct told him that the source of that sound was not simple. All he needed to do was confirm it now. In the quiet mountain range and forest, the cries of a small number of flying beasts, the growlings of the fierce beasts, and the whistling wind entered Yi Wuxing's ears. Cultivators' hearings were generally good. Even without the use of primal qi, they still hear sounds within a range of 1,000 meters. To hear even further, one naturally needed to have a higher cultivation. Buzz! Over there! Yi Wuxing flew over at top speed. After a moment, he heard a screech from the mountains. He raised his hands. Stop! Yicheng, who had just caught up not long ago, panted as he looked at the dark mountain range. There's no need to investigate any further. It's a beast king, Yi Wuxing said as he pointed at the small fierce beasts around him. Beast kings are territorial. Once they claim a territory, they'll drive away the other fierce beasts. Look! In the forest, on the hillside, and on the land below, the fierce beasts were scampering away. How lucky! Let's go and kill it, Yicheng said excitedly. No, Yi Wuxing shook his head and said, we're too close. We risk alerting Lu Wu. Our target is Lu Wu, not the Beast King. Yicheng sighed. What a pity. Yi Wuxing pointed to a peak in the west and said, let's go there. We'll send a message to the monster hunting squad and wait for them there. Okay. Following that, the duo flew west. At this moment, Conk pointed at Cheng Huang and said, Senior sister, Cheng Huang is growing. Yi Tianxin and Conk looked at Cheng Huang in surprise. Cheng Huang lowered its head, but it only let out a small squeak. To be precise, it's recovering, Yi Tianxin said with a smile. When I first saw it in the moonlight woodland, it was much bigger than this. Both of us together aren't even as big as its nostrils. Parted with a part of its life heart and shrank in size for me. It seems like the vitality energy in the unknown land is very conducive to fierce beasts' recovery speed. Cheng Huang nodded and made some noises. Conk said, Cheng Huang said it has eaten too many small fierce beasts recently, so it doesn't want to eat meat anymore. Yi Tianxin said, bear with it. We haven't been here that long, so it's not good to make a fuss. Cheng Huang lay on the ground, feeling aggrieved. In the cave, Lu Zhou's birth palace was spinning. 2/3 of the area had been filled. Perhaps it was almost at the end. The pain had been significantly reduced. Everything went very smoothly. It was just that the time it took was a little long. Another 3 days passed in just a blink of an eye. On a mountain peak in the unknown land, Yi Cheng asked slightly anxiously, Brother Yi, the monster hunting squad should be here by now, right? There's no need to be anxious. They'll come, Yi Cheng replied. But what if Lu Wu runs away before they arrive? Lu Wu has already been here for at least half a month. If it wants to leave, it would have left a long time ago. Moreover, I still have the tracking talismans, Yi Wuxing said. All right. Not long after that, dozens of cultivators rushed over from the western horizon. Their flying speed was incredibly fast as they flew without rest. They're here. An expression of delight appeared on Yi Wuxing's face. This is the monster hunting squad? Yi Cheng frowned. Don't you think the number of people is too small? It's fine. This should be enough. As soon as Yi Wuxing finished speaking, a voice rang Yi Wuxing and Yi Cheng's ears. Yi Wuxing, how are you going to cooperate with me since you brought this ungrateful burden here? Figures appeared in front of the duo one after another. There were a total of 40 people with a mix of men and women. These people did not wear long robes like most cultivators did. They were dressed in various styles of strange clothing. Some of them revealed their legs. Some of them wore sleeveless shirts that revealed their arms. Some of their tops revealed their chests. There was even a fat cultivator who was completely shirtless. All of these cultivators had one thing in common. There was a symbol of a green ghostly skull near the corners of their eyes. Yi Wuxing cupped his fists together and said, Brother Chao, please forgive us. This is my brother Yi Cheng. I brought him here to broaden his horizons. The cultivator standing at the lead was Chao Zichuan, the captain of the monster hunting squad. He glanced at Yi Cheng, causing Yi Cheng to blush and lower his head. At this moment, a woman standing at the back spat out a blade of grass before saying before a smile, Oh, you're still a virgin. Do you want me to help you get rid of that label? Yi Cheng's ears turned red as soon as he heard these words. Fu Ruandong, this isn't the place for you to mess around, Yi Wuxing said. I was just joking. Fu Ruandong, the female cultivator, shrugged after she whistled at Yi Cheng. At this time, Chao Zichuan directly asked, Where's Lu Wu now? Yi Wuxing said, Brother Chao, I've already led you here. If you can't even find Lu Wu now, I really find it difficult to trust in your abilities. Chao Zichuan chuckled. Interesting. This is what I like about you. Third brother, show them your skills. A frail monkey-like man stepped forward before he raised his fingers to his lips. Then, a loud and clear sound rang from between his lips. You! Yi Wuxing was shocked. Kid, this is the call of a female flying beast. Even the beasts won't be able to tell it's fake. Look, those male flying beasts are responding. In the surrounding forest, many of the fierce beasts took flight. The frail monkey-like man looked at the fierce beasts before he brought a talisman out and tossed it in the air. The talisman ignited and burned to ashes before a ring of light rose up. After a few breaths, the skinny man pointed in the direction of the 3 mountains and clicked his tongue before he said, It really knows how to hide. How admirable. I'm impressed. Very few people possess such a high level when it comes to imitating sounds and using them to control ordinary beasts. You can't tell the difference from the real things at all. You flatter me, the frail man said. If it's so easy to tell apart, our monster hunting squad wouldn't be able to survive. At this time, Chao Zichuan waved his hand and said, All right, follow the plan. Let's go. Yes. Subsequently, the 40 cultivators flew toward the 3 mountains. The monster hunting squad's combat experience was incredibly rich. Their movements were cautious and almost flawless. Yi Wuxing had long heard that the monster hunting squad was outstanding. He had only met the captain, Chao Zichuan, a few times and did not have knowledge about Chao Zichuan. In fact, he had only chosen to cooperate with the monster hunting squad because he had no other choice. The unknown land was too vast. It was impossible for the reinforcements from the Yi clan to arrive on time. The only way to capture Lu Wu was to cooperate with the monster hunting squad. The plan was going much smoother than he had expected. He really hoped they would succeed. After all, it would benefit him if they failed. As the saying went, common interests can unite people. Yi Wuxing watched as the members of the monster hunting squad flew in different directions as though they had a tacit understanding. Some of them flew to the right, some to the left, some went to the other side of the mountain, and some waited at their spots. All in all, their division of labor was clear and decisive. They had clearly done this many times. What are they doing? Yi Wuxing was puzzled and curious. Since Yi Wuxing could not figure out what the monster hunting squad was doing, there was an even lesser chance that Yi Cheng could figure it out. Yi Cheng only looked around blankly. Chao Zichuan, who was standing next to Yi Wuxing, looked at his people and said, "It's not going to be easy dealing with a beast emperor. We have to make sufficient preparations." He pointed below and continued to say, "My second brother is good at laying formations, so he'll set up a formation nearby. Although it'd be more effective if we have more time, it's better than nothing. My third brother is proficient in the beast language and sound techniques. He'll communicate with the fierce beasts nearby to help during the battle. Lu Wu has been here for a long time, so I'm not sure if he'll have enough time to gather a large number of fierce beasts. Again, it's better than nothing. My fourth sister is a great marksman. She's a godly archer." As soon as these words were spoken, the female cultivator, Fu Ruandong, turned around and winked at the two Yi brothers, Yi Wuxing and Yi Cheng. In the unknown land, those who came here might not know everyone, but they knew the monster hunting squad. To be precise, most people knew the core members of the group: Chao Zichuan, the captain; Xianxia, the second-rank formation master; Yu Wenqiu, the beast tongue expert; and Fu Ruandong, the fourth-rank godly archer. Apart from these four people, the other members were also talented individuals with unique skills. Their personalities were flamboyant and unrestrained. All of them were unique and had different quirks, but they had one thing in common. They liked taking risks. The members of the monster hunting squad continued to fly around the three mountains in different directions. Each of them held a piece of black cloth in their hands, but Yi Wuxing and Yi Cheng did not know what they were for. After a moment, the frail Yu Wenqiu flew back and said, "Boss, it's been confirmed that Lu Wu is resting in the mountains. We have 2 pieces of good news and 1 piece of bad news. Which one do you want to hear first?" "The good news," Chao Zichuan replied. "The first piece of good news is Lu Wu is injured, so his strength is greatly reduced. The second piece of good news is that there's a beast king to the north of this place." "Boss, we're going to be rich this time," Yu Wenqiu said with a smile. Chao Zichuan smiled faintly before he asked, "What about the bad news?" "The bad news is that the beast emperor seems to have a master. In other words, there might be other cultivators nearby," Yu Wenqiu said. Chao Zichuan stroked his chin and pondered on Yu Wenqiu's words. Cultivators who dared to come to the unknown land were definitely not ordinary cultivators. Once the hunt started, they would definitely alert the cultivators nearby. Just because they liked the thrill of taking risks, it did not mean they were reckless. "Keep an eye on the situation. Don't alert the enemies." "Understood." Yu Wenqiu flew away again. Yi Wuxing remained silent on this matter. Instead, he pointed at the 3 mountains and exclaimed, "Lu Wu!" Chao Zichuan and the others looked up instinctively. They could see Lu Wu raising its front paws as it leaped up into the clouds. "Get ready to act." "Boss, we're ready." Chao Zichuan waved his arm. The cultivators rushed toward the middle of the 3 mountains immediately. Boom! What's that? At this moment, the monster hunting squad finally noticed a person above Lu Wu. The person was brandishing a spear and launching countless energy spears. They watched as Lu Wu smacked that person down to the ground with a loud boom. Chao Zichuan's eyes widened in surprise as he exclaimed, "Someone's a step ahead of us. Attack." Understood. No matter how patient a hunter was, once they saw their prey was on the verge of being snatched away, they would inevitably feel a little impatient. The members of the monster hunting squad flew high up into the sky and looked down. Chao Zichuan found the scene before his eyes shocking. He saw Lu Wu pressing a person down with its paw. The person could not move at all. At this time, Lu Wu had already noticed the intruder's presence. When it raised its head to look at them, its eyes shone with killing intent. It spat out fiercely, "Damn, humans!" Chao Zichuan said in a clear voice, "Lu Wu, you can only blame yourself for being unlucky." Lu Wu looked to the left and to the right and discovered there were cultivators around 3 mountains. It said contemptuously, "Just you? And these people?" Even if a venerable master came, Lu Wu would still be confident. Where did this bunch of shrimps and crabs find the courage to confront it? Chao Zichuan shook his head. "Haven't you heard of the monster hunting squad?" Lu Wu raised its paw that was holding Duanmu Sheng down. Duanmu Sheng jumped up and grabbed his overlord spear. After patting the dust off his body, he looked up and said, "Scram!" Duanmu Sheng was still not very familiar with Lu Wu. Therefore, Lu Wu was rather stunned when he stood in front of it, as though he was helping it to chase the intruders away. It looked at Duanmu Sheng, who was holding the overlord spear, standing tall and fearless. It suddenly saw the shadow of Duanmu Dian on Duanmu Sheng. Chao Zichuan raised an eyebrow and said, "Brother, you can't deal with Lu Wu alone. Why don't you cooperate with us?" "Cooperate? Didn't you understand what I said?" Duanmu Sheng stomped on the ground and flew up into the sky. Countless energy spears burst forth at the same time. In just a blink of an eye, Duanmu Sheng arrived in front of Chao Zichuan. "Boss!" everyone exclaimed. Bang! An astrolabe suddenly appeared in front of Chao Zichuan, forcing Duanmu Sheng back. It was Su Xianxia's astrolabe. He said, "You really don't know what's good for you. We'll let Lu Wu tear you apart first before we make a move." Everyone nodded. Realization dawned on Duanmu Sheng. These people thought he was here to kill Lu Wu as well. He landed on Lu Wu's head. He had a dignified air about him as he stood with his back straight. The purple dragons on his wrists glowed faintly as he called out indifferently, "Lu Wu, young master, what are your orders?" "Kill." "Understood." Boom! Lu Wu suddenly stomped on the ground with its 4 paws. Chao Zichuan frowned. "It has already acknowledged a master. Retreat. Everyone listen up. Retreat." Even Yi Wuxing was shocked by the way Lu Wu addressed Duanmu Sheng. After all, not many people in the world were capable of taming a beast emperor. No matter how he looked at it, he did not think Duanmu Sheng was strong enough to subdue Lu Wu. He wondered if it had something to do with the great void energy in Duanmu Sheng's body. Yi Wuxing grabbed Yi Chang and retreated as well. He reminded himself inwardly not to expose the existence of the great void energy. Lu Wu descended. At the same time, heavy snow began to fall as a bone-piercing cold blew from all directions. Chao Zichuan retreated 1,000 meters. At this time, a 1-foot-long staff had already appeared in his hand. He waved the staff, and a green energy burst forth. The cold was instantly reduced by half by the green energy. When Yi Wuxing saw this, realization dawned on him. Everyone assumed Chao Zichuan was a powerful fighter, but as it turned out, Chao Zichuan was skilled in healing. Chao Zichuan's move covered a large area, keeping the chill at bay. Lu Wu swept its 9 tails across the mountains. Boom! Boulders flew in all directions immediately. Su Xianxia smiled and said, "Get into position." The 40 cultivators quickly retreated. Since only a layer of frost covered their bodies and they were not frozen, their movements were not impeded. After all of them had gotten into their positions, they whistled. "Fourth sister. She's coming." The monster hunting squad's godly archer, Fu Ruandong, leaped into the air with a giant bow in hand. After pulling the bowstring back, she released her finger, sending countless energy arrows flying in the air. Lu Wu leaped up high into the clouds again. Despicable reptile. Lu Wu's powerful body turned in a circle. It retaliated by sending icicles out. Bang! 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 Fu Ruandong's energy arrows were blocked by the icicles. Not only that, but the icicles also landed on some of the cultivators' protective energy, causing their qi and blood to surge as they spat out mouthfuls of blood. Duanmu Shang swooped down from the sky, arriving near the divine archer. Fu Ruandong looked at Duanmu Shang in confusion. With such strength, how did he tame Lu Wu? Fu Ruandong raised her bow again and pulled the bowstring back. Dozens of energy arrows flew out, forcing Duanmu Shang back. Bang! 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 Duanmu Shang felt his arms go numb. At the same time, the purple dragons on his wrists grew increasingly restless. Upon seeing this, Lu Wu opened its mouth and inhaled, pulling Duanmu Shang to it. Let's go! Lu Wu had lost more than half of its strength, so it was not wise to continue fighting. Just as Lu Wu was about to leave, Xianxia smiled. I've been waiting for this. After sending out a signal, Xianxia tossed out several talismans. The cultivators in the surroundings hurriedly activated the formation. All of them held a piece of formation cloth in their hands. At this time, the inscriptions on the pieces of cloth were glowing. The clouds in the sky parted as grid walls appeared around them. Lu Wu paid no attention to them and rushed out. Boom! One of the grid walls caved in, causing a few cultivators to vomit blood as they were sent flying back. Chao Zichuan waved his staff again. A wave of green energy shrouded the injured, quickly healing them. Yi Wuxing was shocked. This was the strength of the monster hunting squad. They were not strong individually, but they made up for it with their almost flawless teamwork. With the super healer leading them, even if Lu Wu was not injured, it would be impossible for it to fight when its attackers kept getting healed. The healed cultivators thanked Chao Zichuan. Thank you, boss. Chao Zichuan smiled. Continue to attack. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Almost 40 green astrolabes appeared at this moment. Fu Ruandong, who had also manifested her astrolabe, released energy arrows in a frenzy. Boom! Since all of Fu Ruandong's energy arrows were concentrated on one spot on Lu Wu's body, Lu Wu was momentarily distracted and fell, and landed on the 3 mountains as a result. Upon seeing this, Xianxia was overjoyed. He cried out excitedly, "Seal!" The 40 cultivators moved. The pieces of cloth in their hands glowed with a green light before the area within several thousand meters fell into darkness. Yi Wuxing exclaimed in surprise, "The dark sky demonic formation? You have a good eye," Chao Zichuan said. The defenses of the dark sky demonic formation was not strong, but it could seal an area for a time. Darkness would descend in the sealed area, causing one to lose one's senses. One would lose one's vision, directions, and the ability to sense auras. Chao Zichuan said loudly, "Lu Wu, you won't be able to find your way out of this formation." Lu Wu roared angrily in response. The sound wave shook the entire place. Chao Zichuan sneered, "You're just a cornered beast. I want to see how long you can hold on. Everyone, attack with all your might." "Yes, boss." The cultivators outside of the formation began to attack without restraints. Energy swords, energy sabers, palm seals, and various attacks were all launched into the formation. Lu Wu had lost its senses in the formation. It could only rely on its powerful defenses to withstand the onslaught of attacks. After an hour of endless attacks, Lu Wu still remained standing. Not only that, but it was still looking for a chance to break the formation. Fu Ruandong, who was hovering in the sky, smirked when she saw Duanmu Shang, whom Lu Wu had addressed as young master, between Lu Wu's mouth. She smiled and said, "Little Lu Wu, I'll deal with your young master first." An energy arrow shot out like a shooting star, drawing a line of light in the darkness of the formation. Lu Wu lowered its head and hurriedly spat Duanmu Shang out. This move caused the energy arrow to strike its chin. Boom! Lu Wu staggered back in pain. You have an old injury there? You're really unlucky." Fuan Ruandong's speed increased as she continued to release energy arrows into the formation. From Lu Wu's point of view, it was dark and it could not see where the attacks were coming from at all. From Chao Zichuan's point of view, he saw his people surrounding the formation and attacking. Clearly, he had the advantage. Fu Ruandong's energy arrows forced Lu Wu to keep retreating. Young master! Fu Ruandong spun around and shot at Duanmu Sheng. Swoosh! Just as the energy arrow was about to land, Duanmu Sheng's eyes suddenly snapped open. His eyes shone brightly, and he seemed like a different person now. The purple dragons on his wrists had grown larger now and twined themselves around his arms. Bang! The Overlord spear flew over and blocked the energy arrow. Kill! Duanmu Sheng stomped on the ground and flew up to where the formation's boundary was. Boom! 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 Wisps of purple energy surged out from Duanmu Sheng's arms and shrouded the Overlord spear as he attacked like a storm. He's possessed! Chao Zichuan exclaimed in shock. This kid isn't simple, Su Xianxia said with a frown. Boss, I suggest we get rid of him first. Chao Zichuan said. Fourth sister, focus on him. Second brother, reinforce the dark sky demonic formation. Everyone else, continue to attack. Lu Wu's already injured. This is our best chance. Don't let your guards down. Yes, boss. Everyone replied in unison. This was the monster hunting squad's first time dealing with a beast emperor. Moreover, it was an injured beast emperor. They were all excited, and their fighting spirits were soaring. Fu Ruandong, the godly archer, attacked Duanmu Sheng in a frenzy. Duanmu Sheng brandished the Overlord spear and deflected the energy arrows. Fu Ruandong smirked. Let's see how long you'll last. With that, her speed doubled when she released her energy arrows. Bang! 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 Since Duanmu Sheng's cultivation was too weak, it was inevitable that he was suppressed. Boom! Duanmu Sheng crashed to the ground, bleeding everywhere. Lu Wu was not any better. His fur was messed up. Faced with the continuous unrestrained attacks, its anger began to bubble and rise. Its pain spurred it on, and the rising sense of danger made it decide to counterattack. It roared, lowly reptiles, shameless, humans, this emperor will take your lives. Lu Wu stood in the darkness as its 9 tails that turned from black to green fanned out, looking like a peacock opening its tail. Green horns grew on its head, and its 2 fangs grew hundreds of feet long. Following that, a vast and indescribably cold energy rippled out in all directions. Boom! Faced with the cold energy, the dark sky demonic formation was like a piece of paper. It shattered immediately. The energy continued to roll out, pulverizing the 3 mountains. The fierce beasts rushing over from all directions were killed instantly. Yi Wuxing, Yi Chang, and all the members of the monster hunting squad were sent flying, spitting out blood. No! Impossible! 1,000 realms whirling avatars appeared one after another before shrinking and disappearing. Screams, muffled groans, and cries of despair rang in the air. With just one move, everyone lost their birth charts. Everything quieted down. There was no place within a few thousand meters that was untouched. The 3 mountains were flattened. The entire place was like a wasteland. It was rare for there to be peace in the unknown land. In fact, there were times when Lu Wu could not help but think if it was necessary to fight to the death. Why must humans force it to this extent? The world was vast, but it could not help but wonder if there was a place for him. Lu Wu's tail slowly drooped. After releasing this ultimate move, it looked as though it had aged by 30%. Its eyelids were drooping as well. Nevertheless, it mustered up all its strength and strode toward Duanmu Sheng before it sat next to Duanmu Sheng. Then, it lowered its head flat on the ground with its nostril facing him. It released heat waves against Duanmu Sheng, keeping Duanmu Sheng warm. Lu Wu said weakly, "This emperor is tired." Following that, Lu Wu closed its eyes, breathing slowly. Chao Zichuan was the only one who could still hover in the air. The others sat on the ground and looked at the 3 mountains that were riddled with holes, which were a testament to Lu Wu's in shock and disbelief. It was a thoroughly dominating and crushing move that destroyed its opponent's birth charts. They panted heavily, trying to suppress their nervousness. The monster hunting squad that lived their lives on the edge of the blade all year round was defeated with this crushing move. Chao Zichuan felt suffocated as he surveyed his surroundings. At this point, no matter how big the harvest, the loss was too big and painful. The price was 40 birth charts. Even if they won, it was a Pyrrhic victory. Fear lingered in Yi Wuxing and Yi Cheng's hearts as they surveyed their surroundings. They did not know how much time had passed as they sat in a daze. It felt as though a century had passed. The cold wind finally pulled them back to their senses, to the reality of the tragic battle. Nevertheless, even if they knew they had miscalculated, at this point, they had no choice but to continue moving forward according to the plan. Hence, they pulled themselves together and flew up into the air again. This was also a terrifying trait of the monster hunting squad. No matter the situation, no matter how hard they fell, they would always stand up again. Over the long years, they had seen their companions die before their eyes, experienced the pain of being mauled by fierce beasts and all kinds of dangerous situations. But they would always stand up again, never giving up. Chao Zichuan waved his hand. Gather. Everyone quickly gathered. Chao Zichuan silently chanted a mantra, and the staff in his hand burst forth with light. At the same time, dark green light circles appeared under his feet. This was the Buddhist bright mirror. It used to be the healing technique of a 15-chart expert. Now it was the healing technique of a 14-chart thousand realms whirling cultivator. The energy shrouded everyone. Their injuries healed at a speed visible to the naked eyes and the pain receded. In the end, apart from the one birth chart each of them lost, it looked like they had never been injured in the first place. Go! Chao Zichuan led everyone and flew up to the sky. He looked down at Lu Wu, inhaling and exhaling heat onto Duanmushang to keep him warm. The flowers, plants, and trees had long been turned into ice sculptures, devoid of life. Everyone watched Lu Wu breathing slowly with its eyes closed. Chao Zichuan said, Lu Wu, the winner takes all. You took 40 of birth charts. Will all of yours? Then, with unconcealed hatred and anger, he shouted, Do it! Kill! I'll do it! Fu Ruandong stepped forward. The smile on her face had completely vanished, replaced by a solemn expression. Her bow glowed green as she pulled the bowstring back. With a loud twang, she released her fingers. A huge energy arrow flew out like a shooting star toward Lu Wu's head. Suddenly, Duanmushang's eyes snapped open. Like a zombie, he sat up and raised his right hand. Swoosh! The Overlord spear flew out and blocked the energy arrow. Bang! When Duanmushang raised his head, his eyes glowed purple. The purple dragon swam restlessly in his arms. Fu Ruandong frowned slightly. A futile struggle. She released dozens of energy arrows toward Duanmushang. Duanmushang swung the Overlord spear, blocking the energy arrows. He kept blocking and retreating. I don't believe this. Fu Ruandong was filled with disbelief. She rose higher into the sky. The bow in her hand grew several times bigger. Then, the speed at which she released the energy arrows grew several times faster as well. Duanmushang kept retreating and deflecting the energy arrows with the Overlord spear. However, in the end, he was forced to descend. He stabbed the Overlord spear into the ground. His arms had grown numb. The difference between their cultivation was too huge, after all. Fu Ruandong's eyes shone with killing intent as she said, There are many who have died by my hands in this world. I hope you won't feel any pain from the next arrow. She released her hold on the bow. When the bow hovered in front of her, she turned her body 90 degrees and knocked herself like an arrow. With that, an unprecedented powerful arrow was created. She knew she could no longer waste time. Upon seeing this, the others were in awe. Fourth sister is using the human arrow technique. That kid is doomed. She should have just used this move earlier. Fu Ruandong exhaled softly before saying, Farewell. Bang. A thunderous explosion reverberated through the mountains as the ground began to quake violently. However, everyone was shocked when they saw Duanmushang standing unharmed. Ha! Fourth sister. When they regained their senses, they looked up and saw a shocking scene. Fu Ruandong's chest had been pierced by a thin and long golden arrow with a blue tip. Her eyes widened in disbelief as blood trickled out the corners of her lips. She did not even have the chance to shoot her shot. Chao Zichuan turned pale in fright and hastily cast a healing spell. Swoosh! At this moment, the arrow dislodged itself. The painful sound of flesh tearing rang in the air immediately. Following that, the arrow dissipated in the air. Who is it? Golden Lotus Cultivator? Fu Ruandong's Thousand Realms whirling avatar appeared before it shrank and vanished before she dropped from the sky. Just like that, she lost another birth chart. Although Chao Zichuan's healing technique was exceptional, it was impossible for him to recover the birth chart. A voice rang in the air at this moment. I'll kill whoever dares to move. At this time, Cheng Huang swooped down from the clouds over what remained of the three mountains. The monster hunting squad collectively retreated dozens of meters. Boom! Cheng Huang landed. Lu Zhou stood tall and straight on Cheng Huang's head as he swept his gaze past everyone. With just a glance at Lu Wu and Duan Mushang's current situation, he had a basic understanding of the situation. Chao Zichuan felt the person in front of him was not simple. He said, Sir, everyone should follow the rules of first come, first serve. Don't you think it's rude for you to intrude? You're talking about rules with me? Lu Zhou asked. That's right. Rules. The rules of survival in the unknown land, Chao Zichuan said. You dare to talk about rules when you tried to kill my disciple? Lu Zhou asked. Chao Zichuan. You dare to talk about first come, first serve, when you tried to kill the beast emperor that my disciple tamed? Chao Zichuan was rendered speechless by these two questions. Xianxia stepped forward and said, Since he's your disciple, please take him away. We're going to take Lu Wu away today. Everyone nodded. Based on Lu Zhou's arrow, Chao Zichuan and the others knew he was somewhat dangerous. However, the hatred of losing 40 birth charts was too great. Cheng Huang lowered its head to look at Lu Wu that was lying on the ground. At this time, Chao Zichuan finally discovered the presence of the Beast King, Cheng Huang. Master, Duan Mushang called out weakly before he fell backward. Everyone looked over. Duan Mushang's body was drenched in blood. Purplish-blue energy shrouded him. It was the only thing keeping him alive at this moment. Conk flew over immediately. Senior brother. At this time, Xianxia hurriedly moved next to Chao Zichuan's side. He said in a low voice, Brother, it's the great void seed. Chao Zichuan, who was about to lose his temper, calmed down immediately. Following that, he said decisively, Get ready. The members of the monster hunting squad got into positions and manifested their astrolabes. Chao Zichuan manifested his astrolabe that flashed with 14 birth charts as well. There were 2 astrolabes with 10 birth charts, one with 9 birth charts. The others all had 4 to 6 birth charts. Although their numbers were not a lot, their strength was far superior to the Black Tower Council. Chao Zichuan with his 14 birth charts contributed greatly to the overall strength of the group. Moreover, this was after Lu Wu's collective destruction of their birth charts. As the saying went, people die for money and birds die for food. At this moment, all reasoning had flown away with the discovery of the Great Void Seed and Lu Wu's life hearts. Chao Zichuan said, Lu Wu took a birth chart from each of us. If we don't take revenge, how's the monster hunting squad going to survive in the future? Lu Zhou shook his head. Was it destined that he could not save his supreme mystic card? At this moment, Lu Wu opened its eyes and said haltingly, Return me, my life heart. Lu Zhou waved his hand, and a crystal-clear life heart flew toward Lu Wu. Chao Zichuan ordered decisively, Go! About roughly 10 people attacked in unison from each of the 4 directions. Lu Zhou silently recited the mantra for the power of muting. The blue lotus bloomed, and a surging energy swept out in all directions like a tsunami. Bang! 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 Unsurprisingly, more than 10 people were sent flying in the air. The power of heaven and earth? Chao Zichuan waved the staff in his hand. Circles of light spun out, healing the injured members of the monster hunting squad. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. What an exquisite healing technique. So the opponent is a nurse. So you're an expert who has passed 2 birth trials. Alas, you're unlucky to have met our monster hunting squad. Chao Zichuan waved his staff again. Streaks of green energy like green dragons flew toward his companions. Their astrolabes increased by half of their sizes, and a formation that spanned several thousand meters appeared beneath their feet. It was a formation that boosted one's strength. Based on the range of the formation, the effect was equivalent to adding another birth chart. Following that, energy swords flew out from all directions. Lu Zhou manifested his astrolabe and blocked the attacks. Bang! 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 The astrolabe actually caved in. Lu Zhou retreated. Chao Zichuan shot a strange beam of light that landed on Lu Zhou's astrolabe. His astrolabe with 9 birth charts was revealed immediately. I've overestimated you. Who gave you the courage to oppose us? Chao Zichuan's confidence soared immediately. He's just a 9-chart cultivator. He can really fucking act. Cripple him. Meanwhile, Yi Wuxing, who was hidden in the crowd, was filled with doubts. He had clearly seen Lu Zhou defeating Lu Wu. How could he only have 9 birth charts? Under the assault of countless energy swords, Lu Zhou was pushed back. After Lu Wu swallowed its life heart, its abdomen undulated for a moment. Then it said, "Let's go." "Master!" Yi Tianxin called out when she saw her master being pressured. She flew off Cheng Huang's back. Then, Cheng Huang let out a weak but clear cry. The long and continuous cry rolled out waves, sweeping through everyone. It caused their ears to buzz and their minds to go blank. As a result, they stood in a daze, rooted to their spots. Upon seeing this, Chao Zichuan released another wave of energy, pushing the sound wave back. With this, the members of the monster hunting squad regained their senses. Don't let go of Cheng Huang either. Understood. Fu Ruandong flew into the air again. Her eyes burned with killing intent. Although she had been healed by Chao Zichuan's light circle, her heart had been overtaken by anger and hatred. She said frostily, "How dare you destroy my birth chart? I'll make sure you won't live to see the sunrise tomorrow." Swoosh, 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 swoosh. A sky full of energy arrows rained down. Cheng Huang rushed backward immediately. Lu Zhou continued holding the astrolabe in front of him. He knew this could not go on. After he channeled the supreme mystic power into the astrolabe, he glanced at Lu Wu. Lu Wu was seriously injured earlier on top of its previous injuries. It would take some time for its life heart to assimilate with its body again as well. Bang! 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 Although Lu Zhou's astrolabe was indestructible, the huge impact still pushed him back. Chao Zichuan said, "Brothers, do your best." "Yes, boss." The astrolabe with 9 birth charts actually contains the power of heaven and earth. Alas, it's still too weak. Beat him up. Beat him to death. An even more violent attack fell. It was so oppressive that one could hardly breathe. Lu Zhou's feet sank into the ground. He could not even see the sky now due to the relentless attacks falling from above. He's tenacious, but I like it. I've never met such a tough 9-chart cultivator. Are Golden Lotus cultivators also tough? That kid with the spear earlier was tough as well. The monster hunting squad did not care if their opponents were tough. After all, with a super nurse for a captain, they could continue to fight for 10 days to half a month. Even a venerable master would find them troublesome to deal with. Bang! 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 Lu Wu tilted its head to the side and asked in a deep voice, "Lu, Tiantong, what are you doing?" Lu Zhou did not have time for Lu Wu now. Creak. Lu Zhou's astrolabe caved in. "He's about to die. Come on. Attack with all your might." At this time, Fu Ruandong said, "Leave him to me." A huge energy arrow was aimed at Lu Zhou's astrolabe. Fu Ruandong smiled after she licked the blood off the corners of her lips. "I've been waiting for this moment." Bang! 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 Lu Wu exhaled before it shook its head and said, "Take good care of young master, for me." Lu Zhou stomped on the ground and crushed the supreme mystic card in his hand. He said in a deep voice, "No, you take care of them for me." In just a blink of an eye, Lu Zhou was brimming with supreme mystic power. The dent on the astrolabe was no longer there, and it blocked thousands upon thousands of energy swords and energy sabers. "Hold him down. Don't let him get up," Su Xianxia shouted. Lu Zhou silently recited the mantra for the heavenly writing's power of muting. To gain the power of muting so that samadhi will manifest in the body and radiate into the surroundings like light yet being still in samadhi. When the blue lotus bloomed under Lu Zhou's feet, all the attacks were deflected immediately. Scram! The sound wave from the heavenly writing's power of speech rolled out in all directions. The 3 mountains that had looked like a hornet's nest earlier were leveled by the sound wave. Then Lu Zhou recited the mantra for the heavenly writing's power of past lives. The heavenly writing powers rolled out, bringing with them destruction wherever they went. When the energy swept toward Fu Ruandong, who was standing on her bow, she was petrified on the spot. Her eyes widened in shock. How did he become so strong? Lu Zhou said indifferently, "You think you're qualified to fight with me with your inferior archery skills?" Lu Zhou raised his hand before bringing it down again, showing no mercy. The Buddhist, abandoned wisdom boosted with the supreme mystic power smacked down from the sky. Bang! Just like that, Fu Ruandong lost another birth chart. "Please show mercy," Fu Ruandong cried out. Alas, it was useless. She felt as though her chest had been struck by lightning, and she dropped from the sky as she vomited blood. Chao Zichuan was dumbstruck. Just as he was about to use his healing technique again, Lu Zhou brought his hand down again. 10 blue abandoned wisdoms lined up neatly in a row and shot toward Fu Ruandong. Boom! 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 Chao Zichuan, Su Xianxia, and Yu Wenqiu. Bang! 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 On the contrary, Lu Wu's expression was indifferent, as though it was not surprised by Lu Zhou's strength at all. Instead, it seemed to be criticizing Lu Zhou for showing, as it said, boring. All the members of the monster hunting squad manifested their astrolabes and activated their protective energy in unison. "Spread out," Chao Zichuan shouted. Lu Zhou's eyes glowed blue. Apart from the power of sight, he used the power of hearing and the power of smell as well. Soon enough, Lu Zhou flashed and arrived in front of Chao Zichuan. "No one can hide from my attacks." Then, the blue Taoist's 9 cuts hand seal appeared one after another. Bang! 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 The palm seals landed on Chao Zichuan's astrolabe one after another. When the last palm seal fell, the astrolabe was already on the verge of breaking. "Venerable Master?" Chao Zichuan's eyes widened in fear and shock as he spat out blood. "No, venerable masters aren't like that. This is..." Chao Zichuan wanted to put his astrolabe away, but before he could do so, Lu Zhou's attacks that were filled to the brim with supreme mystic power fell from the sky. Bang! 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 Chao Zichuan was smashed to the ground with no chance to fight back. He lay on his back, embedded into a human-shaped pit. He looked up at the sky with eyes brimming with fear and disbelief. His eyes reflected the rolling clouds and the blue lotus. Even if he had the ability to heal even the most fatal injuries, he could not restore his birth chart. He had lost so much by opposing that person in the sky. Lu Zhou did not care about his increasing merit points. He continued to use his heavenly writing powers and other skills without restraint, boosting them with his supreme mystic power. He moved so fast that the entire sky was filled with blue afterimages. Every time he stopped, he would launch 10 palm seals. There was not a single person hovering in the sky at all. However, Lu Zhou did not stop. Time was of the essence. Lu Zhou had to reduce most, if not all, of the threats to non-threats in 30 minutes. Although all of the members of the monster hunting squad were now on the ground, whether it was from being struck down or on their own accord to flee, Lu Zhou did not intend to stop. He tossed the golden Taishu mirror into the air. The golden mirror was like the sun in the sky. A beam of blue light that covered thousands of meters shone on everyone, revealing their strength. Under the blue light, Yu Wenqiu lay prostrated on the ground as his frail body trembled violently. He did not know where to hide. When Yu Wenqiu was about to flee, Lu Zhou appeared above him. Dozens of palm seals from the expansive heavenly energy rained down immediately. Yu Wenqiu instinctively raised his astrolabe to protect himself. Alas, his astrolabe only managed to withstand 3 palm seals. The following palm seals landed on him one after another. In just 10 seconds, many people had lost at least 2 birth charts. Chao Zichuan, the captain of the monster hunting squad, lost more than half of his 14 birth charts. Fu Ruandong, who originally had 10 birth charts, lost all her birth charts. Chao Zichuan stared at the sky in a daze, wondering if the Grim Reaper was here. In life, when taking risks, one should not be surprised if things go awry. In just a short time, the monster hunting squad made a quick judgment. Scatter and flee. All of them flashed and flew in different directions even if they were heavily injured. In this kind of situation, the bet was on who was chased. With that, the others would have a chance of survival. Lu Zhou watched the monster hunting squad run. He rose higher into the sky and brought unnamed in the form of a bow out. Buzz! Lu Zhou stood above the clouds and wind as he held a gigantic blue bow. A huge and long energy arrow was already knocked. Following that, his hand moved, leaving afterimages behind, as he released energy arrows after energy arrows in all directions at the fleeing cultivators. Swoosh! 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 The blue energy arrows were dazzling like fireworks as they fell like a storm. Each one contained the full might of the supreme mystic power. Their lethality made people despair. Fu Ruandong, the godly archer, was lying on the ground and watching this scene. As though she had forgotten about the pain and the total loss of her birth charts. A smile could be seen on her face as she admired the blue fireworks in the sky. This is what real archery is like, Fu Ruandong murmured. Following that, a cold wind swept past, and her eyes turned lifeless as her aura vanished completely. The energy arrows struck the cultivators who had fled 1,000 meters away. Some of them were unlucky and were struck multiple times, making them look like hedgehogs. Almost all of them fell to the ground, unable to move. The cultivators were waiting for their deaths when Lu Zhou suddenly stopped releasing energy arrows. Lu Zhou put away unnamed. He flew past Chao Zuichuan and Fu Ruandong to collect their weapons and received 2 notifications in return. Then he flashed and appeared above Lu Wu. He said, "Don't move." Lu Wu raised its head slightly, wondering what Lu Zhou was doing. Lu Zhou looked at the time. He did not have much time left. Without saying anything, he pushed a blue lotus toward Lu Wu. Old thief! Lu Wu was shocked. Thought Lu Zhou was going to attack it. However, it soon felt strong and rich vitality energy surging into its body. Soon enough, there were more than 10 blue lotuses above Lu Wu. It was easier for humans to treat their own kind. Since they were small, the energy required was also lower. However, for a powerful fierce beast like Lu Wu, without a strong enough cultivation base, it was extremely difficult to treat its injuries. Lu Wu did not expect that Lu Zhou would treat it, so it was stunned on the spot, quietly enjoying the treatment. The energy from the heavenly writing was the purest energy in the world after all. Its injuries were healing at a speed visible to naked eyes, and the vitality energy assimilated and stabilized its life heart. One of its hearts that was damaged was also fully healed in a short time. Lu Zhou landed when the supreme mystic card's time was up. The sky was dark, and the strong wind blew the stench of blood away. If it were not for the scattered corpses on the ground and the destruction of the land, one would wonder if the battle earlier was just a figment of one's imagination. Lu Zhou bent down and checked Duan Mushang's pulse with 2 fingers. He sensed the changes in Duan Mushang's body and discovered that in Duan Mushang's 8 extraordinary meridians, the corrosive power, the great void seed, and Lu Wu's essence qi seemed to be maintaining a delicate balance and were fusing. This miracle surprised him. After he removed his hand, he murmured, Unbelievable. Master, how's third senior brother? Conk asked. He's fine. He's better than expected, Lu Zhou replied. Why is he still unconscious then? Lu Zhou stood up and placed his hands on his back before he said, the three kinds of energies in his body haven't completely fused yet. With his current cultivation, it isn't easy for him to withstand such a large amount of power. Oh! When Duanmushang was killing the Li Lis at the Jianbei Circuit's Northern Sword Canyon, he was only at the peak of the 9-leaf stage. It would take a long time for him to process the new power. It was impossible for him to do it in one go. Ning Wanqing was right. This was a great opportunity for him. We shouldn't stay here for long, Lu Zhou said. Wait a moment. Lu Wu rose to its feet. His paws were like the mountains. What's the matter? Lu Zhou asked. Lu Wu said, your power has been exposed. Young masters, great void seed, has been exposed. We can't let them go. Lu Zhou said, it's not easy to kill all of them. If the Supreme Mystic card had no time limit, it would not be a problem to kill everyone from the monster hunting squad. He could use all kinds of skills without restraints and make them fall into despair, but his time was limited. Moreover, they even fled in different directions. It was good enough that he managed to kill more than half of them. He wondered if a venerable master could do more than this. Lu Wu turned around and said to Lu Zhou, kindness can sometimes lead to destruction. Lu Tiantong, you have changed. Lu Zhou did not refute Lu Wu's words. At this moment, Lu Wu raised his head and looked at the dark clouds where primal chi was gathering. Boom! Lu Wu stomped on the ground and jumped into the clouds as its 9 tails fanned out. Each tail possessed the force to stir up a hurricane and make the earth shake. All of you must pay with your lives. The clouds roiled and the mist swirled as a terrifying chill blew from all directions. The members of the monster hunting squad who were hiding were all frozen. Those who hid in the water were the most miserable. They were instantly frozen and became part of the lake. Those hiding in the forests wore expressions of despair on their faces as they were being frozen. The Beast Emperor is actually so strong. Previously, when they had their birth charts destroyed, they still had the strength to stand back up. Now, they could not resist at all. They could only wait for death. In the end, due to their lack of understanding of the Beast Emperor, this legendary team in the unknown land became fertilizer for the land. Since ancient times, there were many cultivators with this kind of ending. In the eyes of the fierce beasts, humans were just a type of reptile. They did not have compassion for humans. From the beginning until the end, Lu Wu only had one goal: kill all of them. After the clouds returned to normal, Lu Wu tucked its tails away and descended on the ground. Lu Zhou surveyed his surroundings and asked, slightly surprised, is this your ultimate move? Lu Wu retorted, why ask when you already know the answer? Lu Zhou felt slightly speechless. I healed you in return for you lending me your life heart. How are you going to protect my disciple if you squander all your strength in one go? Naturally, if it was possible, Lu Zhou would prefer to kill everyone from the monster hunting squad. The problem with Lu Wu's actions was that if another problem occurred at this time, they would be without support. Since the monster hunting squad found this place, it meant their tracking technique was not simple. With Lu Wu making such a huge commotion, would it not attract people's attention? Aren't you the same? Lu Wu said. Fine, you win. Lu Zhou silently recited incantations for the heavenly writing's power of hearing and power of smell. After confirming there were no signs of life, he cut off the powers and said, let's go. Lu Wu exhaled deeply, pulling Duanmu Shang to him. Yi Tianxin and Conk quickly flew onto Cheng Huang's back as well. Lu Wu seemed to hesitate for a moment before it glanced at Lu Zhou and said, since you kept your promise, I'll give you a ride. Lu Zhou smiled faintly and did not refuse. Then he said to Cheng Huang, follow us. Whoa! Boom! Lu Wu leaped up, causing the earth to shake violently. The human ice sculptures in the vicinity shattered like glass immediately after falling to the ground. Hurry up! Hurry up! Conk urged Cheng Huang. With that, Cheng Huang took flight, chasing after Lu Wu. With its pride as a beast emperor, how could Lu Wu let itself be at a disadvantage again? It did not give Cheng Huang a chance at all as it disappeared into the clouds. This? Conk was a little lost. Master won't leave us behind, right? Don't worry. He won't, Yi Tianxin said with a smile. Lu Wu was too competitive. How could it be satisfied if it did not show its crushing power this time? As expected, after 2 hours of crossing mountains and rivers, Cheng Huang did not know where Lu Wu had gone. Wu! Conk patted Cheng Huang's back. Don't be upset. You'll catch up to it sooner or later. As soon as Conk's voice fell, Lu Wu descended from above in front of Cheng Huang. It looked at Cheng Huang with a leisurely expression. Cheng Huang was confused by Lu Wu's sudden appearance. It did not understand what Cheng Huang was trying to do. Lu Wu's expression was arrogant, and its tone was condescending as it said, "Too slow, Cheng Huang." Cheng Huang's ears pricked up, and it made a squeaking noise as though it was unresigned. At this moment, Lu Zhou, who was standing on top of Lu Wu, said, "That's enough. Let's hurry up. Make sure to restrain your aura. They should have a way to track us from our auras." Lu Wu nodded slightly and said, "Damn, humans." Then, Lu Wu leaped and continued on their journey. This time, it did not move at full speed so Cheng Huang could keep up with it. Their journey was smooth, and they did not encounter many fierce beasts. At this time, Lu Wu felt as though he had gotten used to the scenery at the periphery of the unknown land. Mountain ranges, huge peaks that towered through the clouds, and the occasional lakes that were shrouded in dense fog sped past them. They stopped at one of the lakes for a while before they continued traveling east. At this time, Lu Zhou asked, "Lu Wu, have you seen a blue avatar before?" Lu Wu's ears twitched slightly before it replied, "Why do you always ask questions you already know the answers to?" Lu Zhou calmly asked, "Who else has a blue avatar?" "You're the only one in the world," Lu Wu replied. "I'm really not that untrustworthy, Lu Tiantong," Lu Wu said in a deep voice. "You were exposed earlier and I killed all of them. You should thank me. It's not easy. When you create a new cultivation method, people will fear you or treat you like public enemy number one. A new cultivation method? If the blue avatar was a new cultivation method and gained momentum, it was not surprising if it was shunned by those who cultivated orthodox cultivation methods. Lu Wu believed Lu Zhou was Lu Tiantong. Based on its words, it was obvious Lu Tiantong had cultivated the blue avatar as well. Lu Zhou shook his head slightly, wondering what secrets were hiding behind this matter. Even Lan Shiha, the Tower Master of the White Tower Council, had reminded him to pay attention to hiding the power of heaven and earth. The power of heaven and earth. Lu Zhou fell deep into his thoughts. Based on his system, Lu Zhou's power was the extraordinary power and the supreme mystic power, but many people mistook it for the power of heaven and earth. This kind of misunderstanding would bring him unnecessary trouble as well. When he was in the Golden Lotus domain, Red Lotus domain, Black Lotus domain, and White Lotus domain, he could still act unrestrained. However, in the unknown land or the Great Void, in order to avoid unnecessary trouble, it was better to keep a low profile. Lu Zhou nodded to himself. He felt he was a very low-key person. 5 days later, the place where the 3 mountains used to stand was frozen and in a mess. Blood, corpses, leveled mountains, rubble, debris, and fallen trees were all that was left. However, the plants in the unknown land were much more tenacious than normal plants. With time, they would grow again. Only silence permeated the place. After a long time, a faint figure could be seen in the distant mist-covered sky. The figure flew past the sea clouds before finally coming to a stop above the frozen land. The person looked like a scholar dressed in a gray Confucian robe. He did not look that old, but the hair at his temples was already slightly white. He wore a calm expression on his thin face as he surveyed the frozen land. After a while, the person sighed softly. "In the end, I came too late." His expression remained the same as he lowered his altitude and flashed to the other side. He flashed again and again to different positions before he finally came to a stop near a huge rock where the foot of the mountains used to be. He raised his hand before a jade-green light burst forth from his palm. With that, the ice around the rock began to thaw. He flicked his hand, moving the rock away. There was a person lying on the ground beneath the huge rock. The person did not move at all. The scholar pushed his hand out again. Jade-green light shone on the person on the ground after that. All of a sudden, the person began gasping before making gurgling noises in his throat. At the same time, his body trembled violently. The scholar called out, "Yi Wuxing, the Venerable Master." Yi Wuxing's eyes were brimming with fear. "Where's Lu Wu?" "It ran. Monster hunting squad. 40 people. All of them died." Yi Wuxing could not finish his words and began to sob. Grief assaulted his heart as he muttered over and over again, Yi Chang, I'm sorry. It's my fault." Yi Wuxing's brother, Yi Chang, had died a long time ago. It was likely Yi Chang did not even have an intact corpse. The Confucian scholar was the Yi clan's venerable master Yi Zheng. Yi Zheng asked, "Lu Wu is capable of that?" "No, another person. He's too terrifying." Yi Wuxing trembled. His mind was in a mess. "Who?" Yi Zheng asked indifferently. "No." Yi Zheng raised his hand again. A ring of light shot out and landed on Yi Wuxing's body. "Look at me," Yi Cheng said. His voice seemed to contain magic, bringing with it a sense of peace to Yi Wuxing. Yi Wuxing raised his head in a daze. "Breathe." Yi Wuxing breathed as he was ordered to. "Calm down." Yi Wuxing calmed down. Yi Zheng nodded lightly and asked again, "Who is he?" "I don't know him," Yi Wuxing replied mechanically. "Where's he now?" "I don't know." Yi Zheng looked at Yi Wuxing silently. Yi Zheng was dissatisfied with Yi Wuxing's answer. Yi Wuxing was the only one who survived the battle. He was the only one left who had experienced and witnessed everything, and yet he knew nothing. One had to know that Yi Wuxing was an outstanding talent in the Yi clan who was sent numerous times by the clan to the unknown land. He had experienced many life-or-death situations in the past and had witnessed the vicissitudes of life. Alas, he ended up like that. Apart from feeling slightly disappointed, Yi Zheng was rather indifferent. After a moment, Yi Wuxing climbed out from the pit. He kneeled before he prostrated himself. His body trembled slightly as he said reverently, "The great void seed has appeared." There was nothing more magical than those first 4 words. A trace of surprise could be seen on Yi Zheng's expressionless face as soon as these words fell. He placed his hands on his back and asked indifferently, "Where is it?" Yi Wuxing replied, "This person is with Lu Wu. A month ago, I heard that Lu Wu had appeared at Lake Heart Island, so I rushed there with Yi Cheng. It was while I was speaking to Lu Wu that I noticed that person possesses the Great Void Seed. Hence, I quickly sent news back to the Yi clan. In order to prevent losing Lu Wu, I contacted the monster hunting squad." Yi Wuxing began to regain clarity and recounted everything to Yi Zheng. After listening to Yi Wuxing's words, Yi Zheng sighed softly. The seeds mature once every 30,000 years. 300 years ago, all of the seeds were lost, and their whereabouts are still unknown. There are many talented cultivators and experts in the world, but no one has found them. To think one has appeared in the unknown land. Yi Wuxing hurriedly kowtowed and said, "Please forgive me. I didn't mean to hide this from you. I'm sorry. Please forgive me, Venerable Master." Yi Wuxing kowtowed with all his might, praying fervently that the Venerable Master would show mercy. He even hoped the Venerable Master would heal him so he could resume cultivating on account of his many years of hard work and dedication. Yi Zheng's face was expressionless as usual. No ripples could be seen on his face at all. Yi Wuxing was like a child in his eyes. What thoughts could Yi Wuxing hide from him? After a moment, he asked, "The person who defeated Lu Wu on Lake Heart Island is a venerable master?" Yi Wuxing shook his head and said, "He's definitely not a venerable master. His cultivation is very strange and his strength is just illogical. That's right. His energy is blue. Blue." Yi Zheng frowned slightly. However, I'm sure he came from the Golden Lotus domain, Yi Wuxing added. He did not stop kowtowing and reassured himself repeatedly by thinking that he was telling the truth and was not lying. Yi Zheng flicked his sleeve, and a circle of light fell on Yi Wuxing. Then he said, "You have 0 birth charts now. Whether you can return to the Yi clan or not will depend on your luck." Yi Wuxing's body trembled slightly when he heard these words. He did not dare to protest at all. He respectfully kowtowed before he rose to his feet and walked away. Yi Zheng had always clearly distinguished when to reward and when to punish. This was his way of doing things. Following that, Yi Zheng vanished and reappeared in the air again. He maintained a low altitude. He sensed the auras in the air and the traces of the battle on the ground. He looked at the rubble and debris from the leveled mountains, the shattered rocks, and the corpses that were pierced by energy arrows until they looked like a hornet's nest. Lu Wu seems to have become stronger, and that person who helped Lu Wu isn't weak either. Yi Zheng flicked his hand and vanished again. He rushed east at top speed. He was so fast that when he moved, the void seemed to ripple and distort in his wake. Apart from that, there was no fluctuation of energy at all. Half a day later, Yi Zheng appeared at the top of the peak. He looked up at the rolling clouds in the sky. It looked as though a fierce beast would emerge from them at any moment. Then he continued to travel east. This time his speed was slower. After flying quite a distance away, the fog and clouds roiled even more violently than before. The sound of thunder rang intermittently as well. Yi Zheng looked up with a frown on his face. Balance! Yi Cheng did not continue to move forward. He hovered in the air and looked around. He glanced in the eastern direction before he turned around expressionlessly and flew back to the peak from before. Strangely, when he arrived, the fog and clouds seemed to have calmed down slightly. All of a sudden, hundreds and thousands of falcon-like flying beasts flew toward Yi Zheng from all directions. There were no changes on Yi Zheng's face as he looked at the sky with his hands resting on his back. More and more falcon-like flying beasts flew over. They were like a plague of locusts. The air around the peak was completely filled with flying beasts. A faintly transparent barrier appeared around Yi Zheng and swiftly expanded until it covered several thousands of meters in just a blink of an eye. When the falcon-like flying beasts came in contact with the barrier, they seemed to freeze in the air before they dropped down. Soon after, the sky was clear again. Not a single living flying beast could be seen. Yi Zheng looked at the ground before he turned around and vanished into thin air. At the same time, in a white palace, a female attendant bowed and said, "Master, the temple has sent news that the scales of justice had moved, but balance has now been restored. 2 streaks of light, like the sun and the moon, flew out of the hall at this moment and illuminated the sky. All right, continue to pay attention to this matter." Understood. Meanwhile, Lu Zhou, who had returned to the eastern abyss neighboring the moonlight woodland, said, "Stop." Everyone came to a stop immediately. "Master, what's wrong?" Conk looked around curiously. The journey had been smooth and without trouble. Why did they suddenly stop? Lu Wu looked up at the sky and the fog that had stopped rolling. After a while, it said, "The balance. The balance. In the ancient times, legends, no, perhaps only people from Great Void can explain it." Lu Wu lowered its head. Its expression clearly said, "I don't know either." Lu Zhou asked, "Do you know Lan Shiha?" Lu Wu shook its head. Lu Zhou said, "Generally, the green lotus cultivators are stronger than the black lotus cultivators. Is this the effect of the so-called balance? Why ask when you already know?" Lu Wu could not be bothered to answer such an idiotic question. "Fine. Since you are willing to submit to Duanmushang and acknowledge him as your young master, I'll give you a chance to join the Evil Sky Pavilion," Lu Zhou said. "The Evil Sky Pavilion?" Lu Wu's ears pricked up as though it had heard some shocking news. Its expression clearly revealed its urge to gossip. It exhaled a gust of heat wave before it said, "A venerable master has actually fallen to such a state. How sad! How sad!" Lu Zhou said, Think about it carefully. Lu Wu did not even think about it and said disdainfully, "Can a small sect accommodate a majestic beast emperor like me? Hey, little tiger, don't you think you're overestimating yourself?" Conk said, slightly displeased. "Huh." Lu Wu looked back. "Let alone you, even if a venerable master wants to join the evil sky pavilion, my master might not agree," Conk said. Lu Zhou asked, "Do you plan to continue staying in the unknown land?" Lu Wu said in a low voice, "Young master can't leave for the time being." "How long will it take to complete the integration?" Lu Zhou asked. "At least 3 to 5 months. At most 3 to 5 years," Lu Wu replied. Lu Zhou nodded and pointed in the direction of the moonlight woodland. "Then you can stay in the moonlight woodland." Lu Wu looked at the dark forest in front of it suspiciously. Lu Zhou said, "You've never been there?" Lu Tiantong was Lu Qianshan's ancestor, and he had stood at the peak of all beings 30,000 years ago. He was an old acquaintance of Duanmudian, so Duanmudian and Lu Wu should have gone to the Black Lotus domain before. However, on second thought, this place led to the Golden Lotus domain, not the Black Lotus domain. Perhaps Lu Wu had gone to the Black Lotus domain from another entrance. Lu Wu shook its head. Lu Zhou said, "Lu Wu, apart from the unknown land, there are another 2 unknown lands. Have you been there?" Lu Wu shook its head again. It was not surprising when Lu Zhou thought about it again. Humans labeled the places did not know as unknown lands. The places Lu Wu naturally did not count as unknown lands to it. Interesting. 9 used to be 1. Lu Zhou felt that Si Wuya's speculations were not wrong, but there were still many things that did not make sense. "You're deliberately being mysterious again," Lu Wu said. An idea suddenly appeared in Lu Zhou's mind at this moment, and he said, "Do you know how to draw a map?" Following that, Lu Wu threw its head back and roared, scaring the fierce beasts in the vicinity into fleeing in all directions. Conk was taken aback. She shushed Lu Wu before she asked, "Why are you making a commotion?" Lu Wu lowered its head and looked at Conk curiously. "Little girl, I'm impressed. You actually know the beast's language. Don't you know the human language as well?" Conk retorted. Lu Wu was slightly stunned. Then, it said, "You have a point. Not only do I know the beast's language, but I'm also skilled in music. Apart from that, I also have 10 leaves." Buzz. As though she was showing off, Conk extended her hand with palm facing up. Then her red lotus appeared above her palm. With just a thought, red flames shrouded the lotus. The red karmic fire was reflected in Lu Wu's eyes. It tilted its head to the left and the right, carefully studying the lotus before it said with a trace of surprise, "The karmic fire red lotus? Little girl, how old are you?" Conk scratched her head. 10? 18? In fact, Conk did not know her age. When her master took her in, she was only about 10 years old. She had stayed in the Evil Sky Pavilion for many years before going to the Red Lotus domain and growing up overnight in the Sky Marshal Court. Lu Wu shook its head. "Impossible. You're insulting the intelligence of a beast emperor." Lu Zhou clasped his hands on his back and said, "It's not impossible. She's my disciple." Lu Wu was stunned. It turned to look at Duanmushang, who was lying on its back before shifting its eyes to Conk and Yi Tianxin. Yi Tianxin was not eager to show off like Conk. On the contrary, she was sensible and showed restraint. When she sensed Lu Wu's gaze on her, she bowed and said, "Yi Tianxin, I'm the 6th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion and Cheng Huang's master." "Impossible." Lu Wu lowered its body and raised its ears. It really felt that its intelligence had been greatly insulted. Lu Zhou said, "Not impossible. They're the same as Duanmushang." Silence descended in the forest. There were many ways Lu Wu could interpret this sentence. However, the most obvious meaning was that they all had great void seeds. This was the only explanation for their cultivation talent. Everyone knew the seeds matured every 30,000 years. The latest batch of seeds that matured 30,000 years ago was lost 300 years ago. Lu Wu lowered its body before it asked, 3. 10. Lu Zhou said in a leisurely manner. The air froze again and a deafening silence descended again. Then, impossible. You're insulting my great wisdom. Boom. Lu Wu pawed the ground lightly. However, for its size, lightly pawing the ground was enough to create a ravine. Lu Wu silently brought out the golden Taishu mirror. He channeled the supreme mystic power into it, and a beam of blue light fell on Yi Tianxin and Conk. The two women's bodies shone with a faint light. It was different from the usual energy. The energy was pure and gentle, similar but different from Duanmusheng. Lu Wu's eyes widened in shock. It suddenly spoke fluently as it retreated. Impossible. Impossible. This is impossible. When Lu Zhou put the golden Taishu mirror away, Lu Wu stopped retreating and asked warily, "Why are you telling me this?" "I trust you," Lu Zhou said. "Lu Wu. The old thief trusts me?" No, he looks sincere, but he's filled with lies. This is a show of my sincerity." Lu Zhou jumped down and turned to face Lu Wu. "Aren't you afraid that I'll betray you?" Lu Wu asked. Lu Zhou paced in front of Lu Wu and said, "With your wisdom, you won't do such a stupid thing." Lu Wu nodded. Indeed, Yi Tianxin and Conk were speechless. Although they did not spend much time with Lu Wu, they knew one thing about it. It was incredibly narcissistic. Lu Wu quieted down and revealed a thoughtful expression on its face. After a moment it said, "More than 300 years ago." "That's right. They were all with me," Lu Zhou interjected. After saying this, Lu Zhou jumped onto Cheng Huang's back. Yi Tianxin and Conk understood and jumped onto Cheng Huang's back as well. With that, they turned and made their way to the moonlight woodland. Lu Wu was left standing in a daze, as it kept pawing the ground. 10 seeds, 10 supreme beings. That old thief. Is there a bigger backer I can find than him? Bang! Lu Wu smacked its paws on the ground and lifted its head. "Where are you?" Lu Wu leaped up. Its leap this time was rather high compared to other times. When it found its target, it twisted its body 180 degrees to change direction. Bang! It landed on the ground again. The tremors caused the leaves to fall from the huge trees on both its sides. Then it called out, "Wait!" Bang! A giant branch fell on Lu Wu's head. It casually swiped it away with its paws and said haughtily, "All right, I will join you," Lu Zhou said without missing a beat. "I'll have to consider it." Lu Wu. Get out of the way. Old. Lu Wu swallowed the word thief and stepped to the side obediently. "Don't need to consider. I'm very qualified to join." Lu Zhou did not say anything. Cheng Huang sped up and rushed into the moonlight woodland. "The venerable Master Lu." Lu Wu chased after them. From behind them, it said, "Venerable Master Lu, give me a chance." After several days of traveling, Cheng Huang and Lu Wu arrived at the bottom of a cliff. Clear sky stretched above their heads as sunlight shone through the dense ancient trees on Lu Wu. It looked as though it had experienced a lifetime in just a few days. It stood in a daze as it looked at the blue sky with shining eyes. It had lived in the unknown land for many years that when it saw the sunlight and blue sky again, it felt as though it had entered heaven. "We're here," Conk said. Lu Wu looked at the top of the cliff suspiciously. It seemed endless. The flying beasts in the sky flapped their wings and flew over. Their wings that spanned dozens of meters blocked Lu Wu's line of sight. "Get lost!" Lu Wu roared. The flying beasts hurriedly scattered and vanished in a blink of an eye. Lu Zhou said, "This is the border. The Golden Lotus domain is up there through the misty forest. Lu Wu, you don't have to see us off." Yi Tianxin and Conk covered their mouths and laughed. At this point, Lu Wu no longer cared about its dignity as a beast emperor anymore. After all, the two women would be supreme beings in the future. It was not embarrassing having to be humble in front of supreme beings. If they thought it was funny, then so be it. Lu Zhou nodded. "All right. However, when you join the Evil Sky Pavilion, you have to follow the rules of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Are you sure you want to join?" I have always been a man, a beast of my word. Lu Wu was getting more and more fluent in the human language. Perhaps it had interacted with Lu Zhou and the others a lot during the journey. Lu Zhou said, I won't lie to you. The Evil Sky Pavilion will face many dangers in the future. It might cost you your life. Lu Wu looked at the unconscious Duanmushang before it looked in the direction of the unknown land. It seemed to be in a daze, as though it was recalling the things of its past. He recalled the life-or-death situations he had gone through and the dangers he had faced with Duanmudian 30,000 years ago. Then, its eyes shone brightly as it said, Only death is equal to life. There are countless who want to kill me in the unknown land, and there are countless whom I've killed. What do I have to fear? Lu Wu's human language was becoming more fluent. Perhaps it was because he had interacted with Lu Zhou and the others many times along the way. Lu Zhou said, I have already told you the truth. This means that the Devil Sky Pavilion will definitely face many dangers in the future. It might even cost them their lives. All right. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction. Since you've joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, you must remember to keep the matter of the Great Void Seeds a secret. Lu Wu lifted its head and said, I'm not that stupid. Then Lu Wu turned to look at Duanmushang. Just one great void seed was troublesome enough. If news of the 10 great void seeds spread out, it would probably cause chaos in the 9 heavens. At that time, venerable masters would show up one after another. Even if there were 10 Lu Wus, it would be useless. Wu! Chang Huang lifted its head and lowered it again to show it was welcoming Lu Wu to the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Wu narrowed its eyes and looked away as though it could not be bothered with Chang Huang. Upon seeing this, Chang Huang looked slightly hurt. Conk said indignantly, In the Evil Sky Pavilion, the order of seniority is determined by who joined first. Since you're the newest member, Chang Huang is your senior. Lu Wu's ears twitched as it said disapprovingly, You wanted me to lower my head to it? No. The rules are not so rigid. You just have to have a better attitude. Without a predecessor paving the way, how can there be a bright and broad road for future generations? Don't you agree? As a reasonable beast emperor, I'm sure you understand, Conk said. Lu Wu found Conk's latter sentences rather pleasing to the ears. Hence, it nodded at Chang Huang to avoid making things awkward and muttered something under its breath. Conk said, Although it's a little insincere, we all have to start somewhere. Chang Huang did not mind and called out twice in return. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction when he saw everyone getting along. Then it said, Since you've joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, follow me back. Lu Wu shook its head and said, I'm afraid. That won't do. The energies in young master's body haven't completely fused. Only the primal chi, in the unknown land, can help him. Everyone looked at Duanmushang and felt a little emotional. Lu Zhou said, His great void seed has been exposed. With the monster hunting squad completely annihilated, it'll definitely attract the attention of venerable masters. Are you really confident? Venerable masters were not weaker than Lu Wu after all. Lu Wu said, I have my life heart now. I will rest here, then return to the unknown land. It's impossible for them to find me. It really likes the word impossible. Lu Wu's confidence put people at ease and made people worry at the same time. At this time, Yi Tianxin said, Master, the unknown land is vast. With the restriction from the balance, it shouldn't be too dangerous for Lu Wu to stay in the unknown land. If it were to return with us, it'll definitely attract everyone's attention. With so many people, rumors will inevitably fly. It'll be a little troublesome if venerable masters come. Lu Zhou nodded. Yi Tianxin had a point, so he said, All right, I'll leave Duanmushang to you. Lu Zhou leaped onto Chang Huang's back with graceful movements. Just as he was about to leave, Lu Wu called out, Wait, what's the matter? Lu Wu said in a faint voice, I will go to the Evil Sky Pavilion. I'll leave after I have a look. Lu Zhou did not object. He knew what Lu Wu was thinking, after all. He wondered how badly the Beast Emperor had been tricked by Lu Tiantong that it left such a huge scar on it. He shook his head as he thought to himself, I'm an honest man. Why would I trick a beast? Lu Wu raised its head to look at the top of the cliff. He really wanted to see if the old thief really had the 10 seeds. A man and a beast. Both had their own thoughts. Let's go. Cheng Huang flew up first like an arrow, and Lu Wu followed suit. The fierce beast fled, terrified. Some hid in the corners, shivering. The kings that ruled this place in the past were nothing in front of an emperor. The journey from the misty forest to the foreign tribes in Rongxi, and from the foreign tribes in Rongxi to the evil sky pavilion only took 3 days. Yi Tianxin had already used talismans to inform the people of the evil sky pavilion to mentally prepare themselves. In order to attract attention, Lu Wu and Cheng Huang shrank by half. Nevertheless, the duo was still much larger than ordinary fierce beasts. 3 days later, in the evil sky pavilion, Pavilion Master has sent news that he will return to the evil sky pavilion today. I wonder how long he'll be staying this time, Pan Zhong said as he nudged Zhou Jifeng. Zhou Jifeng asked curiously. Miss Six said in her message that the Beast Emperor is coming as well. Is a Beast Emperor very powerful? I don't know. I've sent a message to Mr. Seventh, but he's been busy. I don't think he'll be able to return, Pan Zhong said. The other disciples aren't coming back as well? At this time, Hua Yesheng swooped down from the sky and chimed in. Mr. 8 and Miss Ninth are here. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng exchanged a look and hurriedly walked to the hall. Indeed, soon enough they saw Zhu Honggong and little Yuaner laughing and chatting. The duo said in unison, Greetings, Mr. 8th and Miss Ninth. There's no need to be so polite. We're a family. Zhu Honggong said with a smile. Little Yuaner said, 8th senior brother. Remember that you can only stay for 2 days before you have to leave. Second senior brother is waiting for you. Zhu Honggong's smile turned awkward as he said, Little junior sister, can we not talk about that? Okay. Little Yuaner nodded. Boom, boom. 2 thunderous sounds rang in the air at this moment as 2 huge figures landed at the side of Golden Court Mountain. Everyone raised their heads. They're back. The people of Evil Sky Pavilion rushed out instantly. Hua Yuesheng and Li Xiaoma, the guardian of the Evil Sky Pavilion, bowed to Lu Zhou when they saw him. Greetings, Pavilion Master. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng looked at Lu Wu from the corners of their eyes and whispered to each other. Is that Lu Wu, the Beast Emperor? I think so. It looks very powerful. It has to be powerful to catch the Pavilion Master's eyes. Lu Zhou looked at everyone as Yi Tianxin and Conk brought Duanmu Sheng down. Lu Wu was the first to speak. I've just joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, so I'll thank you in advance for your guidance. Silence descended immediately. No one knew what to say. They staggered back in shock and wondered if they were dreaming. Did a fierce beast just thank them in advance? No, that was not the important part. Did the fierce beast really speak? Seeing that Lu Wu was rather talkative, Lu Zhou said, All right, all of you can do as you please. After saying that, Lu Zhou flew toward the eastern pavilion. This was the moment Lu Wu had been waiting for. It could not wait for Lu Zhou to leave. After Lu Zhou vanished from sight, it lowered its head and its eyes darted around, surveying its surroundings. Then it huffed and puffed. Everyone stiffened immediately. Lu Wu placed its nose near Hua Yuesheng and studied her for a moment before saying, Too weak, Hua Yuesheng. Li Xiaoma had naturally heard of Lu Wu. He cupped his fists together and said with a smile, Li Xiaoma, guardian of the Evil Sky Pavilion. You're the Beast Emperor, Lu Wu. Also weak. Lu Wu used its paw and pushed Li Xiaoma, who was blocking its path, to the side so it did not use any strength. However, Li Xiaoma and Hua Yuesheng, who were pushed to the side, felt that the strength of the push was rather difficult to describe. Li Xiaoma. Did it just push me aside? Dismissively? His claws moved horizontally. Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng stepped forward and looked up. Honorable Beast Emperor, please accept our respect. Lu Wu's ears twitched. Why is each worse than the last one? Where are the 10 great void seeds? That old thief. Lu Wu raised its claws and pushed Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng to the side as well. Everyone was extremely nervous. They wondered what the Beast Emperor was trying to do. Next, Lu Wu sensed the auras of the female disciples of the derived Moon Palace. Too weak. As expected. Was I tricked again? Where are the future 10 supreme beings? The giant paw pushed all of them aside again. How could the mighty venerable Master Lu of the Evil Sky Pavilion have such a bunch of useless subordinates? Hey! A red figure flew in front of Lu Wu. The Nirvana sash flew around her exquisitely. Lu Wu frowned and tried to sense the figure in front of it. It's a little better, but still weak. Whoa! Cheng Huang took a step back and shook its head from left to right. Lu Wu was baffled. Why are you shaking your head? Little Yuaner said. Little tiger, repeat what you said. What did you call me? Little tiger? Lu Wu's expression was indescribable. Not only is the old thief's subordinates weak, but they lack manners as well. Lu Wu glared at little Yuaner and said haughtily, My name is Lu Wu, perhaps only venerable masters are a match for me. Oh, little Yuaner said perfunctorily. Then, she asked, So how did you learn human language? Call me Lu Wu. All right, little Yuaner replied sincerely. However, in Lu Wu's eyes, this was a great insult. In its eyes, tigers and reptiles were both the same. Even mutated tigers were nothing in its eyes. It felt that it was necessary to show its strength as a beast emperor. It stomped on the ground and leaped into the sky. The clouds rolled out violently in just a blink of an eye. In just a second, the temperature of the area within a few thousand meters dropped sharply. The cold air felt deadly. Lu Wu. Lu Zhou's voice rang from the Evil Sky Pavilion. Lu Wu landed as agile as a cat. It did not make a sound at all. This showed the amazing control it had over its strength. Suddenly, its speech turned fluent again. Venerable Master Lu, are you trying to trick me again? Lu Zhou flashed and appeared in front of Lu Wu. He placed his hands on his back before he said, Don't you think I'd be stupid not to use some means to hide their auras? Lu Wu nodded inwardly. Lu Zhou had a point. With 10 great void seeds, was it not asking for trouble to lay it all out in the open? Suddenly, it seemed to realize its gaffe. Nevertheless, outwardly, its expression did not change as it said, I did that on purpose. Lu Zhou did not expose Lu Wu. He nodded and said, Little Yuaner, the Beast Emperor is highly revered. Don't be rude. Oh! Little Yuaner flew in front of Lu Wu and said, Sorry about earlier. Lu Zhou said, Lu Wu, I'll look for you later. Lu Wu did not answer. It was not in a hurry to leave. It wanted to take the opportunity to learn more about the Evil Sky Pavilion to figure out what old thief Lu had been doing all these years. Since that old thief used some means to hide the Great Void Seed, then everyone present could be a future supreme being. Did I push a group of people who could be supreme beings aside earlier? Lu Wu turned around decisively and placed its paw in front of Zhou Jifeng and the others before it said, I apologize. Pan Zhong and the others were dumbfounded. Were all beast emperors so temperamental? In the end, Pan Zhong nodded and bowed. It's fine, it's fine. Zhu Honggong flew over at this moment. He looked confused as he said, The beast emperor? Lu Wu? What? Lu Wu did not turn around. It glanced at Zhu Honggong from the corners of its eyes and thought to itself. In terms of temperament, appearance, and mannerism, this fatty doesn't look like a future supreme being. He should be a handyman of sorts in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Following that, Lu Wu did not even look at Zhu Honggong as it raised its paw again and pushed Zhu Honggong aside. Swoosh! It was unknown where Zhu Honggong was pushed to. Everyone jumped in shock as they watched Zhu Honggong being pushed away. When they recovered their senses, Pan Zhong and Zhou Jifeng hurriedly flew over. Mr. Eighth. Lu Wu could sense something was amiss immediately. Its giant paw landed on the ground again as it pawed at the ground, looking conflicted. It seems like I sent another future supreme being flying again. In the Eastern Pavilion, Lu Zhou looked at his merit points on the system interface. He was rather satisfied. Merit points, 360,060. Remaining lifespan, 3,189,720 days. 8,739 years, in which 600 years are from reversal cards. Over 8,000 years. Lu Zhou stroked his chin. After returning from the unknown land, he had checked his appearance. Not only did he no longer look like a weak Confucian scholar, but he looked mature and stable. This was what a man should look like. He was still handsome, but he did not lose his manliness. Coupled with his identity, he looked even more steady. Subsequently, he brought the weapons he obtained from the monster hunting squad. Ding! The Saint's Staff, Floodgrade greatly boost healing abilities. Ding! The Wind Spirit Bow, Floodgrade greatly boosts speed when releasing arrows. The increase from Floodgrade weapons was at least 50%. It was why they were so valuable. Owning one was like possessing half the strength of an expert of the same level. Lu Zhou could still give the Wind Spirit Bow away, but the Saint's Staff was a little useless. Then, he looked at his weapons on the system interface. Weapon, unnamed, unknown, Jade Horsetail Whisk, Heaven Grade, Purple Glazed Tile, Fusion Grade, Cold Wind Trident, Basic Desolate Grade, Confinement Seal, Basic Flood Grade, Dragon Eagle's Fury, Basic Desolate Grade, Flash Hook, Intermediate Desolate Grade, Saint's Staff, Basis Flood Grade, Wind Spirit Bow, Basic Flood Grade, Deconstruct. Lu Zhou still had quite a bit of obsidian essences that he previously accumulated. With all the materials, he should be able to upgrade another weapon. However, he did not do so. He would give away the weapons that were of use to the others, and then he would deconstruct those that were useless. On second thought, most of the members of the Evil Sky Pavilion already possessed their own weapons. Most importantly, their compatibility with their weapons had long reached perfection. If he gave them new weapons, the weapons would need to acknowledge their owners, and they would have to work on their compatibility with their new weapons again. It was rather troublesome. Perhaps it was better to accumulate more materials so they could upgrade their weapons later. Lu Zhou muttered under his breath. Deconstruct Flash Hook. Ding! Deconstructed Flash Hook. Obtained. Fire Spirit Stone X2. Shining Stone X1. Not bad. Deconstruct Cold Wind Trident. Ding! Deconstructed Cold Wind Trident. Obtained. Shining Stone X1. This is a bit of a loss, but it's still better than nothing. Deconstruct Dragon Eagle's Fury. Ding! Deconstructed Dragon Eagle's Fury. Obtained. Shining Stone X1. Fire Spirit Stone X1. Lu Zhou shook his head and lamented that his luck was not too good. I'll probably gain a lot if I can deconstruct the Mystic Microstones. If I can disassemble the Profound Microstone, that would be a huge profit. He had obtained the Mystic Microstones from Xiao Yunhe that could upgrade and repair weapons. Although obsidian essences were rare, fortunately, it was still possible to find them. On the other hand, the Mystic Microstones could only be found in the unknown land, making them even rarer than obsidian essences. After deconstructing 3 of the most useless weapons in his possession, Lu Zhou closed his eyes and meditated on the heavenly writing. In the evening, Lu Zhou walked out of the Eastern Pavilion. Lu Wu was very big, so with just a glance, he could see where Lu Wu was. Lu Zhou called out, "Lu Wu." Lu Wu slowly turned around slightly, facing the Eastern Pavilion, before it said, "Venerable Master Lu, I have a request. Speak. I seem to have offended your disciples. Can you speak to them on my behalf?" Lu Wu asked awkwardly. Lu Zhou did not know what to say either. After a while he said, "Don't worry, they're not as petty as you think." Lu Wu shook its head. It had finally figured it out. Not all 10 disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion were present. There were only a few of them here. All 10 are future supreme beings. Lu Wu was burning with determination as it thought to itself, "No, I have to explain myself clearly. If there's even one petty person among the future supreme beings I offended today, I won't have a good ending in the future. Then, Lu Wu said in a small voice, Venerable Master Lu, my request is just a small one. Seeing how persistent Lu Wu was, Lu Zhou said, With me here, how can they find fault with you? Lu Wu disagreed. I admit, Venerable Master Lu is very strong. However, compared to supreme beings, the difference is far too vast. Lu Zhou asked curiously, How vast? After all, Lu Zhou was not a venerable master nor a supreme being. It was only natural he was curious. As vast as the unknown land. This statement was a bit too broad. Lu Zhou continued to ask, Have you met a supreme being? Lu Wu shook its head. Lu Zhou wondered why Lu Wu would use such an exaggerated metaphor if it had never met a supreme being. He asked, puzzled, Since even you've never met a supreme being, maybe they don't exist? They must exist. Lu Wu raised its head and looked at the sky and the few white clouds absent-mindedly. Those who can keep venerable masters in line, those who can maintain the balance. They've always been there. Then why haven't they appeared? Lu Zhou asked. Lu Wu shook its head, indicating that it did not know. The puny human beings were just a drop in the ocean in the vast galaxy. Beast emperors were just slightly bigger stones. It was a fool's dream to try to uncover the mysteries of the universe. Lu Zhou tapped his toes and flew up. Lu Wu, I dislike lying. I'm not the Lu Tiantong you keep bringing up. Lu Wu did not speak. Lie, continue to lie. I've yet to verify the matters of the 10 great void seeds. But you want to trick me again. On second thought, it's not easy for a venerable master to fall to such a state. To avoid trouble, I'll just play along with him. Lu Zhou asked, Is Lu Tiantong very powerful? Lu Wu lowered its voice a little and said, There aren't many venerable masters who can defeat me. Lu Tiantong is one of them who can. Lu Wu lowered his voice a little. He said, There are not many spiritual masters who can defeat me. Lu Tiantong is one of them. Lu Tiantong is the heaven's son. A venerable master. A venerable master is one with the Tao and the heavens. Venerable masters are those who've mastered the Tao. Lu Wu's expression was slightly unnatural when it mentioned the Tao. It seemed like the Tao was something that surpassed the fierce beasts. The Tao? Lu Zhou asked. Why are you asking questions you know the answer to again? Lu Wu did not explain and instead said, If I knew, I'd become a divine beast a long time ago. Lu Tiantong and Duanmudian could defeat you. They'd both passed the 3rd birth trial. Lu Wu nodded. Lu Zhou continued to say, The 3rd birth trial is also the 18 chart trial. Do all venerable masters have more than 18 birth charts? Yes, but not many more than 18. Lu Wu answered perfunctorily. Then, do you know how one becomes a supreme being? Finally, Lu Wu felt Lu Zhou had asked a good question. It was normal for a dignified venerable master to want to find the way to move forward. There were many venerable masters looking for the way to become supreme beings, after all. Lu Wu replied, I don't know. There was nothing wrong with this answer. However, one had to know the cultivation path to becoming a divine beast was related to becoming a supreme being. However, Lu Wu thought human affairs had nothing to do with it, a beast emperor. Initially, Lu Wu wanted to brag about how Lu Tiantong suppressed the Black Lotus domain 30,000 years ago. However, when he remembered that Lu Tiantong was right in front of him, he had no desire to brag at all. It would only suffocate itself to death by doing so. Lu Zhou thought for a moment before changing his strategy. He asked, How did Duanmudian defeat you? Lu Wu was slightly taken aback by this question. After thinking for a moment, it said, I let him win. After conversing for a while, Lu Zhou learned that Duanmudian was a venerable master of the same generation as Lu Tiantong, who later went to the Purple Lotus domain. He subdued Lu Wu in the unknown land and became its master. When peace descended on the world, venerable masters mysteriously disappeared. Until today, no one knew what happened. Cultivators below the stage of venerable masters could not stand the test of time, while new generations could not catch up to the venerable masters of the past, resulting in the current state of the cultivation world. The ancient books referred to this time as the 30,000-year void in the cultivation world. Now that 30,000 years have passed, another new round of a 30,000-year void is about to begin. However, it's also a clean slate. The great void seeds are the key. Lu Wu echoed and said, due to the heaven and earth shackles and humans' pathetic selfishness, cultivation levels will be restricted. In regard to the heaven and earth shackles, this was the case in the Golden Lotus domain previously. Since cultivators there were only limited to 8 leaves at that time, as time passed, more and more 8-leaf cultivators appeared. As for human selfishness, the Black Tower Council implemented the captive plan on the Red Lotus domain, causing cultivators in the Red Lotus domain to remain at the 9-leaf and 10-leaf stage, unable to advance to the Thousand Realms whirling stage. Lu Zhou nodded. Then, he asked, slightly surprised, you know these things? Lu Wu looked at him with a complex expression and said, you were the one who told these things in the past. What do you think? I played along very well, didn't I, Venerable Master Lu? You should be honored. I wouldn't just play along with any venerable master, Lu Wu said. Then it rose to its feet, preparing to leave. At the same time, Zhu Honggong flew over with a smile on his face. Isn't he the one I sent flying with just a push? I have to apologize to make sure this future supreme being will forget about my transgression today. Lu Wu lowered its head. Just as it was about to speak, Zhu Honggong flew over and landed near one of Lu Wu's giant paws. Following that, Zhu Honggong patted Lu Wu's paw and said, I didn't hurt your paw earlier, did I, Lu Wu? He's a really good actor. No. Finally, Lu Wu raised its paw and retreated, looking at Zhu Honggong vigilantly. That's good. Zhu Honggong nodded. Then he flew in front of Lu Zhou. He cupped his fists together and raised them in the air after he kneeled and said, Greetings, Master, Lu Wu. Lu Zhou had long gotten used to Zhu Honggong's antics. He said, Why are you here? Zhu Honggong smiled ingratiatingly as he said, Master, we haven't seen each other for a few days, but it feels like 3 years. You're more majestic and manly than before. Speak. Don't beat around the bush. I want to stay in the Evil Sky Pavilion. Then stay, Lu Zhou said. Zhu Honggong was overjoyed by Lu Zhou's reply. Then he asked, Then, how should I explain this to second senior brother? Is there a need to explain? Lu Zhou frowned and said, It's important to pay attention to seniority. When I'm not around, you'll naturally have to listen to your senior brothers. Zhu Honggong felt stifled. If he knew earlier, he would not have asked. All right, you can leave, Lu Zhou said. Yes. Zhu Hong turned around and left respectfully. After that, Lu Zhou looked up at Lu Wu and asked, There's one more thing. How did you know about Duanmusheng when we were at the Northern Sword Canyon? Lu Wu said proudly, Despicable humans aren't worthy of cooperating with me. The Black Emperor spent 3 years to find me and opened an ancient formation at the Northern Sword Canyon. At that time, I sensed young master's existence, so I played along. It paused for a moment before it added, It's strange that I can't sense the Great Void Seed. It's just a concealing technique, Lu Zhou replied. Nevertheless, Lu Wu warned Lu Zhou again. The corrosive energy had exposed Duanmusheng's Great Void Seed. Rather than saying it was an accident, it was better to say the concealing technique was not good enough. The Beast Emperor, Lu Wu, seemed simple-minded and childish, but it was actually able to plot against the Black Emperor, which was rather unexpected. It was not that the Black Emperor was stupid. It was just that humans and fierce beasts' thinking were completely different. Humans calculated gains and losses and weighed the pros and cons before acting. The Black Emperor, a ruler of a country, was even more prone to doing that. However, for Lu Wu it did not think so much. Its goal was simple and clear, Duanmusheng. As for the human and fierce beasts' lives, they did not matter to it at all. After the war ended, Lu Zhou did not pay attention to the aftermath. However, he could imagine that it had caused a lot of damage to humans. "It's my turn," Lu Wu said as he looked at Lu Zhou suspiciously after it sensed the rich vitality energy from Lu Zhou's body. It asked, "How did you spend the last 30,000 years?" Lu Zhou was too lazy to explain. He did some mental calculations. After passing 2 birth trials, each birth chart would increase one's lifespan by 3,000 years until the 3rd birth trial. In total, there were 29,600 years. Naturally, this was just a rough estimate. Some would live a few more years and some would live fewer years. Nevertheless, the difference would not be big. Now that 33,000 years had passed, Lu Tiantong must have had further breakthroughs, died, or was captured by the people from the Great Void. "It seems like you've indeed grown stronger," Lu Wu said. "However, in the unknown land, your strength was weak," Lu Wu said when it recalled its fight with Lu Zhou on Lake Heart Island. That was not the strength of a venerable master. The strength Lu Zhou showed when dealing with the monster hunting squad was more like it. Lu Zhou switched the topic and asked, perplexed, "What the Tao?" Lu Wu was a little annoyed. It did not want to continue playing along, so it said, "You should know better than me." Lu Zhou was even more annoyed than Lu Wu, but he did not show it on his face. He was truly puzzled. With the 30,000-year void, by right, supreme beings should leave behind cultivation manuals, insights, and so on to help the later generations. However, the reality was that very little was recorded in the ancient records in various domains. There were only diagrams and descriptions of fierce beasts. In the Golden Lotus domain, the mystic realm was still considered a legend. When the frog at the bottom of the well left the well, it thought it had seen the vast world only to later discover it was still at a corner of the world. Lu Zhou did not intend to continue asking questions. A beast emperor was still a fierce beast, after all. It was too difficult to communicate with it. If there was a venerable master who was willing to talk to him, perhaps he would be able to obtain some answers. Lu Zhou thought about Lu Tiantong and Lu Qianshan. Perhaps there were some hints left behind in the Lu clan. With this thought, he decided to visit the Lu clan. Seeing that no one was around, Lu Wu lowered its head and asked conspiratorially, "Venerable Master Lu, where are the other great void seeds? Hidden? Why are you asking questions you know the answer to?" Lu Zhou retorted. "Can't you tell me?" Lu Wu asked. Lu Zhou said, "Isn't it enough? Lu Wu, if you think I'm lying, you can leave now. I'll make an exception and let you leave without any consequences." "It seems like I've gone too far." Lu Wu shook its head. "I'm just curious. I'm not one to go back on my words." So far, Lu Wu had met Duanmu Shang, Zhao Yu, Yi Tianxin, Zhu Honggong, Little Yuaner, and Conk. He had yet to meet the other 4 disciples. Out of the 6 people, it had confirmed that 3 of them possessed the Great Void Seeds. 1 Great Void Seed could defy the heavens and change fate. 3 Great Void Seeds were enough. Even if the others were fake, 3 Great Void Seeds were enough to guarantee the future of the Evil Sky Pavilion. To be able to obtain all 10 Great Void Seeds, this old thief's method must be really heaven-defying. Perhaps I'll be able to rely on the Evil Sky Pavilion to find Duanmu Jian in the future. Lu Wu asked again, "Then, can you tell me how you obtain them?" After all, so many people fought over these treasures, but most of them could not even approach the unknown land, let alone go to the unknown land. Great Void Expedition. Lu Zhou half-heartedly came up with an excuse. Lu Wu nodded. "That makes sense. This beast stubbornly refuses to believe the truth, and yet, it so easily believed a lie. I regret inviting it to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. Is there still time to return it?" Lu Wu sighed. "You're really too lucky. There are so many Great Void expeditions, but it so happens the one you went on was during the time when the Great Void Seeds matured." Lu Zhou did not say anything. Ji Tiandao did not even have 8 leaves at that time. To be able to obtain not 1, but all of the 10 Great Void Seeds, when there were so many thousand realms whirling cultivators looking for it, there was no doubt he must have had some tricks up his sleeve. Do fierce beasts want the great void seeds as well? Lu Zhou asked. Lu Wu lowered its head and looked at Lu Zhou as though it was looking at a fool before it nodded. Humans want it to defy the heavens and change their fates. Why do the fierce beasts want them? Lu Wu said, Fierce beasts are the same. Fierce beasts are also bound by the heaven and earth shackles? Lu Zhou asked skeptically. Between heaven and earth, there's no one who can escape from the shackles. The more Lu Zhou dug into things, the closer he got to the truth, the more ignorant he felt. Cognition was like a circle with a small diameter. As the diameter continued to expand, the circle would come in contact with many new and unknown things. Initially, he had thought only the Golden Lotus domain was bound by the heaven and earth shackles and that he had found the world beyond the heavens. As it turned out, there was more than just that. The Black Lotus domain and the White Lotus domain proved that the shackles were everywhere. Have you been to the Endless Ocean? Lu Zhou asked. Lu Wu thought for a moment and replied, In the past, I went to that place with Venerable Master Duanmu. However, I didn't go far since flying isn't my forte. Did you see the Kuan? Lu Wu's eyes widened. That big fish. Lu Zhou nodded and looked at Lu Wu with a scrutinizing gaze. Lu Wu said, Don't provoke it. It raised its head and looked at the sky before it said, I'm bringing young master away tomorrow. Swoosh. Something flew out of the mountainside of Golden Court Mountain at this moment. Lu Wu's ears twitched as it looked around before it exclaimed in surprise, Bayan! One of Lu Zhou's mounts, Bayan, flew out of the forest before it rested at the periphery of the forest. It's Bayan. I'm going to eat it while it's still weak. Lu Wu grew very lively and did not think further about why Bayan was here. That's my mount, Lu Zhou said. Lu Wu. I have many mounts like that, Lu Zhou said nonchalantly before he called out, Witzard. Soon after, Witzard flew over among the clouds and circled above the evil sky pavilion. When Lu Wu saw Witzard, it took a step back. This old thief still has this up his sleeve. No matter what, I won't leave evil sky pavilion. Meanwhile, in the southern pavilion, Duanmu Shang had been awake for quite a while. He felt as though he was dreaming as he looked at the familiar room and scenery outside. However, he was not an emotional person, so he quickly gathered his thoughts and returned to normal. At this moment, Zhu Honggong walked in and called out with a smile on his face, Third senior brother, are you okay? I'm fine. Duanmu Shang pinched himself and looked at the purple dragons on his wrists in disbelief. After looking at them for a moment, he collected his thoughts and asked, Eighth junior brother, where were you before this? What happened? I went to the Yellow Lotus domain. It was nothing, Zhu Honggong said. He had learned his lesson. He had to keep a low profile. Did you encounter any danger? Duanmu Shang asked. Not only did I not encounter any danger, but I improved a lot as well, Zhu Honggong said with a smile. Look, then, Zhu Honggong lifted his hand and manifested a miniature avatar above his palm. The 11 leaves around the halo were dazzling. 11 leaves? Duanmu Shang said. Congratulations, 8th junior brother. 2nd senior brother said, if I work hard, the avatar can still grow within a certain range. The height is equivalent to the cultivation base of 1,000 realms whirling cultivator with 4 or 6 birth charts. Zhu Honggong said happily. Upon hearing Zhu Honggong's words, Duanmu Shang sighed. All of you have become stronger. I'm the only one who's still standing in the same spot. Zhu Honggong withdrew his avatar and scratched his head sheepishly. Master said you'll achieve something sooner or later. Did Master really say that? Yes. Don't comfort me. Duanmu Shang grabbed the Overlord spear next to him. The feel of the familiar dragon carving on its shaft was reassuring. He said, Come, spar with me. No, no, no. Zhu Honggong waved his hand. 3rd senior brother, you're really a spear addict. Must you spar as soon as you wake up? Moreover, I have 11 leaves. I won't progress even if I spar with 3rd senior brother. That's not what I mean. Zhu Honggong realized he had said the wrong thing when he saw Duanmu Shang's dejected expression. At this moment, a voice rang from outside. Duanmu Sheng. Master! Duanmu Sheng held the Overlord spear and rushed out of the southern pavilion. In the sky above the southern pavilion, Lu Wu lowered its head to look at Duanmu Sheng. Lu Zhou, who was hovering next to Lu Wu's side, noticed that Duanmu Sheng's loyalty had recovered by 80% in a short period of time. Greetings, Master. Duanmu Sheng bowed. Zhu Honggong followed suit and bowed as well. Lu Zhou said, You were unconscious before this, so I made a decision on your behalf. However, now that you're awake, I'll leave it up to you to decide. He glanced at Lu Wu before he continued to say, You have a large amount of corrosive energy and Lu Wu's essence qi in your body. Moreover, you have the Great Void Seed. Currently, your cultivation is that of a 3,000 realms whirling cultivator at least. Everyone. Zhu Honggong. That was close. However, things aren't so simple. Lu Zhou lowered his altitude and continued to say, You've already demonized, so normal cultivation method is useless. When the corrosive energy completely fuses with you, you'll have breakthroughs in your cultivation. Demonize? Duanmu Sheng was in a daze. In fact, he did not care if he demonized or not as long as his heart was not affected and he did not lose himself. After all, he did not discriminate in the path of cultivation. The evil sky pavilion had been known as evil for hundreds of years, but none of them cared. Nevertheless, he still felt slightly lost. If you want to completely fuse the energies in your body, you need the environment and energy in the unknown land. Hence, only Lu Wu can help you. You can refuse, and I'll expel the corrosive energy in your body for you. After Lu Zhou finished speaking, he looked at Duanmu Sheng and Lu Wu, waiting for Duanmu Sheng to decide. After suppressing the shock in his heart, Zhu Honggong moved to Duanmu Sheng's side and said, Third senior brother, I think it's better to stay in the evil sky pavilion. The unknown land is too dangerous. You must stay. Duanmu Sheng hesitated. If it were Zhu Honggong, he would not hesitate to stay. Going to the unknown land would not be an option at all. Why are you hesitating? Lu Zhou asked. Duanmu Sheng said, Master, if I become a demon completely, will I still be me? At this moment, Lu Wu raised its head and let out a long roar that shook heaven and earth and the evil sky pavilion. Then it said, You'll always be you. The corrosive power can activate the power of the Duanmu bloodline and give you strength. However, if you have a weak will, then you should just forget it. I hate cowards the most. Zhu Honggong raised his head. I feel like I've just been scolded. Lu Wu glanced at the chubby future supreme being and corrected its words. I mean, this mostly applies to the descendants of Master Duanmu. His descendants should be a man with an indomitable spirit. He snuck a look at Zhu Honggong and added, There should be no problem with these words, right? Following that, Duanmu Sheng kneeled on one knee and said, Master, I want to try. Have you thought this through? Lu Zhou had expected this, so he was not surprised. I have thought it through. I know the path ahead is filled with thorns, but how can there be a smooth cultivation path in the world? If I don't overcome this difficulty, how can I continue on the cultivation path? I hope Master will agree to my decision, Duanmu Sheng said. Lu Zhou nodded. All right, then go. Lu Zhou extended his arm, and the Overlord spear flew into his hand. Then he said, Collect the Overlord spear from me tomorrow morning before you leave. Yes. Lu Zhou spent the night raging the Overlord spear to the flood grade using 3 fire spirit tones and a refining talisman. The next morning, the disciples of the Evil Sky Pavilion were already waiting outside. Lu Wu was getting anxious from waiting. It had stayed in the Golden Lotus domain for a long time, so it would easily attract attention. Hence, it wanted to leave as soon as possible. In the Eastern Pavilion, Duanmu Sheng kneeled on the ground without moving as he looked at the sun in the sky. This should be the last time he would be able to enjoy the sunlight for a long time after leaving the Evil Sky Pavilion. He continued kneeling, waiting for his master to come out. However, after kneeling for an hour, there was no sign of his master at all. Bang! A gust of strong wind blew the doors of the eastern pavilion open before the Overlord's spear flew out at lightning speed and stabbed into the ground in front of Duan Musheng. Duan Musheng looked at the shining Overlord spear in shock and disbelief. At this time, Lu Zhou's voice rang from the hall. Go! Duan Musheng regained control of his emotions and grabbed the Overlord spear and placed it horizontally on the ground. Following that, he kowtowed 3 times in his master's direction before he flew away wordlessly. It did not take long before Duan Musheng saw Lu Wu. When he looked around, he saw the others had gathered as well. Yi Tianxin stood at the lead and said, "Third senior brother. Take care. Mr. Third. We'll wait for your return." Everyone said their goodbyes. Duan Musheng cupped his fists at everyone and said, "Take care." After that, Lu Wu looked in the direction of the eastern pavilion and said, "Venerable Master, Lu, be careful. The other side might send people over." After Lu Wu finished speaking, it stomped on the ground and shot up to the sky like a huge mountain. In just a few breaths, it vanished into the southwestern direction. In the evening, in the eastern pavilion, Lu Zhou checked his item cards. He only had 1 ordinary deadly strike card, critical block cards, disguise card, reversal cards, and deconstruction cards. To be safe, he had to buy item cards. Just as Lu Wu had said, they had gone to the unknown land and stirred up such a huge commotion by annihilating the monster hunting squad. The Green Lotus domain will definitely send people to investigate. Although Venerable Masters were restricted by the balance, it did not mean they could not send other people to infiltrate the Golden Lotus domain. Moreover, there should be runic passages in the Green Lotus domain that led straight to the Golden Lotus domain. It seems like I've made an enemy out of Venerable Master Qin and Venerable Master Yi. Lu Zhou shook his head. After pondering for a moment, Lu Zhou bought 3 impeccable cards and 1 synthesis card, which cost him 136,000 merit points altogether. The enhanced impeccable card was the best choice. If he encountered an expert with 17 or 18 birth charts, he still would not be a match even with an enhanced deadly strike card. An enhanced impeccable card was equivalent to 10 minutes of being invulnerable. If he was invulnerable, he could easily escape. It's unfortunate that I can only synthesize them 3 times. Lu Zhou only had 1 more chance to synthesize the impeccable cards. After a while, Lu Zhou's mind wandered to other matters. Where does this power come from? Based on the law of conservation, all energy in the world had a source and a destination. Did his system have to abide by the law of conservation? How strong was a venerable master? What is the Tao? He had too many questions that needed answers. Lu Zhou raised his hand in front of him. A reversal card appeared in his hand. Through cultivation, cultivators could break the limit of their lifespans, increasing the years of their lives. Although there were all kinds of ways to make them return to their old age, it was not the essence of reversal. It was more like borrowing time. It was just like today going back to yesterday. In a certain sense, it was like traveling back in time. Could the so-called Tao be the power to control time? After pondering on it for a while, Lu Zhou shook his head. It was too exaggerated and unlikely. He no longer dwelled on the matter and manifested his blue avatar instead. Ding! 8 methods connected avatar. 3,500 years are required to advance to the next stage. Lu Zhou had more than 8,000 years of life, so he could advance to the next stage now without any worries. In the past, meditating on the heavenly writing was the only way for me to increase my strength. All I need now is to solve the problem of my lifespan, and I'll be able to evolve my blue avatar. However, I should still continue to meditate on the heavenly writing after entering a certain realm. Advance. With that, Lu Zhou saw the years from his life decreasing swiftly on the system interface. At the same time, vitality energy began to gather and surge above the Evil Sky Pavilion. The disciples and members of the Evil Sky Pavilion only took a glance before they continued on with their businesses. The vitality continued to gather and surge until the next morning. Lu Zhou could feel the limit of his supreme mystic power had increased slightly. Although it was not much of an increase, it was still an improvement. Moreover, the current blue avatar was still relatively weak. Ding! 9 Transformation in Yang Avatar. 5,000 years are needed to advance to the next stage. He had 5,200 years left. Even with the reversal cards, he still did not have too many years. It was better to wait before advancing to the next stage. After Lu Zhou put his blue avatar away, he looked at the system interface. It was time for lucky draws. Draw. Ding. Used 50 merit points. Thank you for your participation. Luck point +1. After drawing 100 times and being thanked for his participation 100 times, Lu Zhou was very annoyed. The probability of getting a reward from the draw was getting lower and lower. In the past, he could still obtain a reward after drawing an entire day. Draw. Ding. Used 50 merit points. Used 210 luck points. Obtained. Concealment card X5. Ding. Concealment card. Can hide the aura and color of the blue avatar. Reminder. Each use only lasts for 5 days. Even without the concealment card, Lu Zhou had other ways to hide his aura. There was no need to worry about the color of his avatar or energy as well. Moreover, he still could not use his blue avatar since it was too weak, and he could hide the supreme mystic power in his golden energy. Well, in any case, something was better than nothing. However, he still felt slightly distressed about the luck points that were wasted. Draw. Ding. Used 50 merit points. Obtained. Reversal card X5. Following that, Lu Zhou was thanked for his participation continuously. After he was done, he used the power of sight to observe Duanmushang and was relieved when he discovered Duanmushang and Lu Wu had returned to the Moonlight Woodland. After he cut off the power of sight, he suddenly recalled the first open heavenly writing scroll he obtained at the bottom of the cliff in the Moonlight Woodland. Where was the second open heavenly writing scroll then? When it was close to noon, Lu Zhou led Yi Tianxin, Zhu Honggong, Little Yuaner, and Conk back to the capital in the Red Lotus domain through the runic passage. After that, Lu Zhou did not continue to draw the lottery. He used the power of supreme mystery to observe Duanmushang, and the effects of the divine ability of the tomes of arcane returned to normal. Duanmushang and Lu Wu had already returned to the Moonlight Forest, so they were relieved. Yi Tianxin left to see Wuxia since she wanted to discuss bringing Cheng Huang over. Little Yuaner and Conk were inseparable and left together to play soon after. In the end, only Zhu Honggong was left following Lu Zhou. "Why are you following me?" Lu Zhou asked, puzzled. Zhu Honggong averted his eyes and chuckled. It's nothing. I was just thinking that you must be very busy, so I want to help." "That's right. Master must be lacking a helper." "No. You may leave." Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve and entered the preservation hall. Zhu Honggong wore an aggrieved expression on his face when he turned over and saw Meng Changdong walking over. Before Zhu Honggong could speak, Meng Changdong hurriedly said, "Mr. 8th, there's something I need to tell you." Zhu Honggong was ecstatic when he heard these words. "What is it? Hurry up and tell me. I have nothing better to do anyway. Mr. 2nd and Mr. 4th have been waiting for you in the training arena over the past few days. They've told me to inform you of this if I see you," Meng Changdong said. Zhu Honggong. "Sir. Mr. 8th, what's wrong? Ridiculous." Zhu Honggong's shoulders dropped, his back was bent, and his eyes were lifeless as he walked toward the training arena listlessly. There was no way for him to avoid the calamity. Following that, Meng Changdong immediately entered the preservation hall to report to Lu Zhou about the affairs in the capital while Lu Zhou was gone. Lu Zhou felt his head ache when he listened to the report. Since the matters were not too important, he interjected, "In the future, let's see Wuxia and Li Yunjing deal with these matters. There's no need to report to me." "Understood. Is there news from Xiao Yunhe?" Lu Zhou asked. Meng Changdong bowed and replied, "Yes. Tower Master Xia has been focused on preparing for his fight with Xia Zhengrong. There should be news of the result of the battle in a few days. I'll report immediately once I receive news." Lu Zhou nodded before he said, "Summon Lu Qianshan here." "Understood." After the Black Emperor dropped all pretenses, Lu Qianshan had brought his family with him and fled to Great Tang. Even after the Black Emperor's death, he did not return since the situation in Great Yuan was very unstable. Regardless of whoever became the next emperor of Great Yuan, it would not be good news for Lu Qianshan. The best and smartest move was to cling onto the evil sky pavilion. When Lu Qianshan heard Lu Zhou had summoned him, he did not waste time and rushed to the preservation hall immediately. "Greetings, Senior Lu. Sit." Lu Zhou casually pointed to the spot across from him. I better stand." Lu Qianshan had always felt rather flustered and awkward when he saw his ancestor. Lu Zhou said without beating around the bush, "I summoned you here to talk about Lu Tiantong." "My ancestor?" Lu Qianshan was confused. Lu Tiantong was born 30,000 years ago. He was a venerable master, which means he passed 3 birth trials. He managed to dominate the land with his shocking strength. Under his lead, the land was peaceful. Did he leave anything behind? Lu Zhou asked. Lu Qianshan said sheepishly, "I'm ashamed to say our ancestor followed Venerable Lu without any questions. After Venerable Master Lu left, we changed our surname to Lu and built the ancestral hall to worship Venerable Master Lu. I'm afraid he didn't leave anything behind. Notes? Cultivation methods? Weapons? Nothing?" Lu Zhou asked. Lu Qianshan shook his head helplessly. If Lu Tianqing had left something behind, the Lu clan would not have been cornered by the royal court previously. Lu Zhou paced back and forth with his hands on his back. It seemed strange and unlikely that Lu Tiantong did not leave anything behind at all. It's been a long time. Those who once followed Venerable Master Lu have long passed away. The only thing the Lu clan has is the portrait of Venerable Master Lu that was painted by one of our predecessors. Lu Qianshan said. However, although Venerable Master Lu didn't leave anything for the Lu clan, there's a formation in Cold Breeze Valley that's rumored to be left behind by Venerable Master Lu. Lu Qianshan's, however, made Lu Zhou feel like beating him up. Nevertheless, his expression did not change as he asked, "A formation that Lu Tiantong left behind?" "Senior Lu, don't get your hopes up. Countless cultivators have visited this formation since a long time ago. It's not a secret. Moreover, there's no one guarding the place. Instead, it has become a place for cultivators to visit and test themselves," Lu Qianshan said. "Why would he leave a formation behind for no reason?" Lu Zhou furrowed his brows. This, Lu Qianshan struggled to explain. In the end, he only said, "Pavilion Master Lu, why don't you go and have a look?" Indeed, it was better to go and have a look than to blindly speculate. Since the formation had something to do with Lu Tiantong, Lu Zhou could not just leave it alone. Perhaps he could find some clues regarding the heaven and earth shackles there. "All right, come with me." "Understood." Following that, Lu Zhou and Lu Qianshan went to the Hall of Runes and traveled to the Black Lotus domain through a runic passage. Meanwhile, in the Green Lotus domain, at the Clear Sky Mountain, at the foot of the mountain, many disciples dressed in long robes could be seen raising their heads to look at the sky. 2 figures could be vaguely seen in the clouds. The disciples could only see the 2 vague figures but could not hear any sound. In the clouds. "Brother Yi, I heard you went to the unknown land?" Venerable Master Qin calmly asked. Yi Zhang looked at the clouds in the distance as he said, "As a dignified Venerable Master, you sure have a lot of spies everywhere. Aren't you afraid of being laughed at?" "I don't feel it's a despicable thing, nor do I think it's beneath me to do such a thing," Venerable Master Qin replied. Yi Zhang said expressionlessly, "Let's talk about the Tao. There's no need to talk about other things. Just talking about the Tao is a bit boring. I heard that the 40 members of the monster hunting squad were killed by that beast, Lu Wu," Venerable Master Qin asked. Venerable Masters were humans as well, and they were inclined to gossip as well. Perhaps only in front of their disciples, they seemed high and mighty. Yi Zhang said, "Their deaths have nothing to do with me. The monster hunting squad risked their lives all year round. It's not surprising they finally died." Venerable Master Qin grew even more curious. "Is there a need for Brother Yi to personally make a move for a mere beast emperor?" Neither one of them could clearly see each other due to being hidden by the thick clouds. They could only hear each other. Even venerable masters could not shed the vulgar human habits. They could have the discussion in the pavilion, but to seem more otherworldly, they had to hover high in the sky to have a discussion. It was in fact a very meaningless act. When did the 40,000-year-old Lu Wu become so insignificant? Is that why it escaped from you? You really like meddling in other people's affairs, Yizheng said, annoyed. Instead of being angry, venerable Master Qin chuckled. Then, shall we spar first? As soon as these words fell, swords, sabers, and all kinds of weapons in the hands of the disciples on the left flew up to the sky. Not to be outdone, the weapons in the hands of the disciples on the right flew up as well. They clashed noisily back and forth in the sky. There were so many of them that it was difficult to tell who had the upper hand. After a few dozen rounds, the weapons that filled the sky returned to the hands of the disciples following their original trajectory. 100 years have passed, but you haven't improved at all, Venerable Master Qin said with a smile. I can say the same about you. So you want Lu Wu's life hearts? Venerable Master Qin asked. It's unfortunate that beast is fast. Yizheng did not deny it. Jinren Qin said, Aren't you afraid of being punished by the heavens? Yizheng knew the meaning behind Venerable Master Qin's words. However, he only said, There's no need for you to worry about me. I have a suggestion, Venerable Master Qin said, unfazed. Just talk about the Tao. There's no need to talk about anything else. Then let's exchange a few more moves. This time, an astrolabe appeared in the clouds on both sides. Beams of light shot back and forth, and after a full 15 minutes, the beams of light disappeared. The disciples below were dazzled and sighed in awe. Venerable Master Qin bluntly said, I know you have clues about the great void seeds. Yizheng frowned and said, Old fox, don't think I don't know your Qin clan left so many runic passages on the other side to wait for the appearance of the great void seeds. Do you really think that I'm as despicable as you? I'm strict on myself and abide by the balance. I won't go over to the other side for no reason. Yizheng scoffed. If you don't want others to know of your dirty deeds, it's better not to do them at all. Do you think others are unaware that Qin Moshang's birth chart was destroyed by someone? That kid is just mischievous. I've already punished him, since it's a junior of the Qin clan that made a mistake. Don't tell me you, as an outsider, intend to discipline him. Fortunately, the two venerable masters were communicating through voice transmissions. Otherwise, if the disciples below could hear their conversations, their lofty image would be ruined. They did not sound like venerable masters at all. They sounded more like two shrews arguing. Yizheng continued to say, You're not the only one waiting for the great void seeds. The sacred hall is waiting as well. The great void seeds were lost 300 years ago. Since they could not be found, the others could only wait for them to appear. Everyone was waiting for them. After all, cultivators who possessed the great void seeds were destined to be extraordinary. I'm afraid that some people are getting impatient. The fruits have yet to ripen, but they already can't wait to enter the orchard to harvest the fruits. Venerable Master Qin said, Cut the crap. Let's get serious. As soon as these words fell, two enormous avatars of unknown height appeared in the sky, towering over the land. In the Black Lotus Domain's Cold Breeze Valley, when Lu Zhou and Lu Qianshan, who had flown here, arrived at the entrance of the valley, they saw many people flying back and forth. It looked rather lively. The formation is strange but harmless. Legend has it that Venerable Master Lu left the formation here when he was resting, Lu Qianshan said. It's called the 9 Twist and Turn Formation. Once you step into the formation, the path will twist and turn, causing you to lose your way. Only cultivators at or above the Thousand Realms whirling stage can reach the center of the formation. Cultivators at or above the Thousand Realms whirling stage can reach the center of the formation? Lu Zhou was puzzled. Since the difficulty was so low, it must not be some kind of heaven-shaking formation. He had thought he would need to make a move and shock the world again. After thinking about it briefly, he thought this was a good thing. After all, he did not like to show off and preferred keeping a low profile. Lu Qianshan replied, "That's right. That's why I said there's nothing special about this formation. All the major sects have long studied it. Isn't this very boring then? Such a formation poses no challenge to me at all." The slopes of the valley were filled with dark green grass. Dark green grass stretched as far as the eyes could see. At this time, many cultivators were climbing up and down the slope. Some of the weaker ones did climb too high up before they were swept down by an invisible force. Someone shouted angrily, "Again! Let's try again." Lu Qianshan pointed at the cultivators and said, "These are all disciples from major sects who came here to train." Lu Zhou nodded. After a moment, he asked, "What's that?" At the end of the valley stood a stone pillar that was 30 meters tall. It looked like a thicker and stronger electric pole in the modern world. "The finish line," Lu Qianshan said. "Those who are able to reach the finish line will be able to enter the Thousand Realms whirling stage." "Is that so?" "That's what they say. I don't know if it's true. In front of Senior Lu, this formation is just child's play." "It's not worth mentioning at all," Lu Qianshan said. Lu Zhou sighed inwardly. Even if Lu Tiantong really left behind this broken formation, he was unlikely to find any clues in the formation. "Senior Lu, why don't you give it a try?" Lu Qianshan stretched out his hand and made a gesture of invitation. "Such a simple formation is boring. There's no need for me to try." Lu Zhou shook his head. It was akin to giving a math genius questions of addition, subtraction, multiplication, and division. It was boring and meaningless. Bang, 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 bang. At this moment, many young cultivators who were halfway through their journey were suddenly knocked back and fell to the ground. "Hey, what's going on?" "Again!" Several more cultivators rushed in again. Just like before, halfway through their journey, a gust of wind swept out like the waves from the sea and sent those few people flying back again. Lu Zhou had long lost interest after looking at the 9 twist and turn formation. He could see the end of it with just a glance. It was not challenging at all. He guessed it was just a small ordinary formation that Lu Tiantong left behind. However, just as he was about to leave, he felt something was amiss when he saw the young cultivators being sent flying. Just a moment ago, the cultivators were still very relaxed. However, the fluctuation of the formation was slightly abnormal just for a brief second, which was unlike an ordinary formation. Lu Zhou was quite familiar with formations. Based on his experience and intuition, he decided to take a look. Bang, 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 bang. The force of the formation increased. Many cultivators were flung out before they were even halfway in. The invisible force had undoubtedly grown stronger. Even some of the cultivators who made it to the finish line earlier were sent flying out before they were even halfway in. A young cultivator got up from the ground and said, "Huh? This is really strange. It isn't usually like that." "You're right. It's really strange. It seems to have become stronger." The young cultivators grew wary. "What's your cultivation basis?" "I have 9 leaves. I have 8 leaves. 6 leaves. 10 leaves." The strange part of this formation is that it did not judge one's current cultivation base, but it judged one's innate talent and cultivation aptitude. Over the years, after the major sects had studied the formation for a long time, they gradually discovered a bit of clue. The formation seemed to be selecting those who were capable of becoming Thousand Realms whirling cultivators. Due to the formation's strangeness, this place had become a place for people to test themselves. There was no lack of cultivators who had suffered repeated defeats. "I'm at the Thousand Realms whirling stage," a middle-aged man said with a frown as he looked at the heart of the 9 twist and turn formation with a puzzled expression on his face. "Greetings, Senior." Several young men hurriedly bowed to the middle-aged man. "Were you ejected from the formation as well?" The middle-aged man nodded and said, "The difficulty of the formation should have increased. I'll try again." Everyone made way for the middle-aged man. The middle-aged man leaped and flew toward the center of the formation. Halfway through the flight, the middle-aged man felt a huge force pressing against him, and he quickly brought his astrolabe out to block the force. "Senior, hold on!" someone shouted. The middle-aged held the astrolabe and continued to move forward. The astrolabe buzzed as he pushed it forward for hundreds of meters. His speed was getting faster as well. He was fast approaching the finish line. It seems like he'll succeed. Everyone was overjoyed. The middle-aged man's speed grew faster and faster as he used his astrolabe to block the invisible force. When he arrived at the finish line in front of the stone pillar, he landed and stomped his feet on the ground to stabilize his body. It's a success. Senior, you're amazing. The young cultivators looked at the middle-aged man in admiration. The middle-aged man said, "It seems like the difficulty has increased slightly. There's just a little more force halfway in, but everything remains the same." The young cultivators nodded. Lu Zhou continued to look at the formation. He found the sudden change a little strange, so he said, "Lu Qianshan, this is your ancestors' formation. Aren't you going to give it a try?" Lu Qianshan nodded. "All right. It is just as Senior Lu had said, this formation is too simple and boring. However, since it's left by my ancestor, I'm willing to give it a try." When Lu Qianshan approached the formation, several young cultivators gathered around him. "Are you also here to challenge the 9 twist and turn formation?" Lu Qianshan nodded and said, "However, it's just a mere 9 twist and turn formation. There's no need to use the word challenge." Hearing these words, the young cultivator knew the person before them must be an expert. "All right, then you go first." The young cultivators parted and made way for Lu Qianshan. Lu Qianshan said, "The 9 twist and turn formation has 9 twists to confuse and mislead." Lu Qianshan extended his arm and manifested his astrolabe. "Thousand Realms whirling expert!" everyone exclaimed. The middle-aged man standing in front of the stone pillar looked at Lu Qianshan in shock as well. The Cold Breeze Valley was especially lively today. There were even 2,000 Realms whirling experts. Meanwhile, Lu Qianshan easily reached the halfway point of the formation. He stopped and turned around to say, "From here on out, the more talented you are and the higher your cultivation aptitude, the easier it'll be for you to advance." As expected, Lu Qianshan easily crossed the most difficult part of the formation and rushed to the stone pillar. The invisible force did not seem to affect him at all. When Lu Qianshan reached the finish line, the middle-aged man cupped his fists together and said, "I didn't expect to meet an expert here. I've made a fool out of myself." Lu Qianshan waved his hand and said, "There's no need for that. It's not worth mentioning at all." Truly, in front of Lu Zhou, Lu Qianshan did not dare to show off at all. Meanwhile, the young cultivator's confidence was greatly boosted now that they saw 2 people reaching the finish line. Suddenly, buzz, buzz, buzz. The stone pillar suddenly started to spin, making a buzzing sound. Lu Qianshan and the middle-aged man were stunned. They looked at the huge stone pillar in confusion. The stone pillar spun faster and faster. It was spinning so fast that it created a vortex above the stone pillar. The stone pillar was aimed at the center of the vortex. An even more powerful elastic force suddenly erupted and swept toward Lu Qianshan and the middle-aged man. The duo paled in fright and hastily brought out their astrolabes to resist the force. "Something's wrong. Retreat! Retreat!" The young cultivators looked at the stone pillar with fear and trepidation. Only Lu Zhou remained standing in his spot. The feeling that something was wrong grew stronger and stronger. At this time, a young man bravely stood in front of Lu Zhou to block the invisible force and said, "Brother, retreat. It's best to be careful." "You called me brother?" Lu Zhou glanced at the young man. The young man said, "Those who come here are all friends. Hurry up. Retreat." The stone pillar continued to spin at an astonishing speed. Lu Qianshan and the middle-aged man were still standing by the stone pillar, but they did not last long before they were thrown out by the strange force. I feel like I've seen a ghost today," Lu Qianshan said as he staggered back. He looked at the pillar at the center of the valley in surprise. "The difficulty has increased again?" Some of the cultivators near the entrance of the valley could not even hold on and lost their balance. The middle-aged man said, "The power of the formation has only gotten weaker with time. This is the first time I've seen it becoming stronger. The young cultivators wore dejected expressions on their faces and sighed. Even Thousand Realms whirling expert were swept out. It'd be impossible for us to make it to the finish line. Let's try again. The young cultivators continued to charge into the formation, but they were sent flying out every single time. They tried over and over again, and their attempts all ended in failures. At most, they could only advance a few dozen meters in. The middle-aged man at the Thousand Realms whirling stage only went in 1/3 of the way before he was sent out this time. Lu Qianshan turned around and said to Lu Zhou, "Senior Lu, the 9 twist and turn formation has never been like this before. Why don't you try it out?" Everyone was puzzled. You called him senior? Realization dawned on the young cultivators quickly. It seemed like the young cultivator in front of them was the real expert. All of them bowed at Lu Zhou. The young man who stood in front of Lu Zhou to shield Lu Zhou looked embarrassed. He hurriedly stepped back and stammered, I. Lu Zhou's attention was focused on the 9 twist and turn formation. He did not pay attention to Lu Qianshan and the others. "Excuse us, senior. Please give us a demonstration." "Yes, please widen our horizons." In their opinion, some who could make a Thousand Realms whirling expert like Lu Qianshan so respectful was definitely not an ordinary person. It was not surprising that everyone was curious. Lu Zhou walked toward the formation. Since this matter was related to a venerable master, it was better to keep a low profile. Therefore, he used a concealment card. Following that, Lu Zhou walked into the formation. Lu Zhou continued walking in. He did not feel anything at all. Meanwhile, everyone looked at Lu Zhou in confusion. Has the formation returned to normal? It's so easy now? Lu Zhou felt as though he was walking on flat ground, and he did not feel any resistance at all. At this moment, the middle-aged man leaped into the air and said, "Let me try again." The middle-aged man had just flown a few meters in before the stone pillar suddenly stirred up a wave of energy seals. "Be careful. Energy seals." Bang! The middle-aged man was caught off guard and was hit by the energy seal. He grunted and flew back in the air. He quickly manifested his astrolabe to block the remaining energy seals. At this moment, everyone wore shocked expressions on their faces. Since when can the 9 twist and turn formation condense energy seals? This meant that the formation was not as harmless as they had thought. On the other hand, Lu Qianshan frowned, and his heart was filled with doubt. Why is he fine? Someone pointed at Lu Zhou, who was slowly advancing in the formation. The energy seals that were flying in the air did not affect Lu Zhou at all. That's right. How come he's not affected? Lu Zhou did not pay attention to the crowd's discussion and continued forward. When he was 1/3 of his way in, he raised his head to look at the energy seals around him. The energy seals are very pure. This must be due to the exquisiteness of the formation. Cultivators could condense their primal qi into energy by controlling their Danshan seas of qi, and thus forming energy swords, energy sabers, and so on. It was very difficult for formations to form energy since this required the formation to be like a human's Dantian sea of qi. With this, one could imagine how difficult it was to inscribe such a formation. This formation left behind by Venerable Master Lu is indeed extraordinary. I've underestimated this formation. Lu Zhou looked at the stone pillar in the center of the valley. It was still spinning, stirring up the primal qi in the surroundings. It was as though it was a huge stick stirring up the water in a huge water tank, causing a vortex to form in the water. Based on the formation's name, there should be 9 waves of energy. However, as the force of the energy grew stronger, it would be lethal. Meanwhile, outside of the formation, Lu Qianshan said, "It's not surprising that Senior Lu is fine." The young cultivators were confused. It's strange, right? He's completely unaffected. On the other hand, the middle-aged man, who had yet to believe his defeat, leaped up again. This time, he manifested his avatar that was 350 feet tall. Based on this, one could tell he had 2 birth charts. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. The middle-aged man looked as though he had made his mind and charged in decisively and confidently. Boom! The middle-aged man reached the 1/3 point in the formation in just a blink of an eye. Everyone was overwhelmed with emotions as they watched. Amazing! Indeed, using speed is a brilliant idea. If one could break through the formation with strength, it was not a bad idea to use speed to charge into the formation before the force became too strong. Soon after, the middle-aged man arrived in front of Lu Zhou. He turned around and said with a smile, "Although the difficulty has increased, it's not impossible to reach the finish line." Lu Zhou nodded. "Not bad. Thank you for your praise, senior. Shall we go together?" The middle-aged who was feeling competitive rushed toward the stone pillar without waiting for Lu Zhou's reply. Lu Zhou did not stop the middle-aged man. He only said, "Young man, it's good to have a competitive spirit." The middle-aged man felt a little awkward. It was his first time being lectured by someone who looked younger than him. However, seeing how the other party was walking in the formation with so much ease, he could not refute the words. After a moment, he controlled his avatar and flew toward the heart of the formation. With his avatar's help, his speed was very fast. It did not take long for him to leave Lu Zhou behind. Meanwhile, the young cultivators outside of the formation began to discuss among themselves again. The middle-aged man seems stronger. Yeah, he's so far ahead now. Upon hearing these words, Lu Qianshan raised his hand and made a shushing gesture before he said, "Young people, you should watch and learn." The implication was they spoke too much nonsense. Since a 1,000 realms whirling expert like Lu Qianshan had spoken, they naturally no longer dared to say anything and shifted their eyes toward Lu Zhou and the middle-aged man. When the middle-aged man arrived at the halfway point, he turned around and asked, "Do you need help?" Lu Zhou continued to move forward step by step at a neither fast nor slow speed. However, compared to flying, his speed was naturally slow. He said, "No need." Lu Zhou did not want to compete with the middle-aged man at all. Instead, his attention was focused on the formation. The middle-aged man smiled and said, "All right, work hard. I'll wait for you at the finish line." The middle-aged man continued to move forward. He pushed his astrolabe forward while his avatar was at his back as he blocked wave after wave of energy seals. His speed was much faster than Lu Zhou's, and it did not take long before he was 2/3 into the formation. He thought that if he worked hard enough, he would definitely reach the finish line. After all, the energy seals in the surroundings were blocked by his astrolabe and avatar. They could not harm him. Boom! At this moment, the huge stone pillar suddenly trembled and stirred up a fierce, invisible force. The middle-aged man grunted. "Block!" The astrolabe expanded and shielded him. At this moment, the inscriptions that looked like strange patterns on the stone pillar suddenly lit up one after another. Subsequently, its spinning speed increased by several times. A strong, invisible force accompanied by energy seals swept out toward Lu Zhou and the middle-aged man. Bang! The energy seals landed on the middle-aged man's astrolabe. The powerful impact caught him off guard, causing him to lose balance and flip backward in the air. Lu Zhou raised his head to take a look. He mobilized a little primal chi and stomped his foot on the ground. Just like that, the incoming energy seals were all neutralized. Then, he said, "Put away your avatar." "Oh!" The middle-aged nodded upon hearing these words and hurriedly put his avatar away and continued to retreat. "Lower your altitude." The middle-aged man was already panicking, so he did as he was told without asking questions. He lowered his altitude and retreated. The middle-aged man was about to collide with Lu Zhou when Lu Zhou raised his hand and pushed it out. A palm seal floated out and dragged the middle-aged man backward. The young cultivators outside of the formation gulped. This was a true expert. Fear still lingered in the middle-aged man's heart as he said, "Thank you, senior." Lu Zhou said indifferently, "It's not bad for young people to suffer some setbacks." A sheepish expression appeared on the middle-aged man's face. Lu Zhou retracted his hand before he said, "The higher you fly, the more miserable the fall." At this moment, the middle-aged man noticed a layer of energy covering Lu Zhou. With the layer of energy, the energy seals slid over Lu Zhou without affecting Lu Zhou at all. His heart was stirred by this sight, and he bowed immediately. "I've learned my lesson." The young cultivators were dumbfounded. They would understand if the middle-aged man thanked Lu Zhou since Lu Zhou had saved his life. However, what did he mean by, "I've learned my lesson"? Lu Zhou continued walking forward with his hands resting on his back while the middle-aged man followed behind him. Lu Zhou stopped and said, "Sometimes it's much easier to follow the flow than to go against the flow." Then, he turned around and followed the flow of the energy. The middle-aged man slapped his forehead. That was right. He just had to go with the flow. It was undoubtedly easier to move forward at the right time, following the flow. The stone pillar spun crazily along with the vortex. At this time, another violent force swept out again, accompanied by energy seals. It was much stronger and fiercer than before. Even the young cultivators standing outside of the formation were pushed back and had a difficult time keeping their eyes open. Although the middle-aged man listened to Lu Zhou's advice, he still had a hard time controlling his body. In just a second, he was blown up. His expression changed drastically. When he was a few meters up in the air, boom! A loud expression rang in the air before the wind. The invisible force and energy seals suddenly vanished. Everyone looked over and saw Lu Zhou had slapped down on the stone pillar with one hand while the other was still resting on his back. His hand that was pressing down on the stone pillar emitted a faint light. "Is that all?" Lu Zhou muttered to himself. The difficulty was still too low. At this moment, the strange patterns on the stone pillar suddenly flew up into the sky one after another. As though they were forming a picture, soon after, a huge image appeared before everyone's eyes. Lu Qianshan was the first to react. He hurriedly prostrated himself on the ground. The ancestor has shown himself. Lu Qianshan pays respect to Venerable Master Lu. The young cultivators were dumbfounded. However, since 1,000 realms whirling cultivator had humbled himself so, they could only follow suit. "Greetings, Venerable Master Lu." The glowing image looked exactly like Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou frowned slightly. They really resembled each other. Meanwhile, the middle-aged man's eyes darted between the glowing image and Lu Zhou a few times before he cried out in disbelief. "No way! The Venerable Master has come back to life." The middle-aged man and the young cultivators naturally did not know what Lu Tiantong looked like in the beginning. However, with someone taking the lead, it was instinctive for humans to follow the crowd. Not to mention the person taking the lead to kneel was a 1,000 realms whirling expert. Moreover, they were not blind. They could tell the image formed by the strange patterns on the stone pillar resembled the living person standing in front of it. Now that Lu Zhou had reached the finish line, it was even easier for them to make the comparison. The result was the two really resembled each other. In the cultivation world, it was indisputable that the dead could not be resurrected. No one could live forever. At this time, the middle-aged retreated as he muttered to himself, "Impossible! Impossible!" Lu Zhou was rather vexed. Why did they look so alike? He had come here, hoping to investigate the matter in a low-profile manner. What was with the sudden appearance of this image? In fact, the people present were not idiots. Whether the person in front of them was truly Venerable Master Lu or not, they knew he was not a weakling. How could a weakling easily reach the finish line after the strength of the formation had increased? In any case, there would be no losses flattering the person in front of them. "It's our honor to meet Senior here." "That's right. It's our honor." Everyone began to sing his praises. When everyone was still in awe, the huge image moved toward the stone pillar like a sand painting. Following that, the image of the figure pushed its hand out toward the stone pillar. Ding! Then, as a ding was heard as though a mechanism had been triggered, the huge stone pillar burst forth with light as the vortex appeared above it again. Everyone looked up. Their expressions were one of curiosity, shock, and confusion. Following that, an energy seal began to shoot out toward the young cultivators. "Block them!" Bang! A young cultivator was hit and flew backward in the air. Following that, 3 huge energy seals flew out. "Avatar! Their strongest defenses were their avatars. Bang! 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 The 3 energy seals struck the avatars, sending them flying. The strange thing was that the energy seals did not hit the same person twice. Instead, they would move on to their next targets. Lu Qianshan, who had noticed this, hurriedly manifested his astrolabe and held it up in front of himself. Bang! Lu Qianshan was pushed backward. His feet slid backward, creating 2 ditches. His arms were numb. He looked at the shining stone pillar skeptically and muttered to himself, "Is this really the 9 twist and turn formation?" This seemed more like the 8 desolate and 6 harmony flags. Once the flags were inserted into the ground, they would release energy seals to attack the enemy. At this time, the middle-aged man leaped up and flipped in the air. He brought his astrolabe out and held it in front of himself. With a bang, the energy seal pushed him out of Cold Breeze Valley. Several young cultivators rushed toward the middle-aged man and supported him. "Senior, are you okay?" "I'm fine." The middle-aged man looked at the huge stone pillar with a hint of unwillingness as he said, "It's up to him now." Everyone's attention returned to Lu Zhou again. Lu Zhou did not manifest his avatar. When an energy seal flew toward him, he would strike back with his palm. Bang! Lu Zhou thought that would be the end of it. Who knew the stone pillar released another 3 energy seals aimed at Lu Zhou's upper, middle, and lower body. "Senior, look out!" Everyone cried out in alarm. Lu Zhou remained calm as he retreated. With a flick of his sleeve, he sent out 3 palm seals that perfectly blocked the 3 energy seals. As though it had gone mad, the huge stone pillar released another 10 energy seals. Lu Zhou struck with another 10 palm seals as well, blocking the 10 energy seals. Everyone was still in awe of Lu Zhou's precise control over his palm seals when the huge stone pillar released a sky full of energy seals in all directions. This move was like a supercharged version of the Buddhist's butterfly love flower. "A mere 9 twist and turn formation can't do anything to me." Lu Zhou stomped on the ground and flew up to the top of the stone pillar. Then, he sent firework-like palm seals one after another. Their number was not too small nor was it too big. Bang! 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 Just like that, Lu Zhou destroyed the energy seals. The number of palm seals he released was exactly the same as the energy seals, and all of them landed accurately on their targets. His control was at the pinnacle of perfection. Lu Zhou did not give the huge stone pillar a chance to attack. He raised his hand and struck it with the supreme mystic power. Bang! The huge stone pillar remained unshaken. Lu Zhou was about to withdraw his hand when he felt a suction force from the huge stone pillar. He silently recited the mantra for the heavenly writing power, causing the huge stone pillar to tremble. At the same time, the blue avatar in his Dantian Sea of Qi became active as well. Is this formation selecting its targets? Earlier, the huge stone pillar had released energy seals directed at the others, but they were mostly directed at him. Avatar. Lu Zhou manifested his 9 transformation yin-yang avatar. Due to the effect of the concealment card, his avatar was black. Am I seeing things? It's a 9 transformation yin-yang avatar. Don't speculate blindly. It's obvious that the senior is deliberately suppressing his cultivation. Everyone nodded. Those words made sense. Lu Zhou's actions earlier had proven his strength. How could an ordinary cultivator repel so many energy seals with such precision? Bang! An energy seal landed on the 9 transformation yin-yang avatar. Just as Lu Zhou expected, the huge stone pillar stopped releasing energy seals. Instead, it began to tremble violently. Following that, Cold Breeze Valley began to tremble as well as though there was an earthquake. 10 circles on the ground lit up, becoming rings of light before they surrounded the huge stone pillar. Then, one after another azure pillars of light began to rise from the ground. At this time, the inscriptions on the huge stone pillar moved and formed the 4 words, which flew toward the sky. 9 twist illusionary formation. The 9 twist illusionary formation? Lu Qianshan's eyelids kept twitching when he saw these words. It said that 30,000 years ago, Venerable Master Lu passed by this place and left the 9-twist and turn formation and the 9-twist illusionary formation here. However, the later generations searched for nearly 10,000 years, but they only found the 9-twist and turn formation. I didn't expect that the two formations are one and the same. It explains the changes in the formation today, the middle-aged man said. A young man asked in confusion, "Then, why did it suddenly change today?" "That's right. So many people came to this place, but no one has ever triggered the illusory formation." Lu Qianshan remained silent. At this moment, the middle-aged man cried out, "The Venerable Master!" The person in front of them resembled the figure formed by the huge stone pillar in front of them. Is he really Venerable Master Lu? The cultivators fell to their knees again to show their respect. After all, Venerable Master Lu was someone that commanded everyone's respect. 30,000 years ago, Lu Tiantong, the powerful figure who shook the Black Lotus domain 30,000 years ago, had returned. Lu Zhou looked at the pillars of light, perplexed. The clouds were rolling in the sky, and the surroundings looked like they had changed. The azure pillars of light shot into the sky at this moment. Rumble. Thunder began to ring and lightning began to flash. Something's wrong. If this continued, it would definitely attract attention. Lu Zhou hurriedly flew up into the sky. Under everyone's watchful eyes, he held up his astrolabe against the sky. A golden astrolabe. Everyone held their breath. Although they were shocked, they did not blindly speculate when they recalled the Black 9 transformation in Yang Avatar. Lu Zhou increased the size of the astrolabe until it covered a radius of 1,000 meters. Lu Zhou expanded the astrolabe and covered a radius of 1,000 meters. A sizzling sound rang in the air as the blue pillars were blocked by the astrolabe. The blue light pillars were blocked by the astrolabe with sizzling sounds. "Down," Lu Zhou said in a deep voice. Then, the golden astrolabe pressed down, looking as though the sky was falling. It blocked and suppressed all the blue pillars of light. Boom! More than 10 pillars of light vanished immediately. At the same time, the ground around the huge stone pillar turned translucent. An illusion! It's an illusion! Everyone hurriedly retreated. As it turned out, the cold breeze valley that they often frequented was just an illusion. When the ground completely vanished, a cliff shrouded by dense fog appeared before everyone's eyes. What kind of formation could deceive so many cultivators for so many years? After putting away his astrolabe, Lu Zhou descended. The ground had now turned into the air. Lu Zhou turned around and faced the crowd. Everyone kneeled in unison. "Greetings, Venerable Master Lu." Lu Zhou frowned. "I'm not Venerable Master Lu." It was difficult for them to accept these words. After all, the formation was so easily broken after 30,000 years, and most importantly, the image was too similar to the person before them. At this moment, a butterfly-like seal flew out. Lu Zhou immediately brought this avatar out. Buzz! An 800-foot golden avatar rose up from the ground and pierced through the clouds, blocking the energy seal. Everyone raised their heads and saw an avatar that resembled an old and sprightly old man. Its golden robe gave it a sage-like appearance. They knew the avatar was a reflection of one's appearance, so everyone exclaimed in admiration. "It's a disguise." Seeing Lu Zhou was seemingly trying to establish his identity, Lu Qianshan said, "This is the Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion." "The Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion? The person responsible for the collective demotion of the Black Tower Council? Senior. He's Senior Lu, who killed the 2 elders of the White Tower Council and the Black Tower Council in the Red Lotus Domain's southern land of chaos." "It's him? The one who killed the Black Emperor and fought Lu Wu off in Jianbei Circuit's northern Sword Canyon." Without another word, all of them fell to their knees again. "Greetings, Senior Lu." Lu Zhou. In fact, Lu Zhou had 2 purposes for revealing his identity as the Pavilion Master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. First, he did not want to be mistaken for Lu Tiantong. If word spread out, it might attract the attention of the Green Lotus cultivators or the Equalizers. After all, he had not figured out why Lu Tiantong vanished. Second, the situation had escalated to such an extent that there was no way to remain low profile, so it would be so counterproductive to do so. The commotion from below had yet to cease, but Lu Zhou could not be bothered with these people. Hence, he said, "This place is dangerous. Hurry up and leave." Everyone hurriedly stood up. "With Senior Lu's presence, we feel at ease now. Senior Lu, don't hesitate to tell us if you need anything. We'll retreat first, but we won't go too far." After the cultivators bowed again, they rushed into the distance, including the middle-aged Thousand Realms whirling cultivator. When everyone had left, Lu Qianshan suppressed the excitement in his heart and flew toward Lu Zhou. Then he said solemnly and respectfully, "Greetings, Venerable Master Lu." When Lu Qianshan raised his head again, his eyes were red and shone with unconcealable excitement. He said, "Only Venerable Master Lu can break the 9-twist and turn formation and the 9-twist illusionary formation." In fact, Lu Zhou had found it strange as well. When he had touched the huge stone pillar earlier, the blue avatar in his Dantian Sea of Qi seemed to change. Moreover, the huge stone pillar seemed like it was choosing its target, as though it was looking for or waiting for its master's return. In the end, Lu Zhou said, "Let's go down and have a look first." Understood. The duo flew down the cliff. Many inscriptions were floating in the air at this moment. Lu Zhou stopped to study the inscriptions. Heavenly writing? At this moment, it suddenly clicked in his mind that the inscriptions and patterns on the huge stone pillar and in the air resembled the ones in the heavenly writing. Lu Zhou remained expressionless as he continued his descent. Lu Qianshan, who was unaware of what was going on, followed Lu Zhou obediently to the bottom of the cliff. The bottom of the cliff resembled the Cold Breeze Valley. The 9-twist illusionary formation reflects the environment below. What an exquisite formation. The person who created this formation is really a peerless genius. The corners of Lu Qianshan's twitched upon hearing these words. "What's wrong with you?" "And nothing. Your humble servant is very surprised by how exquisite the formation is as well." "Your humble servant?" Lu Zhou frowned. "Under our ancestors' orders, the Lu clan has been honoring Venerable Master Lu for generations. Now that you've returned, I'll continue to follow you, and I'm willing to be your slave. In fact, the Lu family's surname isn't Lu. From now on, we'll revert to our original surname, Dongri." "Your surname is Dongri?" Lu Zhou asked. Lu Qianshan nodded. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, "There's no need for that. Let's put the matter of Venerable Master Lu aside for now. I don't have a habit of depriving others of their names or surnames." Since Lu Qianshan was already used to his name, he did not refuse. "Thank you, Venerable Master Lu." Right. Thank you." Lu Qianshan straightened his back. Whether Lu Zhou admitted it or not, he knew the truth in his heart. Lu Zhou flew toward the center of the valley. It was a place that was obviously different from the illusion earlier. There was a stone plate in the middle of a huge circle. A brocade box was placed on top of the stone plate. Lu Zhou finally found it. It should have been left behind by Lu Tiantong. He said, "Since it's left by a venerable master, there should be a powerful restriction to keep others away. Stand back." Understood. Lu Qianshan obeyed without any questions. As soon as Lu Zhou stepped into the huge circle, the stone plate shone faintly before the brocade box clicked open. With this, even if he jumped into the sea, he would not be able to clear his name. Who would believe he was not Lu Tiantong? At the same time, Lu Qianshan nodded to himself. This was as it should be. Since its master had returned, the box would naturally open up for its master. Lu Zhou walked over, and he saw a book in the brocade box. Under the book was a blank heavenly writing scroll. Heavenly writing scroll? Lu Zhou was shocked. Then he brought the blank scroll out of the box. At the same time, the inscriptions flying in the air seemed to have sensed something and gathered from all directions. One by one, they flew into the blank scroll. Ding! You've obtained the second half of the open heavenly writing scroll. Ding! Would you like to merge it? Merge. With that, The heavenly writing scroll dissolved into specks of starlight before merging with the first half of the heavenly writing scroll in his system. Then, it appeared in the 3 scrolls of heavenly writing. Ding! You've successfully merged the scrolls and obtained a heavenly writing scroll. Bonus reward, upgrade card. Ding! The upgrade card allows you to increase the system and the heavenly writing's power. Reminder, upgrading will take a long time. Please choose wisely. Lu Zhou nodded. Then he opened the book in his hand. The introduction read, "The ancient venerable masters didn't sleep or dream. They lived a carefree life, ate without feelings, and breathed deeply. They were born to the heavens and were known as venerable masters. Venerable masters are one with the heavens. Those who cultivate their inner selves were known as sages. In ancient times, there were venerable masters who seized the heavens and earth, grasped the yin and yang, breathed the essence, and guarded the spirit. With these, they lived forever until the end of time. Venerable masters do not die, do not live, and do not exist." Lu Zhou did not understand the words at all. He flipped to the next page. It read, "I obtained a great void seed. After cultivating, I became the world's first venerable master in Great Yuan. I turned the tide, killed hundreds of thousands of barbarians, slaughtered millions of fierce beasts, and brought peace and prosperity to the world." After the book's introduction, it was nothing more than Lu Tiantong bragging about how he defeated his opponents, how he shocked the world, and how brilliant he was. Lu Zhou felt his hair standing on end reading these words of self-praise. Lu Tiantong was really good at bragging. Nevertheless, he continued reading. The following page read, "I once defeated a venerable master in the Northern Territory at the foot of a snow-capped mountain with just a palm strike. With that, I single-handedly submitted the Northern Territory. I once killed over 10,000 cultivators in a kingdom to the south with a single sword strike. Rivers of blood flowed." Lu Zhou flipped to the next page. It read, "In the entire world, the only one who's worthy to exchange blows with me is Venerable Master Duanmu. The path of cultivation is endless. I have pursued the path of cultivation all my life, seeking the path of supremacy until I comprehended the power of the Tao. A venerable master's physique allows me to see through the void and merge with the Tao. It's one with nature. What is the Tao? All things in the world should follow the Tao. The great Tao has no name and sustains all things." Lu Zhou's frown deepened when he read this. He really did not understand what he read at all, apart from Lu Tiantong's bragging. He could read the words, but it did not make sense to him at all. What did they mean? Swoosh! Lu Qianshan said, "Someone's here." Lu Zhou put the book away and waved his hand. "Follow me closely." The duo flew away toward the nearest jungle at a high speed. At this moment, a voice rang in the air. "Please wait." Lu Zhou descended. He stopped and turned around. He could tell the person was nearby. Then, he shifted his eyes to the entrance of the valley. As expected, he saw a person dressed in a gray robe hovering in the air. Lu Zhou sized up the gray-clad cultivator. For the person in front of him to arrive at Cold Breeze Valley in such a short time, his cultivation must not be low. The gray-clad cultivator sized Lu Zhou and Lu Qianshan up with a faint smile on his face. Lu Qianshan broke the silence first and calmly asked, "Is something the matter?" With a venerable master at his back, Lu Qianshan was not afraid at all. He even had the urge to rush over and beat the other party up. After all, the other party was hovering in the air with a somewhat arrogant attitude. Was this not rude to his family's venerable master? The gray-clad cultivator said, "I'm Naiha. Naiha. Can both of you leave the thing you found at the bottom of the cliff?" Naiha said with a smile on his face. His words made people inexplicably angry. Lu Qianshan said indignantly, "Who do you think you are? How dare you behave so atrociously in front of Senior Lu?" Naiha was not angry. He only said, "I advise both of you to leave things you found here." Lu Qianshan's eyes turned cold, and his voice was stern as he said, "Do you know who's standing in front of you?" Naiha shifted his gaze away from Lu Qianshan to Lu Zhou. After staring at Lu Zhou for a moment, He shook his head and said, "No." Lu Qianshan was speechless. He thought to himself that the gray-clad cultivator really did not know what was good for him. At this moment, Lu Zhou calmly asked, "Where are you from?" Upon hearing this, Naiha smiled at Lu Zhou and said, "You're much smarter than many people I've met since you know to ask this question. I'm in a good mood today, so there's no harm in telling you. I'm from the Green Lotus domain, and I'm a free man." A free man? Lu Zhou was puzzled. It was his first time hearing this term. Naiha said, "Many people in this world are bound by the heaven and earth shackles. They're forced to abide by the rules set by the heavens. Cultivation itself is defying the heavens and changing one's fate. Alas, there are ultimately limits. After cultivators reach a certain realm, they'll attract attention. At that time, they'll be punished by the balance. A free man is someone who manipulates the rules to come and go freely." When Naiha saw the puzzled expressions on Lu Zhou and Lu Qianshan's faces, he said with a smile, "I've said these words to many people. Unfortunately, most of them couldn't understand." Lu Zhou asked, "What's your purpose for coming here?" Naiha said, "Both of you, there are many things I can't explain and many questions I can't answer. This is all I can say." It was obvious Naiha was not going to change his mind. Lu Zhou frowned. He said indifferently, "Before I change my mind, it's best if you vanish from sight now." The smile vanished from Naiha's face instantly. His expression was slightly solemn as he sized Lu Zhou up again. At this time, the cultivators who were waiting not too far away from Cold Breeze Valley rushed over one after another. Their leader was none other than the middle-aged Thousand Realms whirling cultivator. "Who's so bold as to disrespect Senior Lu?" the middle-aged man said before he manifested his astrolabe. Following that, dozens of cultivators manifested their avatars one after another. From 5 leaves to 10 leaves, they had everything. When Naiha saw these people, he raised his voice and said, "Those who aren't involved should stay out of this." Then, he lifted his right hand and launched a palm seal toward the cultivators who were rushing over. The palm seal's size increased swiftly, and in just a blink of an eye, it was several hundred feet tall. Bang! 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 The middle-aged man's astrolabe creaked before it caved in, and he was sent flying back. Even a Thousand Realms whirling cultivator ended up like that. There was no need to mention the others. Naiha remained expressionless. He did not even spare a glance at the others. Instead, he looked at Lu Zhou and said, "This is my duty. Please forgive me." After the cultivators who were sent flying landed on the ground, they looked at the gray-clad cultivator in shock. The younger cultivators rarely paid attention to matters related to the world beyond the heavens, so they did not think much of it. The Thousand Realms whirling cultivator only had very basic knowledge about the world beyond heaven. He found it difficult to accept that the gray-clad cultivator had sent all of them flying with just a palm strike. Buzz! Naiha raised his hand. Following that, a huge astrolabe appeared in his hand. 16 birth charts lit up consecutively on the astrolabe. It shone with a dark green light and emitted a strong aura. Following that, Naiha clenched his hand, and the astrolabe disappeared. Green Lotus Cultivator. "He's a Green Lotus Cultivator," Naiha said with a smile. "This should be enough, right? Everyone says that strength is authority, but I'd always disagreed. However, ever since I became a free man, I gradually discovered that a show of strength indeed saves me a lot of time." Lu Qianshan shook his head and said, "I thought you're a venerable master. As it turns out, you're just a brat with 16 birth charts." "Huh." Naiha was puzzled. "Venerable Master Lu. He's an intruder from the Green Lotus domain. Please kill him, Venerable Master Lu," Lu Qianshan said. Naiha's eyes widened as he looked at Lu Zhou. "You're a venerable master?" Lu Zhou said indifferently, "Why? Don't I look like a venerable master?" Naiha's expression grew a little unnatural, and his aura seemed to drop slightly as well. Then he said, "Over the past 30,000 years, I've never heard of a venerable master in this place. If you're a venerable master, then I'm willing to apologize for my previous attitude." However, if you're not a venerable master, I'll have to take whatever you took from the bottom of the cliff today. Naiha was very direct, unlike those villains who liked playing tricks. Upon hearing this, Lu Qianshan smiled a little smugly before he said, "Then, you better hurry up and apologize." Lu Zhou thought to himself that the more he went with the flow, the more difficult it was for him to dissociate himself from that identity. He could tell the free man was waiting for him to reveal his astrolabe. After a moment, Lu Zhou said in a dark voice, "You're young, so you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. Today, I'll teach you a lesson on behalf of your elders." Following that, Lu Zhou flashed forward and pushed his palm, which was glowing with the supreme mystic power, out. A palm seal the size of an adult shot out immediately. With the concealment card, the supreme mystic power was golden. Naiha was shocked when he felt the intense pressure from the palm seal. Nevertheless, he did not dodge. Instead, he raised his hand and launched a palm seal in return. Boom! The golden and green palm seals collided. The impact unleashed a wave of vertical energy that rippled out in the air. However, this was not the end. Lu Zhou had used the full power of the supreme mystic power after all. With his remaining strength, he moved forward and pressed the green palm seal back. Naiha's expression changed to one of shock. He could sense the infinite and unfathomable power from the golden palm seal. The golden palm seal continued pushing him back until they flew toward the distant mountain range. At this time, Lu Zhou finally came to a stop. Under the enormous force of the palm seal, Naiha continued to fly backward until he crashed into a mountain. Boom! Alas, it was still not over. The remaining power from the golden palm seal pushed Naiha into the mountain wall, creating a human-shaped hole. Faced with absolute strength, techniques, rules, and tricks were rendered useless. Meanwhile, everyone watched with dumbfounded expressions on their faces. Is this the power of a venerable master? Lu Qianshan was in high spirits. He did not care if it was a golden palm seal or a black palm seal. Such a powerful palm seal was a good palm seal, regardless of its color. The palm seal had easily sent a 16-chart cultivator flying, and even pushed said cultivator into the mountain wall. Who cared what color it was? Similarly, the others were also excited watching a venerable master in action. At the same time, Lu Zhou hovered in the air as he looked at the human-shaped hole indifferently. He saw a faint light glinting in the hole and waited for a moment. After a moment, Naiha flew back from the other side of the mountain wall through the hole he created. He held his arm as he bowed deeply to Lu Zhou and said, "I'm willing to apologize." All the cultivators were overjoyed. As expected, the moment the venerable master made a move, that person found out the truth the hard way. All of them wanted to see if that person still dared to show off. Even if they had gotten smacked for no reason, they were extremely happy at this moment. Lu Qianshan continued to play the character of a villain's lackey and said, "If it was going to be like this, why would you behave in that manner earlier?" Naiha ignored Lu Qianshan. He only had eyes for Lu Zhou at this moment. Lu Zhou could see the wariness and the solemnity in Naiha's eyes. His palm strike had only defeated Naiha. It did not do much damage, let alone destroy a birth chart. Naiha was a 16-chart cultivator. Would it not be terrible if he had to face a venerable master? A Thunderblast card appeared in Lu Zhou's hand. Life or death depended on fate and luck. Naiha said, "I didn't expect an expert close to becoming a venerable master would be born here." Lu Qianshan said again, "Young man, your cultivation base is not bad. You shouldn't be stupid to be able to reach such a level, right? That palm strike is just a small lesson. Just you alone aren't worthy of my venerable master's full strike." Naiha. After a while, Naiha said, "I can only blame my bad luck for today's incident. I have apologized for my attitude earlier. I'll take my leave now." "Wait," Lu Zhou said. "Huh." Naiha frowned. He turned to look at Lu Zhou and asked, "Senior, what's the matter?" Lu Zhou did not expect the other party to surrender so quickly. He thought he would have to waste a Thunderblast card, a reduction card, and perhaps an enhanced impeccable card. With a few cards, it should not be a problem to kill the other party. Lu Zhou said in a deep voice. Who do you take me for? Do you think you can come and go as you please at my place? Isn't this place in the wild? How did it become your place? Naiha naturally did not dare to verbalize this thought. Instead, he asked, puzzled, What do you want, senior? You can leave after you answer my questions, Lu Zhou said. Naiha did not refuse. He said, Ask away, senior. Which force do you belong to in the Green Lotus domain? Lu Zhou asked. I'm Qin Naiha, a free man of the Qin clan, Qin Naiha replied. His answer was very detailed. Who's Qin Mozhang to you? Qin Nainai was clearly taken aback. Senior, you know Qin Mozhang? He chuckled before he continued to say, Although he's the young master of the Qin clan, I have to say he has a very bad character. We're from the same clan, that's all. Based on what Lu Zhou had learned so far, it seemed like Qin Mozhang did not have a good relationship with his clansmen. Lu Zhou nodded. How long have you been here? Qin Naiha said, Every 3 years. I'll patrol this place once. This is my 100th mission. Each time I come, I don't stay more than a month. Why? The rule. Although Qin Naiha was puzzled by Lu Zhou's question, he still maintained a smile on his face. Since Senior is a venerable master, Senior should know that the world is divided into 9 realms and 2 sides. Venerable masters can't easily cross the boundaries. Lu Qianshan was surprised by this. That's why cultivators who are close to becoming venerable masters are appointed as free men to bend the rules. That's right, Qin Naiha said. Moreover, staying too long will also attract attention. This was a good explanation of why only a ghost servant came with Qin Mozhang at the peak of the snow mountain. Logically speaking, the Green Lotus domain was so powerful that it could easily subdue the Black Lotus domain, the Red Lotus domain, and the other domains. However, they did not do so. As it turned out, they were bound by some heaven and earth rules. Lu Zhou could not decide if this was a good or bad thing. The balance protected them, but the shackles restricted them. What's your true purpose in coming here? Lu Zhou asked. To find the Great Void Seed. Qin Naiha answered truthfully. The Great Void Seed? Lu Qianshan exclaimed. The Great Void Seed that matures every 30,000 years? Qin Naiha nodded. This was not a secret, so he continued to say, I'm not the only one looking for it. The Yi clan's venerable master is also looking for it. There's also the Sacred Hall. All of them have free men. You're lucky to have met me. A defeated opponent still dared to be arrogant? Lu Qianshan sneered. Qin Naiha. In the end, Qin Naiha shook his head and said, I'm not being arrogant. What I mean is most free men like to do things secretly. They like to kill people to silence them. They don't want people knowing about the Green Lotus domain. Then why do you do the opposite? I hate the secrecy, Qin Naiha said with a smile. Why must we alienate each other? Isn't it good if we can all play together? Qin Naiha's thinking was not strange. It made a lot of sense. The world was divided into 9 domains. Why did they have to alienate each other? Who could answer this question? Lu Zhou thought it would be a loss if Qin Naiha did not become a philosopher. Lu Zhou continued to ask, How did you find this place? Qin Naiha said, The pillars of light soared into the sky earlier, and I could sense their extraordinary power. I suspected some treasure had been unearthed, so I came to have a look. Is that all? It's up to you to believe me or not, Qin Naiha said. Are you not used to your opponent being so frank? That's normal. I stayed in the Golden Lotus domain for a time, and I met quite a few people there. There was only one person who believed me. His name is Jiang Wenshu. The others were like you. Lu Zhou said, You've been to the Golden Lotus domain and met Jiang Wenshu? Qin Naiha smiled before he recounted the past. That was more than 300 years ago. The higher-ups sensed something strange in the Golden Lotus domain, so they sent me there. That was my first mission as a free man. I don't know if you've ever felt this way before. When you meet frogs living at the bottom of the well, you want to tell them about the vast world outside. Jiang Wenshu was rather interesting. He chose to be the grand tutor of many countries and enjoyed the wealth of the world. Lu Zhou said with a straight face, I killed Jiang Wenxu. Although Qin Naihe was slightly taken aback, he continued to say, It's fine that he's dead. Senior, you seem to be from the Golden Lotus domain. Lu Zhou did not deny it. Qin Naihe was slightly surprised. Following that, he sighed emotionally and said, I didn't expect such a great change in the Golden Lotus domain after 300 years. Back then, the strongest person in the Golden Lotus domain was just an old man who was about to reach the end of his life. Lu Zhou. I forgot what he was called. At this moment, Lu Zhou crushed a disguise card. Then he said tonelessly, Open your eyes and see clearly. In the span of one breath, Lu Zhou turned into a sage-like old man with graying temples, deep eyes, and a wrinkled face. Qin Naihe was shocked into taking a step back. This is, Lu Zhou said with a straight face. The old man you said who was about to die is me. Qin Naihe's heart shook. He took another step back. Lu Zhou hovered in the air with the Thunderblast card ready in his hand. He said, Now you've seen me. How's this possible? Qin Naihe shook his head. How could an old man who was about to die become a venerable master in only 300 years? Qin Naihe had been observing the changes in the Golden Lotus domain for quite some time. He had always been very careful not to interfere or reveal too much. As time passed, he found that being weak did not mean one was not living well. For example, the frogs living at the bottom of the well were happy and comfortable. There was no need to force the frogs to leave the well and bask in the sun if they were happy. It had been too long since Qin Naihe left the Golden Lotus domain, so he had forgotten Ji Tiandao's appearance and name. Moreover, who would remember a tiny ant? However, now, the ant had transformed into a towering tree and stood in front of him. It was not surprising that he found this difficult to accept. How was it possible for one to become a venerable master in 300 years? Qin Naihe shook his head vehemently and said, This is impossible. I'm tired of hearing these words, Lu Zhou said. Qin Naihe said, If a venerable master were to appear in the Golden Lotus domain, the balance would be broken. It's impossible for the Great Void to ignore it. Balance, Lu Zhou said disapprovingly. There are so many venerable masters in the Green Lotus domain, but there's not even one venerable master from the Golden Lotus domain, Red Lotus domain, Black Lotus domain, or the White Lotus domain. Do you think this is balanced? Qin Naihe replied, No. Senior, you've neglected the fierce beasts. Human cultivators in the domains you mentioned are weak, but the fierce beasts in these domains are generally stronger. One beast emperor is equivalent to a venerable master. Moreover, in the vast unknown land, there are divine beasts that are far superior to venerable masters. Lu Zhou scoffed. What a ridiculous balance. Lu Qianshan saw the duo debating and did not dare to interrupt. Once the duo fell silent, he quickly asked, If this is considered balanced, why doesn't the Great Void allow you to cross the boundaries? Qin Naihe had no answer for this question. It was not that no one had raised this question. On the contrary, the cultivators from the Green Lotus domain had often thought about this question. There was no answer, and there was no one they could ask. Lu Qianshan continued to say, Is it possible that the Green Lotus domain is also like an ant in the eyes of those from the Great Void? What if everything is just their plaything? Qin Naihe could not refute these words. After a while, he looked at Lu Zhou and said, It's impossible unless you have the Great Void seed. Lu Qianshan. This guy is stating the obvious. Isn't it obvious? Lu Zhou frowned. He felt like he was going to get a headache again. Nevertheless, he could see why Qin Naihe came to this conclusion. In the book Lu Tiantong had left behind, he had said that he had obtained a Great Void seed 30,000 years ago. Lu Zhou wondered if Lu Tiantong was captured by the Great Void after he became a venerable master. Everyone was waiting for the appearance of the Great Void seeds. As his and his disciples' cultivation continued to improve, they would inevitably attract everyone's attention. The only way to avoid attention was to live in seclusion. Finally, Lu Zhou asked, If I say that I don't have it, will you believe me? Qin Naihe. The hell would I believe you? This old geezer is really evil. Xianxia was no longer interested in staying. He said, no matter what, the balance has been broken. I believe that it won't be long before the people from the Great Void show up. I've said all I can. Gentlemen, can I leave now? There was no gain from today's mission, and Xianxia did not know how he should explain it when he returned. Lu Zhou asked, why don't we make a bet? No, Xianxia did not hesitate and flew up into the air. The equalizers won't show up. They will, Xianxia retorted. How long do you think it'll take before they show up? Within 3 months. Why do you say that? Lu Zhou asked. Xianxia shrugged. I don't know. It's just a feeling. Meet me at Cold Breeze Valley in 3 months. Of course, if you're afraid, you don't have to come. After saying these words, Lu Zhou turned around with a flick of his sleeve and flew following the direction of the wind. Lu Qianshan followed closely behind Lu Zhou. As Xianxia watched the duo leave, he muttered to himself, did I agree to the bet? Meet 3 months later? You can enjoy the breeze here yourself at that time. Then, Xianxia disappeared in just a flash. When Lu Zhou arrived at the periphery of the jungle, he looked at the place where Xianxia was standing from the corners of his eyes and discovered it was already empty. Lu Qianshan asked in confusion, Venerable Master Lu, why didn't you kill him? He still has uses. What if he doesn't show up? Lu Qianshan asked. Lu Zhou furrowed his brows as he looked at Lu Qianshan before he said tonelessly, you talk a little too much. Lu Qianshan shut his mouth immediately. At the same time, the cultivators retreated as they looked at the sage-like Lu Zhou and Lu Qianshan in shock and confusion. What's going on? Lu Zhou glanced at the cultivators. He could not let them return and gossip about him. Otherwise, it would only attract unnecessary attention. Hence, he said, remember this. I'm not Venerable Master Lu. Today, I used a disguising technique to break the 9-twist illusionary formation. That's all. Everyone bowed and agreed. So he's really the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion? Lu Zhou swept his gaze across the young cultivators as he raised his hand to stroke his beard. As expected, it felt good to stroke his beard. After a moment, he nodded and revealed an amiable smile on his face as he said, the younger generation is really promising. Everyone bowed again. Thank you for your praise, Senior Lu. Today, we're fortunate enough to receive guidance from the Pavilion Master. We will definitely not disappoint your expectations of us. That's right. We won't disappoint you. The young cultivators bowed again. Lu Zhou nodded in satisfaction before he flew into the distance. Lu Qianshan did not say anything and hurried after Lu Zhou. After the duo left, the young cultivators flew toward the human-shaped hole on the mountain wall. They looked at the hole and admired it for a long time before they finally left. In the evening, Xianxia appeared near the human-shaped hole on the mountain wall. He looked at it for a long time before he shook his head and sighed. I couldn't dodge it at all. That palm strike isn't that of a venerable master, but it feels even more powerful. Why? Xianxia knew what the power of a venerable master was like, so he was filled with doubts. As he looked at the hole, he could feel the pain all over his body again when he recalled what had happened. In the end, he quickly flew away. In a white palace, 2 orbs of light, 1 day and 1 month, flew in front of the palace. At this time, a female attendant appeared at the entrance of the palace. She bowed and said, Master, there's news from the Sacred Hall. They said there were strange fluctuations in the Black Lotus domain. However, there's no reaction from the scales of justice. All right, maintain contact with the Sacred Hall. Understood. Also, keep an eye on the White Tower Council. If necessary, dispatch the divine beasts. Understood. The female attendant bowed before she left. At this moment, a shadow appeared in the southeast corner of the White Palace. It belonged to a person with white hair and looked to be over 60 years old. Since your return to the Great Void, you should only focus on the Great Void and not interfere with anything else. The balance will be handled by the equalizers. I hope you'll focus on your cultivation. Understood. The figure flashed away. After Lu Zhou and Lu Qianshan returned from the Black Lotus domain to the Hall of Runes in Great Tang's royal palace in the Red Lotus domain, Lu Zhou returned to the Preservation Hall. As soon as he settled down, he opened the book he obtained from the Nine-Twist Illusionary Formation and continued to read. I saw the power of the Tao and focused on seeking the path of supremacy. However, I was restrained by the heaven and earth shackles. Rumor has it that the secret to breaking the shackles is hidden in the unknown land. Hence, I went to the unknown land. After spending 30 years there, I killed 2 beast emperors, 10 beast kings, and countless others. Lu Zhou. All living things in heaven and earth should be protected. I obtained a part of the heavenly writing on Longevity Mountain and comprehended the heavenly Tao. I'm only a step away from becoming a sage. The heavenly axiom is to maintain the balance. The great void will eliminate living beings in the 9 domains. I'm leaving this book behind for the future generation. After flipping to the last page, the book dissolved into specks of starlight before they formed the dazzling inscriptions of the heavenly writing. Lu Zhou was surprised. It's actually part of the heavenly writing? It seemed like he had hit a jackpot with the 9-twist illusionary formation. Ding! Obtained an open heavenly writing scroll. Do you want to use it? Lu Zhou noticed the words, "Open heavenly writing scroll," flashing on the system interface. Then he shifted his gaze to the upgrade card. Since he had upgraded the system once, he had a little experience regarding this matter. During the upgrading process, he would lose his 5 senses. He had to make sure he was at a completely safe place before he used the upgrade card. Previously, when he was upgrading the system, he was a little lax, resulting in Lu Gu coming to find and almost killing his disciple. This time, he had to be more cautious. After a moment, he dismissed those thoughts and focused on the heavenly writing. Use. Lu Zhou discovered the words of the heavenly writing were no longer as alien to him as before. It was similar to when he was comprehending the human scroll of the heavenly writing. In the beginning, he could not understand anything at all. However, as time passed, he gradually grew familiar with it until he was able to understand it. I wonder what ability I'll get this time? With this, he hurriedly closed his eyes and meditated on the newly obtained heavenly writing scroll. Coincidentally, he needed to replenish his supreme mystic power as well. He had exhausted it with that one palm strike earlier. Everything was difficult in the beginning. It was the same when comprehending the new heavenly writing scroll. However, as time passed, it got better, and Lu Zhou fell into his meditative state. Specks of starlight appeared around his body as he meditated on the heavenly writing. The next morning, Mingshi Yin and Zhu Honggong sat on top of the palace wall as they watched the battle in the training arena. Zhu Honggong massaged Mingshi Yin's shoulders and said ingratiatingly, "As expected, a 4th senior brother. You managed to bring eldest senior brother here." At this moment, Yu Shangrong and Yu Zhenghai were locked in a stalemate in the training arena. Due to the differences in their realms, it was difficult for them to test their strength against each other. Therefore, they suppressed their cultivation to that of a 10 worlds cultivator to fight. However, after fighting for 2 days and 2 nights, there were no conclusive results. Mingshi Yin said with a smile, "What do you know? In fact, even if I didn't look for eldest senior brother, he would eventually come." Zhu Honggong smiled ingratiatingly and said, "4th senior brother, you've truly widened my horizons. If I'm half as smart as you, I wouldn't be beaten up every day." Ouch! It still hurts. He winced in pain when he touched his bruised and swollen face. Mingshi Yin shook his head and said, "Although you've already sprouted the 11th leaf, you should continue to cultivate diligently. Otherwise, you'd only continue to embarrass yourself." Zhu Honggong scratched his head and thought to himself, "Isn't it because all of you are abnormally strong that I'm in such an embarrassing state?" After a beat, Zhu Honggong said tentatively, "Why don't I look for the 4 elders to spar?" As soon as the words fell, the sound of coughing rang from the bottom of the palace wall. Zui Yushu staggered slightly as she walked. "Ouch! My head hurts today. My legs have been aching over the past few days as well. I'm really getting old." Old Lang. Do you think the evil Sky Pavilion's disciple will look for me to spar? Leng Luo replied, I don't think so. The disciples are all kind. They're not the type to bully the weak and the elderly. Moreover, if your old bones are broken, it'd be shameful if words spread out. You have a point. However, we're pursuing the path of cultivation after all. Why don't we ask for the disciples' opinion? The four elders continued to chat as they walked away. Zhu Honggong. Mingshi nudged Zhu Honggong before he said, Look for someone else to spar with. Obviously, they're not suitable sparring partners. However, Zhu Honggong chuckled before he said, Fourth senior brother, you're wrong this time. Swoosh. Without another word, Zhu Honggong leaped down from the palace wall and chased after the four elders. Ming Shirin stumbled and almost lost his footing. He really had to give it to Zhu Honggong. He continued to bask in the sun until he saw a black avatar appearing near the forest north of the capital. He straightened his back and revealed a sly smile on his face. You have quite the guts to show up here. It had been a long time since unwanted cultivators had come to the capital of Great Tang. The capital had its rules after all. Doggy, let's go. Woof. Xianxia barked and flew over. Then, the duo made their way toward the forest at the north of the capital. In the forest north of the capital. It doesn't matter if you won or lost the battle at Black Wind Cliff. No matter what, you have to die today. We've been looking for you for a very long time. You're very good at hiding. At this moment, several black figures hovered in the air, surrounding Xiao Yunhe. Traces of blood could be seen on the corner of Xiao Yunhe's mouth as he sneered. Xia Zhengrong must be behind this. Who's Xia Zhengrong? Xiao Yunhe scoffed. When I was the Tower Master of the Black Tower Council, all of you were still playing with mud. Tell me, who sent you? During the battle at the Black Wind Cliff, Xiao Yunhe and Xia Zhengrong fought for 3 days and 3 nights. Both sides had exhausted their energy, and in the end, Xiao Yunhe had won. As they were making their way back, they were ambushed by this group of mysterious people. At that time, Wuxia had led them to a runic passage to the Red Lotus domain. However, the group of people seemed to have expected that as well. They had seen through Wuxiao's witchcraft techniques. Along the way, several of his brothers were killed, and Wuxiao's current whereabouts were unknown. He was the only one left who had escaped to the Red Lotus domain. Xiao Yunhe did not recognize these people. They disguised themselves as Black Lotus cultivators, but their energy seals indicated they were not pure Black Lotus cultivators. Upon hearing Xiao Yunhe's words, the 5 cultivators spoke up one after another. You stole something from us? And you forgot about it just like that? He's pretending. Why don't we kill him first before extracting a confession from him? How are we going to extract a confession from him if we kill him? By whipping his corpse? Xiao Yunhe chuckled and said, I'm afraid only your corpses will be whipped. You still refuse to admit defeat even though death is at hand? This place is less than 5 kilometers away from Great Tang's royal palace. Don't tell me you're unaware of this? If you dare to make a move, my friends will rush over immediately. The 5 black-clad cultivators exchanged a look before they began to speak one after another again. It was as though they were robots. He said he has friends here. They sound like experts. Maybe he's just bluffing? It's possible he's telling the truth as well. We have to end this quickly. All right. Following that, one of them waved his hand. Then, the 5 of them drew a circle with their fingers. 5 rings of light that glowed green and black appeared immediately. Woof! The 5 black-clad cultivators looked up in unison. Who is it? Soon enough, Mingshi appeared on Xianxia's back before everyone's eyes. It's really lively here. The 5 black-clad cultivators exchanged a look before they looked at Xianxia. Then, just like before, they spoke up mechanically one after another. You have no business here. It's best not to interfere with other people's affairs. Meddlers often have miserable ends. You're not even as strong as Xiao Yunhe. That's right. Leave. The 5 of them spoke a sentence each. No, 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 how can you say I have no business being here? Isn't that Tower Master Xiao? Mingshi said. Upon seeing Mingshi, Xiao Yunhe was overjoyed. Mr. Fourth? How's your master? He's doing well. How did you get injured? Mingshi asked. They're just minor injuries. It's not a big deal. Seeing the duo chatting enthusiastically, the 5 black-clad cultivators frowned. Mingshi said, That's right. My master mentioned something a few days ago. He wants to know who won between you and Xia Zhengrong. Xiao Yunhe sighed. Although I won, I ran into 5 rats on the way back. Mingshi shifted his gaze to the 5 people before he said with a smile, Why don't you forget about this matter for my sake? I'll treat all of you to a cup of tea later. The 5 black-clad cultivators discussed among themselves in a low voice for a moment. The 5 greenish-black rings of light flew out following that. Xiao Yunhe cried out, Hurry up and leave! Leave this to me. Mingshi flipped in the air. Bluewood began to grow rapidly before the vines shielded him. The 5 black-clad cultivators flashed. 3 of them rushed into the forest while the other 2 looked at Xiao Yunhe. Keep an eye on him. We'll deal with the other one first. All right. The 3 black-clad cultivators hovered high up in the sky. One looked down, one looked to the left and right, one looked in the direction of the royal palace in the distance. Their division of labor was very clear. This person's cultivation method is an extremely strong cultivation method with strong vitality energy. It's clearly a wood element cultivation method. His aura is very stable but strange. He should be at the Thousand Realms whirling stage. His mount, Xianxia, is a descendant of an ancient fierce beast. The royal palace is 5 kilometers from here. It's not wise to use our avatars here. The best way is to use witchcraft. So far no one has come here except for that person. He should have been attracted by Xiao Yunhe's avatar. Focus on dealing with that person. Since it's a wood element cultivation method, use fire to suppress him. Move 2 kilometers away and suppress the commotion. Be careful. That Xianxia isn't ordinary. It must have received great nourishment all year round. Let's do this. The trio nodded, finally reaching an agreement. Boom! The vines from the Bluewood Heart technique shot up into the sky before they shattered. Woof! 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 A figure flew onto Xianxia's back before rushing into the distance. Tower Master Xiao, I'm sorry. These 3 perverts are too fucking scary. I'll leave first and bring reinforcements. Xiao Yunhe. The 3 black-clad cultivators hovering in the air were speechless as they watched Mingshi swiftly fleeing. Should we give chase? No. I think we should chase after him. We've already achieved our goals. There's no need to chase after a stray dog. All right, let's return. The 3 black-clad turned around and returned to their 2 companions' sides. All 5 of them surrounded Xiao Yunhe again. I'm very sorry your so-called friend abandoned you. There are no true friends in this world. Only mutually beneficial friendships. You must be in despair now that your friend abandoned you. I can feel your helplessness and sorrow. You stole our mystic microstones and our mystic life grass. You should be punished accordingly. Xiao Yunhe was stunned. He pointed at them and said loudly, Wait, so it's you. You finally remember. Your memory is quite good. Unfortunately, it's of no help to you. Xiao Yunhe was confused by these 5 people. They could take turns to speak. Why must they speak at the same time? He interrupted them and said, I thought you're Xia Zhengrong's men. I'll return the mystic microstones and mystic life grass to you. What do you think? The 5 black-clad cultivators exchanged a look. He said he wants to return the mystic microstones and mystic life grass to us. I know. I'm not deaf. However, how's he going to return them? Xiao Yunhe interjected. Stop! The 5 black-clad cultivators fell silent immediately. Xiao Yunhe said, Your cultivation bases are only average. You won't be a match for me if I'm in peak condition. If you can find the mystic microstones and mystic life grass, I can naturally find them as well. He has a point, the first cultivator said. However, there are contradictions in his words, the second cultivator said. We might not be able to defeat him if he recovers, the third cultivator said. We won't be able to snatch back the mystic microstones and the mystic lifegrass, the fourth cultivator said. It's better to kill him, the fifth cultivator said. The 5 people raised their hands to the sky in unison before dark green halos appeared in their hands. The energy of the halos was abnormally powerful. Upon seeing this, Xiao Yunhe flew up. His astrolabe appeared in his hand before he pushed it out. The astrolabe landed on the 5 cultivators and sent them flying. At the same time, Xiao Yunhe descended to the ground. He could feel his qi and blood surging violently in his body. The 5 cultivators flew back 100 meters before they finally stabilized their footing. Then they tossed the dark green halos out. The dark green halos surrounded Xiao Yunhe from 5 different directions before they rapidly expanded until all 5 of them merged. Confine! Buzz! The halos shone brightly, and with that, the formation was completed. The 5 cultivators flashed. Each of them stood in the center of a halo. Their hands were all glowing. Xiao Yunhe's gaze was cold, and his voice was stern as he said, "You think you can kill me?" Xiao Yunhe manifested his avatar. The 11 chart thousand realms whirling avatar began to rise from the ground. Alas, before the avatar could reach its full height, the 5 halos shot out and restrained it like hula hoops. Bind! Xiao Yunhe instantly felt that his Dantian's sea of qi had been sealed by a strange force. These 5 cultivators were really strange. Their individual cultivation base was barely passable, but together they were abnormally strong. Xiao Yunhe tilted his head slightly and looked into the distance. Mingshi, that kid, he can't have really abandoned him, right? Hey! Woof! A dog suddenly leaped over from nearby. At the same time, a figure flashed out from the side. His speed was like the lightning as he aimed for one of the cultivator's neck. The cultivator hurriedly raised his arms to block the attack. Bang! A cold light flashed as Mingshi and Xianxia cut through the halos and landed on the ground. This person is so annoying. He actually dared to come back. He almost succeeded. He's a sinister and cunning person. The weapon in his hands seems to be at the flood grade. Let's finish him off together. Mingshi put the separation hook away. He was slightly surprised by the 5 people's keen eyesight and analytical skills. With the help of the Sky Martial Academy, the separation hook had long been upgraded to the flood grade with the fire spirit stones given by Lu Zhou. Mingshi had to admit that his earlier attack was slightly off target. However, he was really far away, so there was not much to say about it. Mingshi patted Xianxia before he waved at everyone. Hello. I just returned to have a look. I don't have any other intentions. You can continue on with your business. Don't mind me. Doggy, what are you waiting for? As though it had long gotten used to its master attitude, Xianxia obediently put away its fangs, claws, and ferocious expression. Then, it turned around and vanished into the forest. The 5 cultivators. Xiao Yunhe. The 5 cultivators were very annoyed. He'll return again. He'll continue to harass us and disturb our witchcraft formation. I've never met such a shameless opponent before. This time, only 3 of them spoke. The remaining 2 took the initiative and flew out of their respective halos toward the forest. Good idea. It was best to divide the task. The remaining 3 continued to cast their witchcraft technique. At the same time, Xiao Yunhe shook his head and sighed. He looked in the direction of the forest and said, "Mr. Fourth, you should leave. Thank you for your kindness." Then Xiao Yunhe raised his hand. The hexagonal weapon rose into the air. Xiao Yunhe swept his gaze across the cultivators before he laughed. "Let me show you my power." Is he going to burn his Dantian's sea of qi? He's going to commit suicide? They hurriedly tossed out a huge ring of light. Continue to restrain him. Return to your positions. Don't bother with that person. The 5 cultivators quickly gathered and continued to manipulate the 5 halos. Soon after, Hundreds of thousands of black tentacles with thorns slithered out from the halos before wrapping around Xiao Yunhe. No! Xiao Yunhe could feel that he was now completely cut off from his Dantian sea of qi. The hexagonal weapon dimmed and fell to the ground immediately. The primal qi in Xiao Yunhe's body was quickly disappearing as well, and his energy was greatly weakened. At this time, a figure flashed over from the distant sky. The figure was not big, but its speed seemed unrivaled. Buzz! The unique sound of energy resonating rang in the air, causing the 5 cultivators to instinctively raise their heads. They saw a sage-like old man with completely white hair in the sky. The old man's face was not fierce, but he had an imposing air about him. "Who dares to behave audaciously in my territory?" Lu Zhou said as he pushed his palm out. A huge golden abandoned wisdom shot out immediately. Due to the effect of the concealment card, the energy was golden even though Lu Zhou had used the supreme mystic power. The 5 cultivators were in shock as they watched the palm seal destroy the numerous tentacles. Boom! The halos shattered. Boom! The 5 cultivators were sent flying back by an immense force following that. They grunted in pain as their blood and qi surged in their bodies. Their arms were numb. Just like that, their witchcraft formation that was meant to retrain Xiao Yunhe vanished. At this time, Mingshi Yin's face was filled with joy as he rushed out on Xiongqi's back. Then he bowed before he said, "Greetings, master." Lu Zhou hovered in the air and looked down at the 5 cultivators on the ground. Then, he looked at Mingshi Yin and said with a hint of disapproval, "You sent me a message just for this?" Mingshi Yin scratched his head and said sheepishly, "Master, I had no choice. These 5 people are really scary. It's safer if you're here." Xiao Yunhe slapped away the tentacles before he fell to the ground. He said, "Brother Lu, if you didn't come, I'd be in big trouble." The reason Xiao Yunhe had escaped to the Red Lotus domain was to look for Lu Zhou. In his opinion, mysterious experts from the unknown land or whatever domains were no match for a big shot from the Great Void. The 5 cultivators looked at Lu Zhou in shock before they looked at each other. Then, at the speed of lightning, they gathered and stood in a row. "This person seems very strong. There's no doubt he's strong. However, it's not like we can't deal with him. He's quite old. Let's try again." The 5 cultivators quickly came to an agreement. Mingshi Yin was rendered speechless by the way they communicated. It was as though the 5 of them were one person. After a beat, he asked, "Don't tell me you're all brothers? He's only figured it out now?" "I guess so, Mingshi Yin." At this moment, the 5 cultivators raised their heads to the sky and spread their arms open. They held hands, forming a line, as they chanted some incantations in unison. "It's a Buddhist sound technique," Xiao Yunhe said as he struggled to his feet with great difficulty. He walked to Mingshi Yin. "Brother Mingshi, I'm your junior. I'll leave first." Mingshi Yin rode on Xiongqi and vanished from sight. Xiao Yunhe. Indeed, Mingshi Yin was his junior. As the 5 cultivators chanted, the ground trembled slightly before green halos appeared beneath their feet. They could no longer conceal their energy at this moment. The halos slowly rose before their light shrouded them. The volume of their voices suddenly increased by 10 or 100 times, and it showed no signs of stopping. "My brothers, the 5 of us, have cultivated witchcraft techniques and Buddhist techniques for 1,000 years. We make a living in the unknown land to survive. We obtained over 1,000 life hearts, killed 1,000,000 fierce beasts, obtained over 10,000 treasure, 3 mystic microstones, and 10 mystic life grass. This bastard snuck into the unknown land and stole our treasures. Cutting off someone's sources of income is akin to taking their lives or killing their parents," one of them said. Then, the other 4 said in unison, "That's right." Their voices were like the sounds of war drums and tens of thousands of war horses galloping on the battlefield. The Buddhist sound technique swept out like a wave at this moment. The 5 cultivators looked possessed as they displayed their might. Their bodies and the halos beneath their feet emitted an intense green light. The sound technique seemed to resound in the entire world, and it lasted for a full 15 minutes before it stopped. The 5 brothers finally stopped and took a deep breath. When they looked up, they were stunned. He seems completely unaffected. No one can be completely unharmed by our Buddhist sound technique. Is the other party too strong, or are we too weak? Should we try again? All right. Then the 5 of them bent down and smacked one hand on the ground. When each of their hands touched the ground, a halo would appear. When 5 halos appeared, a tentacle slithered out from each of the 5 halos. Subsequently, the 5 tentacles merged into one and shot toward Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou held Unnamed in his hand and mobilized the supreme mystic power. Bang! An energy sword shot out, destroying the tentacle. The 5 brothers. He seems very relaxed. Did you guys slack off when casting the spell? Use your full strength. 3 of the brothers said in unison. The 5 brothers felt rather embarrassed. They had been making a living in the unknown land for many years, but they had never encountered such an enemy. Even a venerable master would not be so relaxed, right? At the very least, a venerable master would have made a move, right? Again, one of the brothers said. All right. The remaining 4 brothers said in unison. The 5 of them flew up at a low altitude before they launched black and purple energy seals. The witchcraft energy seals flew out in all directions, forming a circle. The 5 of them cooperated very well. Their movements were in sync, and it was as though they shared the same mind. Their movements, frequency, and speed were exactly the same. Lu Zhou nodded. No wonder Old Fourth was not confident. 5 pillars of light shot 100 meters up into the air before the black and purple energy swiftly weaved itself into a cage. 5 pillars of light shot into the sky and arrived at a height of 100 meters. The black and purple light quickly weaved into a cage. The Great Witchcraft Imprisonment Cage, Xiao Yunhe said with a hint of admiration. At this time, Mingshi rode on Xianxia and flew to the front. They seemed to be from the Green Lotus domain. Why do they have black and purple energy? Heaven and earth are one. Heaven is heaven, earth is earth, Xiao Yunhe said. The world is divided into 9 domains, and 9 domains are one, Mingshi said. How do you know there are 9 domains? My 7th junior brother told me. I wonder why there isn't a 10th domain or even the 100th domain, Mingshi said. Xiao Yunhe felt his eyelids twitch. After a beat, he said, It's as you said. The sages speculated all the domains were one but were separated for unknown reasons. If all the domains used to be one, why is it that the color of each domain's energy is different? Humans have different skin colors. There are white, black, and yellow. However, when they're stabbed, they still bleed red. Why? Mingshi asked. There were so many questions that Xiao Yunhe was beginning to get a headache. After a while, he said, Purple can be derived from red, and black and can be derived from purple. Black is actually a kind of green. I heard this from someone else. Based on what you said, red and purple came from black. Perhaps gold and yellow used to be one and the same. Is it possible for more colors to be derived from the color of egg yolk in the future? Mingshi thoughts were rather creative. Xiao Yunhe was rendered speechless by these words. Only his eyelids kept twitching violently. The Great Witchcraft Imprisonment Cage was finally completed. Lu Zhou had been waiting silently, wanting to see what other tricks they had up their sleeves. The cage has been completed. The enemy underestimates us. Then, we'll show him the might of the Great Witchcraft Imprisonment Cage. The remaining 2 brothers did not say anything. They moved to the sides at lightning speed. Following that, purple energy seals shot out, filling the sky. It was like a purple meteor shower. Golden Buddha's body. A golden Buddha's body, which had also been imbued with the supreme mystic power, shone dazzlingly in the air, blocking all the witchcraft spells. At this moment, the 5 brothers could sense something was amiss. Unleash all your strength. With that, the witchcraft energy grew stronger. The cage shrank as well. Lu Zhou silently chanted the mantra of the heavenly writing and maintained the golden Buddha's body. In fact, the supreme mystic power was like the power of heaven and earth. It was able to suppress witchcraft. Witchcraft techniques could not hurt him at all, not even a little bit. Charge! One of the brothers flashed and arrived in front of Lu Zhou in just a blink of an eye. Then he slapped his hand out. Lu Zhou raised his hand to meet the enemy. Bang! That person was sent flying backward. Lu Zhou finally moved. It's my turn. Lu Zhou cast the grand technique and arrived in front of the five brothers in just a blink of an eye. The golden lotus that had been imbued with the supreme mystic power bloomed under his feet. Then it spun, releasing its power in all directions. Boom! The so-called Great Witchcraft imprisonment cage shattered immediately. The power of gravity. The power from the life heart erupted. This was the ability from the giant turtle's life heart. The five brothers suddenly felt a terrible pressure pressing down on them, causing them to fall. Ice Seal. This was the ability from Lu Wu's life heart. Crack! A freezing wind blew in all directions immediately. Due to the pressure from gravity, the five brothers' speed had slowed significantly. When the freezing wind from the ice seal swept out, they were caught unprepared and were frozen on the spot. Then, Lu Zhou flashed in front of the five brothers and launched 5 palm seals. Bang! 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 5 people were sent flying into the air in just an instant. Before they landed, Lu Zhou flashed again, and they flew into the air again. Lu Zhou's figure kept flashing in the sky as palm seals sailed in the air. Mingshi and Xiao Yunhe. Mingshi gulped. Why do I feel that the opponents aren't very strong? Tower Master Xiao, why were you so miserably chased by them when you have 11 birth charts? You can't even defeat these amateurs. Xiao Yunhe. Nevertheless, Xiao Yunhe tried to explain himself. My battle with Xia Zhengrong just ended, and I was seriously injured. If I continue to fight them, I'll definitely lose a birth chart. Once a cultivator was seriously injured, if they were not healed, they would be giving their birth charts away for free. Fortunately, Brother Lu is here. Xiao Yunhe finally relaxed. Seeing the figure in the sky launching palm seals after palm seals and making the 5 brothers fly up and down, he felt a burst of satisfaction in his heart. Bang! 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 It was a thorough beating. The violent beating lasted for about 15 minutes or so before the 5 brothers finally fell to the ground with bruises on their faces. Lu Zhou's movements were as graceful as a cat's as he landed on the ground. Now that the fight was over, silence descended. Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back before he slowly walked forward. After he came to a stop next to the 3 brothers, he asked tonelessly, "Do you still want to continue?" Lu Zhou knew these 5 people were not simple. It was their bad luck that the supreme mystic power was the natural nemesis of witchcraft. He knew that these 5 people were not simple, but who asked the power of supreme mystery to overcome sorcery? Previously, when he still had the extraordinary power, he was immune to Buddhist sound techniques and witchcraft. Now that extraordinary power had been upgraded to the supreme mystic power, coupled with the heavenly writing scroll he had just comprehended, he was even less afraid of witchcraft. Dealing with these 5 people was no different from a wolf attacking a flock of sheep. The 5 brothers struggled to sit up. Their faces were bruised and swollen. They looked very miserable. He's very strong. It hurts a little. Why don't we forget about this? I agree. I agree as well. What are your names? Lu Zhou asked. The 5 brothers replied in unison. Sun Mu, Zhan Jin, Su Shui, Shan Hua, Lu Tuesday. Where are you from? Lu Zhou continued to ask. Green Lotus Domain. Which force do you belong to in the Green Lotus Domain? Lu Zhou asked. The number of Green Lotus cultivators coming here had clearly increased. Sectless. We're sectless cultivators. Sectless cultivators? Lu Zhou was puzzled. It was not easy for a sectless cultivator to reach the cultivation level of the 5 brothers. Senior, the 5 of us have been determined to pursue the path of cultivation since we were young. After we mastered various cultivation methods, we ventured to the unknown land and spent most of our time there. That's how we raise our cultivation base, Sun Mu said. Su Shui said with a sorrowful expression on his face. We just want our things back. We don't dare to stay here for too long. Please show mercy, Senior. The other three brothers said simultaneously, Please show mercy, Senior. Lu Zhou nodded before he asked, Do you know Wei Jingye and Wei Zheng? Su Shui was taken aback upon hearing these words. He furrowed his brows and said, These two brothers are famous thugs in the unknown land. Senior, you're from the Golden Lotus domain. How do you know them? I've seen them in the unknown land. There are so many green lotus cultivators in the unknown land. Lu Zhou frowned. I'll speak. No, I'll speak. Let me do it. Lu Zhou frowned and said, Pick one person. As for the others, shut up. As cultivators, we need many life hearts and different resources. Seckless cultivators like us can only depend on ourselves to raise our cultivation bases. The smarter ones, like those in the monster hunting squad, would team up. Working in teams has a higher success rate, and the probability of an accident is low. There are also sectless cultivators who accept missions from famous sects and clans. They risk their lives to look for rare treasures and resources such as the mystic microstones. In fact, after we complete this mission, we would be able to obtain some decent Beast King's life hearts and pills. At that time, we'll be able to join the monster hunting squad. Once we join the squad, we'll have a force to rely on and can be considered to have a foothold in the unknown land, Sun Mu said. Then, he paused and pointed at Xiao Yunhe before he said somewhat angrily, Unfortunately, I didn't expect that after the five of us risked our lives to obtain the mystic life grass in the dark water canyon, he would steal it from us. Xiao Yunhe. Xiao Yunhe felt quite embarrassed that he wished he could find a hole to hide in. Lu Zhou raised an eyebrow. You want to join the monster hunting squad? That's right. However, we can only join if we have the mystic life grass, Sun Mu said. Lu Zhou shook his head and said, I'm afraid you can never join the monster hunting squad. Huh. Something has happened to them, Lu Zhou said. All five of them looked at Lu Zhou skeptically. Lu Zhou said, You can verify this matter later. Then he looked at them and continued to say, I'm not an unreasonable person. I'm afraid I can't return the mystic life grass to you. However, I can give you a place to stay. The five brothers were stunned. A place to stay? A place to stay? Lu Zhou really wanted to find an opportunity to use the upgrade card. However, he had to make careful preparations beforehand. Lu Zhou looked at the five brothers and said, The Evil Sky Pavilion. The five of them looked at each other in confusion. What kind of place is the Evil Sky Pavilion? Is it 1/10 as powerful as the monster hunting squad? If it's a 10th, no, if it's a 5th as powerful as the monster hunting squad, we'll consider joining. That's right. That's right. Ming Shirin patted Xianxia before he stepped forward. He said with a smile, You'll consider it? Who do you think you are? It'll depend on your performance if you want to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. Do you think you just join as you wish? Most humans shared a loathsome attribute. If things were too easy, they would disdain it. They would only think it's precious if it's difficult to obtain. Ming Shirin pointed at Sun Mu, who was standing on the left, and asked, What's your cultivation level? All five of them replied in unison, I have 6 birth charts. Ming Shirin nodded. Even your strength is the same. Do you know how many people want to join the Evil Sky Pavilion? The five of them shook their heads. Ming Shirin pointed at Xiao Yunhe in the distance and said, Xiao Yunhe, the former Tower Master of the Black Tao Council, has 12 birth charts, but he couldn't join the Evil Sky Pavilion. Sikong Beichan, the Temple Master of the 9th Temple, wants to join the Evil Sky Pavilion as well, but it's impossible. Nye Qingyun, the Sect Master of the 12 Sects of Cloud Mountain, wants to join the Evil Sky Pavilion, but it's also impossible. Hearing the list of grand titles, the five brothers' eyes widened in surprise. Ming Shirin continued riding on the momentum and asked, That monster hunting squad, how powerful are they? No matter what their replies were, Ming Shirin already had a comeback prepared. Sun Mu replied, Captain Chow has 15 birth charts and a flood grade staff. Ming Shirin almost fell off Xianxia's back. After he stabilized himself, he muttered, he has so many birth charts. That's just him. The other members have their own specialties. They're the team with the highest survival rate in the unknown land, Sun Mu said. Ming-Shi was speechless. He had failed to suppress them. At this moment, Lu Zhou said indifferently, I killed all of them. The 5 brothers were stunned again. They looked as though they thought they had heard wrongly. All of them wore expressions of disbelief on their faces. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve. Thud. Something landed on the ground. The Saint's staff. Lu Zhou flicked his sleeve again. Thud. The wind spirit bow. The air froze. The 2 items stimulated the 5 people greatly. Lu Zhou continued to say, out of a team of 40 people with their various weapons, only these 2 weapons are barely passable. In other words, he could not be bothered to pick up the other weapons. Ming-Shi gulped. He knew his master had gone to the unknown land, and he also knew his master had met Lu Wu there. However, he knew nothing about the monster hunting squad. The 5 brothers were still skeptical. They stepped forward and inspected the Saint's staff and the wind spirit bow. They don't seem fake. Captain Chao Zichuan regards the staff as his life, and the staff never leaves his side. It's real. The wind spirit bow is real as well. Well, what should we do? The 5 brothers looked at each other with dumbfounded expressions, unable to make up their minds. Finally, Sun Mu took the lead and waved at the other 4. The other 4 brothers understood Sun Mu's meaning and walked over. Then, the 5 of them stood in a circle and lowered their heads together before they discussed in a low voice. He seems ridiculously strong. He must be a venerable master since he's able to kill Chao Zichuan. A venerable master? Why would a sect with a venerable master want us? Earlier, that kid said even a group of experts were rejected. Although we don't know the people that the kid named, they should be as strong as Xiao Yunhe. Moreover, their names sound grand as well. There's no need to belittle ourselves. What does it matter as long as the senior wants us to join him? But he killed my idol, Chao Zichuan. The other 4 brothers said in unison, Scram! Fine. Chao Zichuan wasn't a good person. Then we'll join him? After a beat, all 5 brothers said simultaneously, All right. The 5 brothers straightened their backs and stood in a row before Sun Mu stepped forward and said, Kneel. All of them kneeled at once and said, Senior, please take us in. Lu Zhou put the Saint's staff and the wind spirit bow away before he stroked his beard and asked, Have you thought this through? The 5 brothers nodded. Yes. The Evil Sky Pavilion is located in the Golden Lotus domain. The cultivators there are weaker. In the future, the Evil Sky Pavilion will encounter enemies 100 times stronger than Chao Zichuan, so you might lose your lives. I'll say these words before someone joins the Evil Sky Pavilion. So, are you still willing to join the Evil Sky Pavilion? Lu Zhou asked calmly. Didn't he say he's going to give us a place to stay? A place to belong to? The reason the 5 brothers wanted a force or a place they could belong to was naturally for safety reasons. They did not have to live life on the edge and worry about losing their lives all the time. How could they not hesitate now that they heard these words? The 5 brothers looked at each other with a what-to-do and dismayed expressions on their faces. Lu Zhou added, Once you join the Evil Sky Pavilion, I will, naturally, protect you. Sun Mu and the other 4 exchanged a glance before they tacitly raised their hands. We're willing to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. Ding! Recruited 5 subordinates. Reward, 5,000 merit points. Lu Zhou nodded his head in satisfaction. It was a pity that he could not see their loyalty. After all, human hearts were unpredictable. No matter their current attitude, he did not know anything about them. Since Lu Zhou wanted to upgrade his system as soon as possible, it was best to rope in more experts. Lu Zhou turned to look at Xiao Yunhe. Xiao Yunhe walked over with a smile and cupped his fists together at Lu Zhou. Congratulations, Brother Lu. Lu Zhou said to the 5 brothers. Since you've entered the Evil Sky Pavilion, let's forget about the matter regarding the mystic life grass and mystic microstones. What do you think? We'll leave it to the old senior to decide. Mingshi corrected them immediately. Pavilion Master. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and nodded. Xiao Yunhe smiled. Thank you, Brother Lu. Lu Zhou glanced at Xiao Yunhe and asked, Heavily injured? Xiao Yunhe nodded helplessly and said, Yes. Xia Zhengrong and I fought for 3 days and 3 nights. I thought I'd be able to easily win. I didn't expect him to possess armor with extremely high defense. After I barely won, he promised to leave the Black Tower Council. I didn't expect to be ambushed while I was on my way back. It's a pity that my brothers. Sun Mu shook his head. We were only targeting you. We didn't target your friends. Your friends have nothing to do with us. That's right. Xiao Yunhe frowned. You really have nothing to do with Xia Zhengrong? The 5 of them shook their heads. Xiao Yunhe snorted and said, Indeed, he has the ambition of wild wolves. At this time, Lu Zhou said, Let's return to Great Tang's royal place first. Yes. In Great Tang's royal palace. The Preservation Hall. Sun Mu stood side by side with his 4 brothers. Lu Zhou paced back and forth with his hands on his back as he said, Someone will tell you more about the Evil Sky Pavilion and show you around in a while. Meanwhile, I have some questions that you have to answer truthfully. I'll tell you everything I know, Sun Mu said. This time, the others did not interrupt. Lu Zhou asked, Do you know Wei Jingye and Wei Jiangnan? Lu Zhou thought it was not a bad idea to dig up information about the duo since he was presented with an opportunity. They're seckless green lotus cultivators as well. We met them a few times, Sun Mu replied. Lu Zhou nodded and asked, Do you know where Qin Mozhang is now? The young master of the Qin family? Sun Mu was shocked. He's a domineering and arrogant person, Zhang Jin said. He has a terrible personality. He said he went to the unknown land, and his birth chart was destroyed by fierce beasts. Later, he went to Venerable Master Qin's training hall and hasn't appeared in public since then. This was in line with what Lu Zhou had learned previously. This proved the 5 brothers did not lie. Lu Zhou clasped his hands behind his back and said, As the first group of green lotus cultivators to join the Evil Sky Pavilion, I hope you're up to date with the current affairs in the Green Lotus Domain's cultivation world. Recently, there was a significant influx of Green Lotus cultivators, free men or not, in the Red Lotus Domain. Lu Zhou had a strong feeling that the balance of 9 domains was teetering. How many venerable masters are there in the Green Lotus Domain? Xiao Yunhe and Mingshi looked at the 5 brothers curiously upon hearing this question. To ensure victory, one must know one's enemy. They knew too little about the other side. With the 5 brothers, perhaps they would gain a deeper understanding. Sun Mu said, No one knows for sure how many venerable masters there are. Legend has it that there's a sacred relic in the Great Void that can sense the balance between heaven and earth. Once the balance is broken, the equalizers will be sent out to deal with the problem. This was the law of conservation. Lu Zhou suddenly recalled that Xianxia said similar words before she left. No wonder she wanted to look for someone to take over the position of the Tower Master of the White Tower Council. No wonder she said the problem with her lifespan could not be solved. They all had something to do with the balance. What was the secret behind the balance? Lu Zhou thought there was a chance that Xianxia had to leave because he was getting stronger to keep the balance. If that was really the case, his disciples with great void seeds would sooner or later affect the balance. This was a big problem. Sun Mu said, What's publicly known is that there are 4 venerable masters. They're all from prominent clans. There's the Yi clan's venerable master, Yi Zhang. The Qin clan's venerable master, Qin Runyue. The Tuoba clan's venerable master, Tuoba Siqing. And the Fan clan's venerable master, Fan Zhong. Yi Zhang and Qin Runyue were the 2 people Lu Zhou needed to pay attention to. Whether the duo knew it or not, there was enmity between them. How's the relationship between the 4 venerable masters? Lu Zhou asked. Their relationships are indeterminable. Sometimes they're on really good terms, and sometimes they would have a big fight. Outsiders don't understand them at all. Moreover, we're just sexless cultivators who lived in the unknown land. How would we know what their relationships are really like? At this time, Si Wuya walked in. He was in the Sky Martial Academy as usual when he received news from Meng Changdong and rushed over immediately. He had just arrived at the preservation hall when this discussion was going on. Lu Zhou raised his hand, indicating that there was no need to bow. Si Wuya moved to stand in front of the 5 brothers and cupped his fists at them before he said, "I have a question I'd like to ask. The world is divided into 9 realms. All the other domains aside, there are still 2 unknown domains." Sun Mu was slightly surprised. "You know that the world is divided into 9 domains?" Si Wuya smiled but did not say anything. Sun Mu sized up Si Wuya. After a moment, he said, "Legend has it that the domains were originally one with the unknown land at the core. Later on, they separated and changed colors. The remaining 2 domains are also Green Lotus domains. Due to historical reasons, these 2 domains have merged." "They're green as well?" Si Wuya's heart moved. Sun Mu continued, "That's right. However, the greens are in different shades. For example, our energy is dark green." Sun Mu raised his hand. A miniature avatar appeared above his palm. Indeed, the avatar was dark green. Sun Mu continued to explain, "The other 2 domains' colors are more like a bamboo green and light green. They're apparently the purest form of primal qi." Si Wuya frowned. "The domains have merged. The 2 domains were far from each other. I heard there was a huge war, so they merged. In any case, they don't have a habit of intervening with the other domain's affairs. They keep to themselves." Si Wuya nodded. Then he took out a piece of white paper from his sleeve and asked someone to bring him a pen. He quickly sketched something before he presented it to Lu Zhou. "We can basically confirm it now." Lu Zhou took a look and nodded. The drawing was not complicated. Si Wuya had drawn a huge lotus, a lotus that overturned his worldview and knowledge. Mingshi Yin's curiosity was piqued. He walked toward the paper, and when he saw what was on it, his eyes widened in shock. Impossible!" Xiao Yunhe walked over as well. With just a look, he was stunned as well. Lu Zhou and Si Wuya were already mentally prepared. They had been researching the matter and trying to confirm it before they finally arrived at this conclusion. The 5 brothers looked at the sketch as well. "What does this mean?" The 5 brothers had only been to the unknown land and the Green Lotus domain prior to this. Their knowledge of other places was only what they heard from other people. They had never seen maps of the other places. Even if they had seen it, it should be strangely shaped, not like the lotus in front of their eyes. "Since you're from the Green Lotus domain, you should know about this. Why are you surprised?" Sun Mu shook his head and said, "It's not as simple as you think. May I ask for your name?" "Si Wuya, the 7th disciple of the Evil Sky Pavilion." "Si Wuya," Si Wuya said as he cupped his fists at Sun Mu. Sun Mu nodded. "We grew up in the Green Lotus domain. What we know and learned were from the insights and experiences of generations of sages. There were many great cultivators who wanted to discover the secrets of the world and paid the price with their lives to cross the endless ocean. In the end, with all their efforts, they left behind a map." Sun Mu lifted his head and asked, "May I borrow a brush?" After the brush was brought over, Sun Mu began to draw on a piece of white paper. Although the drawing was rough, the general outline was quite clear. After he finished drawing, he said, "Please take a look." Everyone gathered and looked at the map. The unknown land is vast. It's thousands of times bigger than the domains and the 2 domains that merged into one. The domains are just like small pieces of land in comparison. Or perhaps, it'd be more accurate to say the domains are like islands scattered around the unknown land. Si Wuya stroked his chin and carefully studied what Sun Mu understood of the world. Sun Mu continued to say, "Venerable masters need 3 years to cross the unknown land, and free men need 4 to 5 years. As for cultivators like me, if we don't have runic passages, we likely won't be able to cross the unknown land even after decades have passed. However, I only need 5 days to cross the Red Lotus domain." Everyone nodded their heads. Only Si Wuya shook his head and said, "No." He said, "You're wrong." He's questioning the theory that countless sages had come up with. He seems very confident. Let's hear what he has to say. All right. Mingshi massaged his temples. He disliked this kind of discussion the most. He much preferred it if he were just given the answers. Wuxia smiled and said, "May I ask where's the Great Void?" "This?" Sun Mu stammered. "Of course, it's in the unknown land. So vast. I think it should be at the heart of the unknown land." Wuxia said, "All right. The Great Void is in the depths of the unknown land. The environment is harsh, and sunlight is scarce all year round. How do the people of the Great Void endure it? Second, even if the unknown land is vast, after such a long time, why is it that not even one person stumbled upon the Great Void until now? Are you questioning sages' theories and experiences? Are you alone more powerful than the countless sages who came before you? Only if we question what we know will there be progress. The things left behind aren't necessarily correct. Otherwise, why do you think you have yet to figure out the secrets of the heaven and earth shackles?" Sun Mu. "Brother Sun, he's challenging you. Brother Sun, he's challenging you. Brother Sun, he's challenging you. Brother Sun, he's challenging you." Sun Mu retorted, "Perhaps, the ruler of the Great Void is a fierce beast. Humans may not like the harsh environment, but it doesn't apply to fierce beasts. Apart from that, all those who have stumbled upon the Great Void have been captured. It's only natural that we think no one has stumbled upon it." Wuxia said confidently, "Even if the ruler of the Great Void is a fierce beast, there are definitely humans there. The former Tower Master of the White Tower Council, Xianxia, is one of them." Sun Mu was speechless. Zhang Jin, Shanhua, Su Shui, Lu Tuesday. Silence descended briefly on the preservation hall. Wuxia was confident in his deduction because he had spent a lot of time studying this matter. However, the biggest reason why he was so confident was the ancient goatskin map his master had given him. When he was in the Sky Martial Academy, he had tried to refine it with fire, burn it in a forging furnace, and destroy it with vital energy. In the process of unraveling its secrets, he discovered the map was seemingly indestructible. Most importantly, every once in a while the map would continue to reveal itself. Most of what he had drawn was based on what the map had revealed so far. "Well said." Xianxia clapped his hands, breaking the awkward silence. He smiled and said, "Debates help people improve. Debates also waste time," Mingshi countered. Xianxia smiled and said to the five brothers, "If you really want to know how to get to the Great Void, why don't you just ask Brother Lu?" Xianxia was certain Lu Zhou was from the Great Void. The five brothers looked as though they had been struck by lightning. Lu Zhou stroked his beard and said, "I'm more inclined to see Wuxia's deduction." However, Sun Mu's words made sense as well. Xianxia gave Lu Zhou a thumbs up inwardly. How skilled! He managed to preserve the newcomer's dignity and also agreed with his disciple's deduction. Lu Zhou looked at the five brothers and said, "Since the five of you just entered the Evil Sky Pavilion, why don't I let Guardian Meng fill you in about the Evil Sky Pavilion before you follow Old Seventh to deal with various matters? What do you think?" Wuxia cupped his fists at the five brothers. Sun Wu did not look very convinced, but he still said, "We'll follow Pavilion Master's orders." "All right, you may take your leave." The five brothers left the preservation hall and met Meng Chongdong, who was waiting for them outside. Lu Zhou looked at Wuxia and asked, "How certain are you about this map?" Wuxia said, "I'm 90% certain." "All right." Lu Zhou sat down cross-legged. "Those five are under your command." "Master, I'm afraid they—" "I know what you mean. There are some things that cannot be forced. Whether they stay or go is up to them. As long as they don't do anything that harms the Evil Sky Pavilion, you don't have to worry about anything else," Lu Zhou said. "I understand," Wuxia said before he left. Following that, Mingshi yawned and said, "I'm so sleepy. I'll take my leave first." Finally, there were only Lu Zhou and Xianxia left in the preservation hall. Xianxia smiled and said, Brother Lu, you're really amazing. Truly amazing. You're seriously injured. If you're not treated, you'll have to lie in bed for 3 months. Lu Zhou said. Xiao Yunhe, who understood the meaning behind these words, was overjoyed. He said, Thank you, Brother Lu. Lu Zhou did not waste time and used the heavenly writing power to heal more than half of Xiao Yunhe's injuries. Xiao Yunhe was extremely touched. The best decision I've made in my life was to become friends with Brother Lu. Lu Zhou raised his hand and extended it in front of Xiao Yunhe. Xiao Yunhe was confused. Mystic microstones, Lu Zhou said. This. Treatment fee. Lu Zhou looked at Xiao Yunhe suspiciously. What's on your mind? Nothing, Xiao Yunhe said. It's my honor that Brother Lu is willing to heal me. It's just mystic microstones. They can't compare to my life. Since my weapon has been repaired, there's no use in me keeping the mystic microstones. I might as well give them to Brother Lu. Following that, Xiao Yunhe brought out a brocade bag and took the mystic microstones out of the bag. The mystic microstones' colors were chaotic, and they looked ordinary. However, they shone faintly and emitted a faint energy. Let go. Xiao Yunhe reluctantly let go of his hold on the mystic microstones. He felt pained as he watched Lu Zhou put away the mystic microstones. Ding! Mystic microstones can be used to upgrade weapons. The system didn't mention how many mystic microstones are needed to upgrade. Perhaps, it's because mystic microstones are different from obsidian essences, which were mined then refined by cultivators. Brother Lu, I'll take my leave first, Xiao Yunhe said before he left. Lu Zhou looked at the map Si Wuya had drawn, still surprised. If Si Wuya was right, then where was the Great Void? Although the unknown land was vast, it did not make sense that no one had stumbled upon it after such a long time. After the system upgrade, Lu Zhou thought it was necessary for him to travel to the depths of the unknown land. Previously, he had only been to the periphery of the unknown land. Perhaps, he would be able to find answers at the heart of the unknown land. He really wanted to know the secrets behind the heaven and earth shackles as well. Lu Zhou shook his head to clear his mind. The most important thing now was to increase his strength as soon as possible. He sensed his supreme mystic power. After a day and a night, he had recovered about half of it. What's the 8th heavenly writing power? After meditating for a day and a night, he still had not grasped the 8th heavenly writing power. He would have to continue meditating on it. Upgrade weapon. Currently, he had 110 obsidian essences. Previously, he had given 20 to Si Wuya. Purchase refining talisman. Ding! Used 20,000 merit points. Obtained refining talisman X1. Which weapon should I upgrade? Lu Zhou had 2 fusion-grade weapons now. Nameless should be a fusion-grade weapon, and the purple glazed ceramic was a fusion-grade weapon. This meant that the obsidian essences could no longer be used to upgrade these weapons. Out of all the other weapons, it seemed like the confinement seal was the most suitable. After he made up his mind, he tossed the confinement seal and 100 obsidian essences into the fire to forge them. Then, he no longer paid attention to it and closed his eyes to meditate on the heavenly writing. 2 days passed in just a blink of an eye. Lu Zhou opened his eyes when he heard a crisp noise. Ding! Confinement seal upgraded. Ability: 1,000 pound force. 1,000 pound force? Lu Zhou was puzzled. What effect would it have? Based on its name, it clearly had something to do with strength. He would have to look for an opportunity to try it out. Then, Lu Zhou returned his attention to the 8th heavenly writing power. With the wisdom and divine ability of the true body, it can reveal the boundless and wonderful true body. The cloud makes the transformed person close to hide and can create all kinds of divine abilities without being noticed. Specks of starlight appeared around Lu Zhou's body. Then, his entire person seemed to turn translucent for a short moment before it returned to normal. Is this the power of concealment? From what he could tell now, it seemed to be able to hide aura. He did not know what other abilities it had. After a moment, he brought his upgrade card out. He ordered that no one was allowed to approach the preservation hall without permission before he checked on his disciples. After he was done, he muttered, "Use. Ding. System is upgrading." Subsequently, the system interface turned dark. In an unknown place, Lu Zhou was unaware that the moment he used the card, dark clouds gathered and dense fog swirled. The sky was gloomy and oppressive. The fierce beasts on the ground sensed the change in the sky and looked up. On a wall of the royal palace in the Red Lotus domain, Yu Shangrong held the longevity sword in his arm as he stood against the wind. "The wind has risen." Yu Zhenghai flew up to the wall and said, "It's been a long time since there was bad weather in the capital." The two fellow disciples stood side by side and looked at the sky that was gradually covered by dark clouds. "Why don't we stop sparring today?" "Agreed." In a white palace, a female attendant arrived at the entrance and hastily bowed. "Master, the sacred hall has sent news that the scales of justice have tilted." The woman sitting on a jade platform in the hall opened her eyes immediately. "Reason?" The female attendant replied, "The reason is unknown. The sacred hall is still investigating. We can't rule out the possibility that a venerable master from the Green Lotus domain has crossed the boundary. There's also the possibility that a new venerable master has appeared." The woman shook her head gently and said, "The possibility of the appearance of a new venerable master is very low. Even if someone had all 10 great void seeds, it's unlikely for a new venerable master to appear in just 300 years. Master, are you saying that a venerable master has crossed over to the red line?" The woman remained silent. She was not certain either. Even the scales of justice were not omniscient and omnipotent. "I'll continue to inquire for news," the female attendant said with a bow before she left. Two orbs of white light, like the sun and the moon, flew up. The woman collected her thoughts, closed her eyes, and continued to cultivate. In the unknown land, in the Rift Wind Valley, Lu Wu was lying next to an ancient towering before it suddenly lifted its head. Dense fog churned in the sky and rolled toward the east as countless birds and flying beasts fled west. Among them, there was no lack of huge rocks. "The balance?" Lu Wu muttered in a low voice. "Is it going to be broken?" "Take this." Duanmu Shang leaped up with the Overlord spear in his hand. At this moment, the purple dragons twined around his body as golden energy spears shot toward Lu Wu. Lu Wu did not even look at Duanmu Shang and swiped its huge paw horizontally. Bang! Duanmu Shang was sent flying back. Lu Wu continued looking at the sky worriedly. "Master, are you here?" Duanmu Shang held the Overlord spear in his hand. His entire body was wrapped in a purple dragon, and the spear aura burst out with golden light as it stabbed toward Lu Wu. Lu Wu did not even look at him. He slapped his huge claw horizontally. Bang! Duanmu Shang flew out. Lu Wu kept looking at the sky with a worried expression. A new, venerable master. Every time there was an imbalance, fierce beasts would migrate in large numbers. They would only return once balance was restored. No one knew why, and no one could investigate further. Lu Wu, take this. Duanmu Shang remained unyielding. He leaped up and flew toward Lu Wu again. Lu Wu ignored him and pulled out a life heart from the deep pit next to it. Use it. Duanmu Shang scratched his head before he descended. Upon seeing the life heart that was still stained with blood, he asked, "Didn't you say I should only absorb the life heart until the energies in my body fused? You need to be faster. One should not rush on the path of cultivation. Master said that everything has to be done step by step," Duanmu Shang said. Lu Wu looked up at the surging fog and continued, "The faster the better." Then, it lowered its head and pushed the life heart to Duanmu Shang. Duanmu Shang took the life heart before he looked at the sky as well. He asked, "Lu Wu, what's the balance?" Lu Wu shook his head, indicating that it did not know. Duanmu Shang continued to ask, "Then, how strong was Venerable Master Duanmu?" Lu Wu raised its head and proudly said, "Far stronger than your master." Duanmu Shang immediately said, "Impossible. My master has never been defeated." You know too little about my master, Duanmusheng said. Lu Wu did say anything. It could not be bothered to argue with him. However, it cursed in its heart. When I met him, you weren't even in your mother's womb yet. After a moment, Lu Wu said meaningfully, Young master, venerable master Duanmu, is your ancestor. So what? Fine. You win. Lu Wu leaped up into the air, traveling a huge distance in just a blink of an eye. Before vanishing from sight, it said, Your seventh senior brother said that you need a lot of life hearts. Leave this matter to me. In Great Tang's capital in the Red Lotus domain. Under Lu Zhou's orders, Meng Chongdong brought the 5 brothers to meet Li Yunjing, the current emperor of Great Tang. He also explained some of the royal palace's basic rules and the Evil Sky Pavilion situation. The 5 brothers maintained a low profile and only nodded as they listened. Meng Chongdong told them that Li Yunjing had given the preservation hall, the side halls near the preservation's hall, and the back garden of the palace to the Evil Sky Pavilion for their use. The Evil Sky Pavilion was not idle. The members would patrol the palace walls every day. Meng Chongdong said, The 4 elders discussing matters about cultivation near the palace wall are the 4 elders of the Evil Sky Pavilion. They're the first to join the Evil Sky Pavilion. The 5 brothers looked at the 4 elders at the same time. Since their witchcraft cultivation was rather high, they had their own methods to discern auras. 10 leaves. Meng Chongdong shook his head and said, Don't look down on the 4 elders. They're rare cultivation geniuses. It's only a matter of time before they enter the 1,000 Realms whirling stage. Talent brought one to higher limits while diligence only brought one to the limit. Most people worked hard but did not have the talent. Meng Chongdong continued leading the 5 brothers around the royal palace. Soon after, they arrived near another hall. He said, That person over there is the Pavilion Master's 8th disciple, Zhu Honggong. The 5 brothers looked at Zhu Honggong at the same time. The Pavilion Master's disciple should have an extraordinary cultivation base. Buzz. As soon as these words fell, the unique sound of energy resonating rang in the air. Zhu Honggong manifested his avatar and vanished from sight in just a blink of an eye. 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar? Is this not trash? Meng Chongdong smiled. Everyone, you shouldn't underestimate this 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. It isn't an ordinary 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. Sun Mu nodded and said, Guardian Meng, there's no need to explain. We understand. Let's continue. Upon seeing the calm expressions on the 5 brothers' faces, Meng Chongdong did not continue to explain. It was great that they understood. There was no need to explain further. When they arrived at another hall, Meng Chongdong pointed at Ming Shirin, who was leaning against the railing and looking as though he was asleep, before he said, That's Ming Shirin, the Pavilion Master's 4th disciple. This one should be an expert, right? We should pay our respect, Sun Mu said before he waved his hands at his brothers. The 5 of them stepped forward and bowed in unison. Greeting! Thump! Ming Shirin fell to the ground and looked around with a shocked expression on his face. Who is it? Who is it? The 5 brothers were stunned. An expert could fall in such a manner? Cultivators' instincts and reflexes were far superior to ordinary people after all. Ming Shirin swept his eyes across the group of people and said, Don't disturb my sleep. Woof, woof, woof. Xiong Qi ran over at this moment and carried Ming Shirin on its back before it ran in the direction where there was no one to disturb them. Meng Chongdong, who had gotten used to this, smiled. Mr. 4th is always like this. You'll get used to it soon enough. I can tell you for sure that Mr. 4th is the disciple whom the Pavilion Master is proud of. Sun Mu pursed his lips. If that person is the disciple whom the Pavilion Master is most proud of, then the others must be trash. Outwardly, the 5 brothers nodded expressionlessly and said, I understand. The group continued forward. When they drew close to a courtyard, the sound of laughter and music entered their ears. Meng Chongdong came to a stop and began to explain. The ones living in this courtyard are the Pavilion Master's 9th and 10th disciple, Ci Yuaner and Conk. Since the five brothers could not see the two women, they could only judge by the melody. Sun Mu nodded slightly. This disciple's foundation isn't bad. However, being skilled in music is unique, but it's far from enough. 100 Tribulations Insight Avatars? That's right. All right then. Meng Chongdong continued to say, don't judge them by their cultivation base. They're very young. They're the most talented cultivation geniuses I've ever seen. Also, it's best not to provoke them. The five brothers nodded expressionlessly again. Meng Chongdong led them to the eastern city wall before he came to a stop. All of them looked up and saw a green-clad swordsman holding a long sword standing on the left and a saber user who stood on the right with his hands resting on his back. Sun Mu exclaimed, "They have the air of an expert." The other four brothers echoed, "They have the air of an expert." Meng Chongdong smiled and said, "All of you really have a discerning eye. These two are the pavilion master's first and second disciple. The first disciple is Yu Zhenghai. He's the one standing on the right. His saber skills are at the peak of perfection, and his cultivation method, the Great Dark Heaven Memorial, is invincible. As far as I know, he has never lost." Meng Chongdong paused for a beat before he continued to say, "The person standing on the left is Yu Shangrong, the pavilion master's second disciple. His sword skills have reached perfection, and he has comprehended the sword path Son of Heaven's sword a long time ago. He has never lost as well. Aren't you bragging too much?" Sun Mu could not help but ask, "Then, what if two of them fight?" "Good question." Meng Chongdong gave Sun Mu a thumbs up. "Mr. First and Mr. Second love sparring. Up until now, no victor has been determined between them." The five brothers instinctively shook their heads. They thought this was too fake. How could they be unable to determine a victor? After a moment, Sun Mu asked, "Guardian Meng, what are their cultivation bases like?" "Mr. First has entered the Thousand Realms whirling stage. As for the number of birth charts, I'm not sure. Similar to Mr. Eighth, Mr. Second also has the 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar. However, his 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar is very powerful." Meng Chongdong did not go into details since it involved the disciple's privacy. Hence, his words were restrained and conservative. However, when the five brothers heard the words 100 Tribulations Insight Avatar again, they were speechless. Since when did 100 Tribulations Insight Avatars become worthy of showing off? Moreover, up until now, there's only 1,000 Realms whirling Avatar. At this time, the five could not help but feel cheated. However, after thinking about it further, they thought it did not matter if the disciples were not strong. It was not like they wanted to rely on the disciples. The one they wanted to rely on was the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. Ms. Fifth and Ms. Sixth live in the Evil Sky Pavilion and aren't in Great Tang. Mr. Third and Lu Wu have gone to the unknown land and won't be back so soon," Meng Chongdong said. Sun Wu was shocked. "Lu Wu?" Meng Chongdong nodded. "That's right. Lu Wu has been subdued by Mr. Third." Finally, someone strong. To be able to subdue Lu Wu, the third disciple must be a venerable master. The five brothers were immediately invigorated and instinctively straightened their backs. "So, Mr. Third is the strongest disciple in the Devil Sky Pavilion?" Sun Mu asked. "No." Meng Chongdong shook his head and said, "In terms of strength, Mr. First and Mr. Second are the strongest. In terms of dependability, Mr. Fourth is the best. In terms of—" Wait! The five brothers were not interested in the others. They bluntly asked, "How did Mr. Third subdue Lu Wu?" "The pavilion master made a move," Meng Chongdong said. Meng Chongdong did not know what transpired in the unknown land. He only knew that Lu Zhou went to the unknown land and brought Lu Wu back. "All right." Sun Mu nodded. Meng Chongdong said, "Other than the 10 disciples, we have the left and right envoys of the Evil Sky Pavilion. They're now dealing with the aftermath of the battle in Jiangbei Circuit." Aftermath of the battle? The Black Emperor, Mu Erdi, colluded with the fierce beasts to go to war with Great Tang. As a result, the common folks in Great Tang's four circuits are suffering. Left Envoy Yen and Right Envoy Lu worried about the livelihood of the people, so they're helping them to rebuild their lives. They are both people I admire greatly. With their status, there's no need for them to personally do these things, after all. The five brothers nodded in unison. This was indeed something worth admiring. Cultivators often did not intervene with the affairs of ordinary folks. Even if there was war, it was only between the cultivators. There were rules and restrictions after all. If there were no restrictions on those in high positions, if one day the people in high positions were unhappy and destroyed the world, what would the others do? Meng Changdong continued with his introductions. Guardian Shin and Guardian Li are in the Evil Sky Pavilion. When you have the time, I'll bring you there to have a look. Thank you. That's right. The person who constructs the Evil Sky Pavilion's runic passages is Ms. Yi Zhao Hongfu. She's also in the Evil Sky Pavilion now to discuss with Ms. Yi the construction of a huge runic passage. The five brothers nodded again. Meng Changdong said, "The Pavilion Master has said that from now on your tasks will be arranged by Mr. Seventh. You've met him earlier. Him. Don't look down on him. He once helped Mr. First unify the Golden Lotus domain. He's a master strategist who attacks the hearts of people," Meng Changdong said, verbalizing his own opinion of Si Wuya. The five brothers were moved by Meng Changdong's words. "May I ask what his cultivation level is?" Meng Changdong was not sure, so he tried guessing. "He should have 9 leaves." At this moment, unnatural expressions appeared on the five brothers' faces. One could praise many things to the high heavens, but it was useless without the strength to back it up. Sun Mu suddenly recalled Mingshi Yin's words from earlier. Thus, he asked, "May I ask what's the cultivation base of the temple master of the 9th temple? Sikong Bei Qin?" "Yes, I believe that's his name. 10 leaves. However, there's a possibility he has now entered the Thousand Realms whirling stage. After all, he has been at the 10-leaf stage for a long time. After the monopoly on fierce beasts in the Red Lotus domain has ended, with the 9th temple's influence, he should have no problem obtaining life hearts," Meng Changdong replied. Sun Mu was not sure if he wanted to know the answer, but he continued to ask, "Then, what about the sect master of the 12 sects of Cloud Mountain? His cultivation base should be similar to Senior Sikong." Sun Mu asked unwillingly. "Then, in conclusion, they're all trash?" Meng Changdong seemed to be able to read their minds. He said, "Finally, I have a piece of important advice for all of you." Xianxia, who suddenly appeared, finished the sentence. "Don't judge the Evil Sky Pavilion using common sense." "Monastery Master Xia?" The five brothers watched in confusion as Xianxia walked over with a smile on his face. Meng Changdong hurriedly explained, "This is the monastery master of the Thousand Willow Monastery, Xianxia. He is a friend of the Pavilion Master. I heard that 5 experts have joined the Evil Sky Pavilion, so I came to greet them," Xianxia said. Due to the manner Meng Changdong had introduced Xianxia with grand sound titles, Sun Mu instinctively sensed Xianxia's aura. 9 leaves. Nevertheless, Sun Mu and the others still cupped their fists at Xianxia to greet him. Xianxia smiled and said, "Guardian Meng's introductions are slightly too vague. Let me explain on behalf of Guardian Meng." Sun Mu cleared his throat before he waved his hand and said, "I'm sorry. We, 5 brothers, have something to do, so we'll take our leave first." "All right," Xianxia said with a regretful expression on his face. "If you have time, I'll explain everything to you next time." "Thank you." Sun Mu turned to Meng Changdong and said, "Guardian Meng, please lead us to the Sky Martial Academy." "All right." Meng Changdong made a gesture of invitation before leading the 5 brothers to the Sky Martial Academy. Xianxia watched the group leave with a helpless expression on his face. He shook his head. "If you don't listen to me, you'll definitely be at a disadvantage later." Then, he looked at the sky before cursing. "Why the hell is the weather so abnormal?" A month later, The bad weather lasted for a month before it gradually grew better. In the Sky Martial Academy, Wuxia looked at the map he drew on the left and the ancient goatskin map on the right. Jiangdong Circuit has sent news that the sea has flooded a village 10 miles away. However, there's no need to worry since the villagers have been relocated. We've sent people to investigate Jianan Circuit, and there's no civilian living there. However, there's also a flood there. Wuxia frowned. Is there any news from the Evil Sky Pavilion? The situation in Great Yen is relatively fine. There hasn't been any flooding. However, there's an influx of seawater into the Blackwater Mystic Cave in the area north of the Heavenly Moat near the Endless Ocean. Wuxia stroked his chin as paced back and forth, lost in his thoughts. At this time, Sun Mu led his 4 brothers over. He cupped his fists together and said, "The balance is broken." Wuxia smiled. "How do you know?" Sun Mu said, "I know. There are relevant records in the history books in the Green Lotus domain. A long time ago, something like that happened as well. Due to the imbalance, the lands were in chaos. Mountains were turned into ravines while moats became peaks. Everything, including the sun and the moon, was turned upside down." Zhang Jin added, "The imbalance happened more than 30,000 years ago. Mr. 7, do you know what the imbalance represents?" "Please speak," Wuxia said humbly. "First, in order to maintain the balance, the fierce beasts will migrate in large numbers. Second, the era of divide and isolation will come to an end as mighty figures from the 9 domains fight for benefits," Zhang Jin said. Wuxia fell deep into his thoughts. Sun Mu smiled and said, "However, this isn't an entirely bad thing. As the saying goes, heroes emerge during troubled times. We can seize this chance when things are chaotic to enter the unknown land to look for treasures. There are also chances we'll encounter fierce beasts killing each other in the chaos. If we're lucky, it won't be surprising for us to obtain Beast King's life hearts." After staying in the Sky Martial Academy for a month, the 5 brothers have grown bored. Perhaps they had gotten used to staying in the dangerous unknown land where they lived their lives on the edge. They were not used to being so comfortable all of a sudden. The most important thing was that due to their recent idleness, they did not make much progress in their cultivation. In the cultivation world, the strong preyed on the weak. It was important to continue growing stronger. Perhaps this was where their sense of crisis came from. Then, as though they had rehearsed this beforehand, the 5 brothers said in unison, "We request the Evil Sky Pavilion to lead a group of men into the unknown land." Wuxia shook his head. "We'll talk about this later." Why? 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 Just as you said, due to the imbalance, chaos has begun its descent on the lands. It's true that we can obtain many treasures from the unknown land, but it comes with a high risk. I don't like doing things unless I'm absolutely confident, Wuxia said with a smile. Until further notice, stay in the Sky Martial Academy and don't leave without permission, Wuxia said. Understood. The 5 brothers could only bow. After they left, they headed to the semicircular pool in Sky Martial Academy. When they arrived by the pool, they sighed in unison. As expected, he doesn't dare to go to the unknown land. All of their cultivation bases are weak. It's not surprising they don't dare to go. Pavilion Master is using us as bodyguards. Cheap bodyguards. The remaining 2 brothers echoed each other's words. Sun Mu looked at the sky and said, "If we continue to say, I have a feeling something bad will happen." Agreed. 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 Suddenly, Zhang Jin pointed at the distant sky and exclaimed, "The Green Lotus Domain's runic passage." Under the dark clouds, a flash of green light shone above the mountains and rivers. This likely meant that due to the imbalance, the Green Lotus cultivators had begun to make a move. Chaos had officially descended. In the Green Lotus Domain, in the lush and verdant backyard of a training hall near the back of a mountain, an 850-foot avatar suddenly appeared in the sky and disappeared just as quickly. A scholar-like man said with a smile, "Congratulations, young master. Not only did you successfully recover your 9th birth chart, But you've also activated your 10th birth chart with Venerable Master Qin's help. Qin Mozhang was in a good mood. He said, I heard that the imbalance started a month ago? That's right. The heavens are really helping me. Does this mean that I can go over and no longer have to abide by the bullshit rules of the balance? Qin Mozhang asked. Young master, although you have activated your 10th birth chart, you're still far from being a venerable master. I suggest we stay here and wait for further instructions from Venerable Master Qin, the Confucian scholar said. Bang! Qin Mozhang smashed his fist on a table and said, Even my father isn't so strict with me, and yet you keep stopping me from seeking revenge. If I don't get my revenge, it'll form a knot in my heart and affect my future cultivation. It's true that the imbalance provides a good chance to cross over, but young master, you only have 10 birth charts, the Confucian scholar said. Don't worry, I have ghost servants helping me. I only want my revenge. After I get what I want, I'll return immediately. I won't cause any trouble. You must keep this matter a secret. Understand? Young master. Enough! Qin Mozhang raised his voice and said, Venerable Master Qin told you to teach me, but he didn't say you can control me, right? If something feels amiss, I'll give up and return immediately. This should be fine, right? Finally, the Confucian scholar could only acquiesce to Qin Mozhang's demand. In that case, just to be safe, I'll accompany you there. Qin Mozhang was overjoyed. He went forward and patted the Confucian scholar's shoulder, saying, You're truly my brother. In a white palace, for the first time, the two orbs of light that resembled the sun and the moon did not circle the palace. A woman with long hair to ankles suddenly flashed over. She was dressed in long white robes that trailed on the ground. Her body was slim and her fingers were long and slender. All in all, she had an extraordinary air about her. When she appeared, the sun, moon, and star flew to her side. A female attendant hurried over from afar. She bowed and said, I apologize for making you wait, master. I've investigated the matter. No venerable master has appeared. The sacred hall speculated that the imbalance might be caused by an ancient fierce beast passing through the endless ocean. Xiaolan, what are your instructions, master? If something happens, go to the White Tower Council on my behalf. This is the order token. If nothing happens, continue to observe, the woman said before she waved her hand. The order token flew into Xiaolan's hand. Understood, Xiaolan said before she left. After the female attendant left, from the southeastern corner of the palace, an old man in ornate armor appeared. He shook his head and sighed. Lan Shiha only glanced at him. Her eyes shone as she calmly said, Don't worry, I won't interfere. You've already interfered, the old man said. The Sacred Hall has already released the news. They won't pay attention to the imbalance this time. Lan Shiha furrowed her eyebrows slightly. And let the people of the world suffer? The old man did not reply. He only looked at her silently. After a moment, he finally said, This imbalance is different from the past. Do you remember when the last imbalance was? More than 30,000 years ago? Lan Shiha said, uncertain. The old man shook his head. No, it wasn't really an imbalance 30,000 years ago. It was about 100,000 years ago. He raised his head and looked at the clear sky. It was so blue. Not a gray cloud was in sight. He continued to say, At that time, the Great Void's stance was the same as well. Nothing was done about the imbalance, and chaos was allowed to reign. Only after chaos will all living things enter a long state of equilibrium. Lan Shiha did not say anything. How could she not understand that logic? The anomaly that caused the imbalance could be temporarily suppressed with absolute strength. But the problem would not disappear. However, if chaos was allowed to reign, and they let nature take its course, peace would eventually return. She had already understood this back when she was the Tower Master of the White Tower Council. The major affairs of the world were constantly changing. In the Green Lotus domain, the Qin clan's training hall, two elders had been lecturing the Confucian scholar who accompanied Qin Mozhang all morning. Young master has just activated his 10th birth chart. You must keep an eye on him and don't allow him to leave your sight. Don't worry, elders, the Confucian scholar replied with a smile. Also, pay attention to your attitude. Some people have been saying that you're disrespectful toward young master. Your cultivation isn't bad, but you must remember the hierarchy. The scholar frowned slightly. I understand. This is the third time I've warned you. If you continue, it's inevitable that the venerable master will say something. The Confucian scholar bowed and said, I'll definitely remember the two elders' teachings. You may leave. I'll take my leave then. The Confucian scholar respectfully left. Not long after the Confucian scholar left, Qin Mozhang flashed out from the corner. He placed his hands on his back and clasped them as he looked outside before he said, Thank you, elders. One of the elders sighed softly before saying, Although his attitude isn't good, he's doing it for your good. This is all I can do for you. If the truth reaches the venerable master's ears, you'll be at a disadvantage. Seeing that his goal had been achieved, Qin Mozhang did not take the elder's words to heart. Before he left, he smiled and said, Thank you, elders. Time flew by in just a blink of an eye. The bad weather had continued for 2 months. At this moment, the 5 brothers from the Evil Sky Pavilion appeared in a dark forest. Are we really going to go to the unknown land? The imbalance is a great opportunity. It's impossible to rely on Evil Sky Pavilion. Their overall cultivation is very low. If we continue to stay here, we'll waste this opportunity. The Tuoba clan's free man has already replied to us and agreed to cooperate with us. We brothers must work hard together. Are you sure you don't want to at least say something to the pavilion master? The pavilion master has been in closed-door cultivation. If he were here, he would definitely agree with my actions. I don't like Wuxia's style of using a chicken feather as an arrow. Then are we still coming back? These words caused all of them to fall silent. Actually, the pavilion master isn't bad. Unfortunately, we'll talk about the future later. We're not betraying the Evil Sky Pavilion. We're just going to the unknown land. If we obtain a lot of treasures, we can give some to the pavilion master for not killing us. Then let's go. The 5 brothers nodded at the same time. The dark clouds in the sky seemed abnormal. The 5 of them entered the dark runic passage together. With a flash of light, they all disappeared. At the same time, in the Sky Martial Academy, Wuxia was lost in his thoughts when Wang Dachui leaped in from outside. He placed his hands on his waist and said, Mr. 7th, you're right. They left today and haven't returned. Wuxia continued to look at the things in front of him, appearing unusually calm. Wang Dachui said, Why aren't you angry? Wuxia smiled and said, Master had already hinted to me that he knew they would leave. Everyone has their own aspirations, so there's no need to force them. Wang Dachui asked, perplexed. If he knew this was going to happen, why did he let them join? Wuxia smiled but did not say anything. The hearts of people were hard to predict. Up until now, the people of Evil Sky Pavilion were still relatively united. When he was the master of the Darknet, his influence was nowhere close to being like his master's. Wang Dachui sneered. I just can't stand their sense of superiority. Isn't it just the Thousand Realms whirling stage? I'll explain this to my master. You can return to your business. All right, Wang Dachui said. Oh, right. Zhao Hongfu asked me to inform you that the super runic passage between the White Tower Council and the Evil Sky Pavilion has been opened. Wuxia nodded. This meant that Chang Huang and Yi Tianxin could head to the White Tower Council together. He looked at the blueprint on the table and sighed. It seems like I have to speed up my cultivation as well. Wuxia knew he had the Great Void Seed. It would not make sense if he did not make use of this advantage. In the Preservation Hall, Lu Zhou had been in a meditative state the entire time. He did not stop meditating even when the supreme mystic power had been replenished. Suddenly, a gust of wind blew open the doors of the Preservation Hall. Ding! System upgrade completed. Ding! The system's power has been increased. Ding! You've meditated upon the heavenly writing 1,000 times. Obtained a heavenly writing key. Ding! The heavenly writing key can promote the supreme mystic power to the divine power. Lu Zhou opened his eyes. Use. Unlike before, the supreme mystic power quickly shrouded the Blue Nine transformation yin-yang avatar in his Dantian Sea of Qi. When he manifested the blue avatar, he found that it was bluer than before. The divine power? Lu Zhou pushed his hand down. Bam! The palm seal easily left a palm-shaped hole on the ground. Although the increase was not shocking, he could clearly sense that the divine power was several times stronger than the supreme mystic power. Lu Zhou nodded his head in satisfaction. His new divine power aside, the heavenly writing power should have been greatly enhanced as well. Lu Zhou brought up the system interface. He noticed he could now purchase the concealment card and the disguise card. The duration of the effects of both cards had also increased to 10 days. Then, he saw the Deadly Strike card now had a probability of triggering a double effect based on the original effect. The Impeccable card's duration had also been increased by 10 seconds. Upon seeing the change in the Impeccable card, Lu Zhou felt like he had suffered a loss when he recalled he had previously synthesized an enhanced Impeccable card. Following that, he thought it was a win for him when he saw the effect of the Reversal card had been improved. Lu Zhou brought out a Reversal card and crushed it. In just a moment, vitality energy gathered, and his lifespan on the system interface increased by 1,000 days. Lu Zhou nodded. He found the improvement to his satisfaction. It would help with upgrading his blue avatar in the future. Apart from these, Lu Zhou noticed that there was an additional item called the Beast Essence that was sold for 100,000 merit points. There was no description of the Beast Essence. Only the price was displayed. Lu Zhou looked at the new item in confusion. Based on its name, it did not look like it was for human consumption. Then, he glanced at the Myriad Supreme Avatar. Very well, the price was still listed with a series of question marks. Lu Zhou thought to himself about the system. Are you looking down on me? Following that, he discovered a few items were no longer for sale. The Binding card, Top Defense card, Second Grade Defense card, and the Healing card were no longer for sale. Perhaps they conflicted with the divine power, and the divine power could make up for their existence. After all, let alone the divine power, the extraordinary power and the supreme mystic power had rendered the healing card rather useless. At this time, a voice rang from outside the hall. Xianxia requests to see the pavilion master. Usually, if the matter was not too important, they would call out from outside. If there were no response, they would leave. Come in, Lu Zhou replied. Xianxia looked at the open doors before he walked into the hall. As soon as Xianxia walked in, Lu Zhou saw Xianxia's description immediately. Name Xianxia. Identity Great Circle Human Race. Cultivation Base 1,000 Realm Whirling. Loyalty 60%. Xianxia kneeled on one knee before he said, Pavilion Master. Someone sent a letter 10 days ago. I feel it's of great importance. Please have a look. Xianxia had been coming every day for the past 10 days. It was only today that he had finally gotten a response from Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou opened the letter. It read, Brat, bring your head to this young master on a silver platter in 15 days. Otherwise, all of them will die. Lu Zhou asked, Who sent this letter? Xianxia shook his head and said, Mr. First and Mr. Second have been secretly investigating this matter, but they found nothing. Since the sender sent him this letter, the sender clearly knew his identity. Why would the sender address him as Brat? In this world, who dared to speak to him in such a manner? Xianxia continued to say, In view of the other party's threat over the past 10 days, all of the Evil Sky Pavilion's disciples and members, including those in the Golden Lotus domain, have been very cautious. No one has been caught. Lu Zhou looked at the letter again and muttered to himself, Young master! A vague idea appeared in his mind. After he burned the letter with karmic fire, the words Cloud Mountain appeared briefly before vanishing. After making the connection between the words Young Master and Cloud Mountain, he scoffed lightly. Qin Moshang. Xianxia was puzzled. Qin Moshang? Who's he? Pass down my orders. We're going to Cloud Mountain. Understood. I'll make preparations immediately. Lu Zhou recalled that time he was at the peak of the snowy mountain near Cloud Mountain. That child's talent is shocking, and he has a venerable master watching over him. If I don't get rid of him as soon as possible, he'll definitely become a big problem in the future. Since Qin Mozhang was young and inexperienced, he dared to provoke Lu Zhou. Lu Zhou thought this was just the right opportunity to test his new divine power. Only slightly more than a year had passed since the incident near the cold pond. Lu Zhou wondered where Qin Mozhang's confidence came from. No matter what tricks Qin Mozhang had up his sleeve, it was impossible for Qin Mozhang to be more powerful than a venerable master in such a short time. Perhaps this was also Qin Mozhang's thoughts. Meanwhile, on the cloud platform in front of the main hall of the 12 sects of Cloud Mountain, thousands of cultivators were restrained and kneeling on the ground. In front of the cloud platform, Qin Mozhang sat on a long bench and looked at the cultivators as he lazily said, "It's been 10 days. It's obvious he's frightened and doesn't care about your lives. Just bear with it for a few more days, and you won't have to suffer anymore." Nie Qingyun gritted his teeth to endure the excruciating pain all over his body before he said, "I don't know the young man you mentioned. You've got the wrong person. Stop talking nonsense. Earlier you said you know him. Now, you suddenly don't know him," Qin Mozhang said. "What's his name?" "Young master. According to the information left by the ghost servant, that person's surname is Lu. As for whether he's the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion, we'll know in a while. I've already sent a message." Qin Mozhang nodded in satisfaction. He looked at Nie Qingyun and asked, "Did you hear that?" Nie Qingyun replied, "I really don't know the person you're talking about. We don't know anything about what transpired at the cold pond. How can you consider yourself a hero if you vent your anger on us?" Qin Mozhang's expression darkened. He raised his hand that flashed green and aimed it at Nie Qingyun. Bang! Nie Qingyun skidded back on the ground. The disciples behind him cried out in shock as he knocked them back as well. The disciples who were knocked back spat out mouthfuls of blood. Qin Mozhang stood up and turned to look at the two ghost servants. "What do you think of my strength? It's improved a lot. Let me show you another trick." Qin Mozhang raised his hand and made a grabbing motion as a palm seal, in the likeness of his hand, shot out. With that, dozens of Cloud Mountain disciples in front of Qin Mozhang were pulled up into the air. At the same time, green energy twined like snakes around them. All of them coughed out blood. In front of a 10-chart cultivator, let alone these disciples, even Nie Qingyun, who had recently entered the Thousand Realms whirling stage, was helpless. Qin Mozhang asked, "What do you think about this palm strike?" "It's very strong," one ghost servant said. Then, Qin Mozhang turned to look at the Confucian scholar sitting next to him. "What do you think? Didn't I tell you nothing will happen?" The scholar smiled but did not say anything. Qin Mozhang walked over and stepped on Nianjian's body. "Do you know why the weather is so bad?" Nie Qingyun's eyes turned bloodshot. He could not breathe from being stepped on. Qin Mozhang said with a smile, "This is a phenomenon of the imbalance. I wasn't born yet during the last imbalance. I heard from the elders that the imbalance is like a decree from the heavens for the Green Lotus domain to cleanse the world of lowly humans like you, so you can consider this power of mine as being bestowed by the heavens." Qin Mozhang's voice turned cold as he continued to say, "If you want to blame someone, then blame that brother Lu that you spoke of. If he comes, I'll spare your lives. If he doesn't come, then you can only blame your bad luck." Nie Qingyun gasped for breath after he spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, he said with great difficulty, "If you have the guts, why don't you look for brother Lu directly? Cloud Mountain has nothing to do with what happened at the cold pond. Aren't you afraid of heaven's retribution for killing the innocent?" Qin Mozhang laughed out loud before he stomped his foot down on Nie Qingyun. Bang! Nie Qingyun spat out another mouthful of blood. Even the ground beneath him cracked. "So now you admit you know him?" Qin Mozhang said frostily. "You just entered the Thousand Realms whirling stage and only have one birth chart. If I use a little more strength, you'll lose your life." I'll ask you again. What's his name, where is he now, and what's his cultivation base? One of the ghost servants said in a hoarse voice, "This is your last chance. Otherwise, all of them will die." Following that, a green astrolabe appeared behind the ghost servant. It expanded and flew up, covering the sky. 14 birth charts flash as though they would release their power at any time. In the green lotus cultivator's eyes, the thousands of people from Cloud Mountain were just like ants. Nie Qingyun clutched his chest as he said in a voice brimming with hatred and resentment, "I only know his surname is Lu, and he's the pavilion master of the Evil Sky Pavilion. No one knows how high his cultivation is." Qin Mozhang said, "You still dare to lie even when you're about to die. Ghost servant, stand back. I'll do this myself." Bang! Qin Mozhang stomped on the ground. After the ghost servant withdrew his astrolabe, Qin Mozhang manifested his astrolabe. The Cloud Mountain disciples paled when they saw the astrolabe flashing with 10 birth charts. Just as Qin Mozhang was about to make a move, one of the Cloud Mountain disciples cried out, "Senior Lu is here." Everyone looked up immediately and saw a flying chariot swiftly approaching from the distant horizon. An excited expression appeared on Qin Moshang's face as he said, "You're finally here." All of a sudden, someone flew out from the flying chariot, leaving afterimages in his wake. Following that, a thunderous voice resounded through the entire place. "Young man, you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth." The figure arrived in front of Qin Mozhang at the speed of light. The person was none other than Lu Zhou. In just a moment, a palm seal that was imbued with the divine power descended. "So strong. He's much stronger now. How?" Qin Moshang's heart trembled. The incident at the cold pond flashed in his mind at this moment, and he instinctively cried out, "Ghost servants, save me!" The 2 ghost servants rose to their feet immediately. Freeze! Creak! The ghost servants were immediately frozen. Bang! Lu Zhou's palm seals landed on Qin Moshang's astrolabe unimpeded. Without any suspense, Qin Moshang fell toward the cloud platform. Bang! Qin Mozhang crashed through the cloud platform. The Cloud Mountain disciples watched with their mouths agape. On the other hand, the Confucian scholar frowned as he watched. However, not only did he not make a move to help, but he even took a few steps back. Lu Zhou descended on the damaged cloud platform at lightning speed. His hand glowed with the divine power as he launched palm seals again. 5 abandoned wisdom shot out. Boom! 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 All of them landed without fail on Qin Moshang's body. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward, 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward, 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward, 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward, 3,000 merit points. Ding! Destroyed 1 birth chart. Reward, 3,000 merit points. Qin Mozhang managed to block the first palm seal earlier with his astrolabe, but he was unable to block the 5 abandoned wisdom. Lu Zhou placed his hands on his back and looked at the hand-shaped hole as he said tonelessly, "A junior like you dares to provoke me?" Silence descended on the entire place.